I opened my eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness sweep over me. As my vision cleared up, I stood frozen in shock. 20 or 30 stunningly beautiful girls were gathered together, all my classmates. Yes, our class was special. A systemic glitch had left our class consisting solely of girls, except for me. And to make things even crazier, those 29 girls, and even the instructor looked like they had walked straight out of a novel as female leads. The Genius Prodigy, Bai Zhan. The high jump athlete, Chen Xiaowen. The twin campus queens, Lin Lu and Lin Yu. Su Mingji, with a figure like a succubus. Xia Jin, the mob boss's daughter. I composed myself, scanning my surroundings. An endless gray space stretched out around me, with dozens of glowing grids floating in midair. On top of each grid stood a group of people. Suddenly, a massive screen materialized. In the center of the screen, a snow-white rabbit was holding a carrot, taking a bite. Welcome to Survival Island. Rule number 1. Each glowing grid represents a tribe. Rule number 2. Everyone will be transported to the island for survival. If you die, well, you really die. Rule number 3. Each person awakens a profession. It could be a warrior, a chef, or, well, a useless one. Rule number 4. After 3 months, the fewer people left in your tribe, the harsher the punishment. My heart fluctuated wildly, and I got it instantly. Tribes with low numbers would definitely resort to killing others to stay ahead in the game. Oh, right, the rabbit leaned closer to the screen, its red eyes curving into a crescent. Rule number 5. There are no laws on the island. Killing, theft, assault, anything goes. I could feel predatory gazes from the other grids locking onto us, intense and sticky. With 29 stunning girls and me, the only guy, we were a prime, juicy target. Each tribe now needs to select a leader, the rabbit announced gleefully. The leader will go to the island first to find a house and establish a base. A voting screen appeared before each of us. The room fell silent. The tribe leader would be the first to step onto the island, alone, facing wild beasts and other players. It was a hot potato. Nobody wanted to volunteer. Taking a deep breath, I spoke up. I'll be the leader. Su Mingji squeezed through, her 5 feet 7 inches towering figure right in front of me. She looked up and glared at me. Ji Bao, are you insane? I gave her a calm smile. Don't worry, Xiaoxua. Nothing's going to happen to me until I get what I want from you. She glared harder, puffing her chest out deliberately. Big talker. Come on, then, touch me if you've got the guts. I let out a dry laugh, quickly shifting my gaze. Wimp, she huffed. Instructor Ku Yun walked over, her face full of complex emotions. Are you really sure about this, Chi? Yes, ma'am. Leave it to me. I nodded confidently. Ji Bao, man of the hour. Ji Shao, be careful out there. The hesitation vanished as each vote locked onto my name. In the next moment, I disappeared. Ku Yun turned to discuss base plans, only to find I was already gone. On the giant screen, I was now visible, standing in grid 01. Congratulations. You have been selected as the leader of grid number 01 tribe. Due to your bravery and your tribe's unique composition, Soul Male, you are awarded an SSS level exclusive blessing, Endless Vitality. 1. Dramatically increases your allure to the opposite sex and fundamentally enhances your kidney function. 2. For every life bond formed with a female tribe member, both parties receive a randomly generated rule blessing. 3. Females bonded to you may potentially awaken rare professions. My mind blanked out completely. SSS level, it must be incredibly powerful. But this effect, increased attraction to women, enhanced kidney function, life bonds, let them change professions? Isn't this basically encouraging me to become a gigolo? The 29 breathtaking faces of my classmates flashed through my mind. But still, this was an SSS level blessing. I had to use it. No room for hesitation. Priority number 1, claim the base. The screen switched back to the giant display. What an idiot, rushing in so recklessly. Xia Jin stared at the screen, her knuckles turning white. By all logic, he should have waited for other leaders to scout the dangers first. Ridicule started pouring in from the other grids. Typical student, no brains. Once he's dead, those pretty girls won't have a single guy left. Heh. The girls felt a chill run down their spines. The consequences of being captured by others didn't need to be spelled out. Meanwhile, I shut my eyes, taking in a deep breath to feel the wind's direction. My left ear picked up a faint, subtle sound of waves. There's the ocean on the left. I bolted in that direction. What's Chi doing? No idea, but we've got to trust him. Any survival game player knows. Choosing where to set up a base is crucial. If placed near the edge of the map, enemy attack routes are fewer, reducing defensive pressure. With a tribe full of unarmed girls, a defensible location was non-negotiable. As I sprinted, I noticed how much stronger my body felt, my lung capacity nearly limitless. Was this the SSS-level blessing at work? Before long, an old wooden cabin appeared in front of me. But without even a glance, I ran past it. Was that a house? Why didn't he go in? Naive student, thinks there's always something better ahead. Running into the distance, a blue line appeared at the edge of my vision, waves crashing louder. He's searching for a seaside house, someone from another grid exclaimed. Water access nearby, an open view to deter ambushes, and it allows fishing. Get a leader now. Those coastal homes must be claimed. Suddenly, tribes across the board sprang into action. My classmates, meanwhile, grew enthusiastic. Go Qibao, go. An hour later, I spotted another wooden hut along the shore. Quickly, seal the contract inside. We're getting an ocean view base. Standing in front of the hut, I examined it for 10 seconds, then turned around and walked away. Is this guy insane? Passing up such a prime spot, haha. Ugh, students are fools. The morale of my tribe plummeted. Xiaoxue, what's Qi looking for exactly? Someone asked Su Mingji. She kept her eyes on the screen and smirked. He hasn't said, but I trust him. Another grueling hour passed as I ran along the beach. I'd encountered 2 coastal homes and passed them both. Exhaustion threatened to collapse me, my lungs desperately heaving for air. Did I make the wrong bet? No. A glint of determination flashed in my eyes as I dug deep for more strength and forced my weighed-down legs to keep moving. Legs. At this moment, someone in the class started to express dissatisfaction. The genius girl, Bai Zhen, analyzed with a blank expression. There's a 5% probability of finding a more optimal location and an 80% chance of collapsing from exhaustion. This is a terrible risk investment. Her words were like a heavy hammer smashing into everyone's heart. Many girls lowered their heads, not daring to look at the screen again. Another hour and a half passed. Damn, I found it. I stopped abruptly, wide-eyed, every cell in my body cheering. On a cliff stood a wooden cabin. It towered over everything, accessible by only one uphill path. This was the spot I wanted. Quick, look at that guy's screen. What kind of godly location is this? He hit the jackpot, damn it. The other factions were instantly filled with envy. Sisters, Qi Bao found a house. Su Mingji excitedly yelled. The girls who had just been dejected looked up in unison, their spirits surging with excitement. Many began to regret doubting me earlier. Seeing the house, adrenaline rushed through my veins, and I started sprinting again. But at 50 meters away from the cabin, my legs buckled, and I fell to the ground. Exhausted, my legs felt like jelly, refusing to move even an inch. Useless legs. Don't fail me at this critical moment. Move, just move. I beat my legs furiously, but they wouldn't respond. If that's the case, I'll crawl. Fingertips dug into the dirt, my elbows scraped and bled. Using the most pathetic posture, I inchwormed my way toward that wooden door. Outside the screen, the sight of me crawling on the steep slope made every girl cover their mouths, their eyes welling up. He's doing this for us, pushing himself so hard. For these young girls, their hearts began to stir. A man willing to go this far for them, bringing with him a sense of security, reliance, and even a soft, hazy affection that quietly began to take root. I crawled into the cabin, a contract window popping into my vision. With the last of my strength, I confirmed the agreement. A flash of light engulfed the entire class. The next second, 29 girls, without armor, all appeared inside the wooden cabin. The scene was dazzling as delicate curves flooded my view. Qi Bao, Su Mingji was the first to rush over, hugging my limp body tightly. Other girls crowded around, their laughter and tears filling the room as they cried out my name. Wrapped in their soft contact and a pleasant fragrance, I was entirely surrounded. I barely managed to open my eyes, my vision filled with dazzling scenes. What great figures. The one hugging me now must be Su Mingji, right? Worth it. This was totally worth it. After enjoying the moment for a little while, I rasped to remind them. You're not wearing armor. The girls screamed in unison, scrambling to cover themselves in embarrassment. Su Mingji blushed, initially wanting to pull away and cover herself. But feeling my weakened state in her arms, she forced herself to stay. Instead, she puffed out her chest and pretended to act tough. What? Is my body not good enough for you? It's good, it's more than good, but what? But it might cause a certain reaction. Su Mingji froze for a second before catching on. Her face turned red, almost dripping blood. She quickly propped me against the wall and rushed outside, throwing over her shoulder. I thought we were bros, but you're trying to connect with me. Watching her fleeing figure, I let out an awkward chuckle. With a body that hot, holding me like that. It's only weird if there's no reaction. Outside, Xu Mingji leaned against the wooden wall, her chest heaving. A few girls crowded around her, all with nosy expressions. Xiao Shui, how did it feel, hugging him so tightly just now? When I saw Qi Bao's body, I nearly drooled. Your ears are so red. Spill it. What was it like? Xu Mingji tried to act nonchalant. What feeling? I was too hyped up to even notice. The other girls exchanged knowing looks. Qi Bao crawling with everything he had earlier. That was kinda hot, social media influencer Molan said, stars shining in her eyes. Yeah, seeing him like that really got to me. Now it's not just about being eye candy. Is everyone kind of into him now? Chen Xiaolin boldly concluded, showing her mischievous grin. You're horrible. Several girls tackled her in playful retaliation. Inside the cabin, some girls ran outside, while others stayed, covering their faces but sneaking peeks through their fingers at my physique. Then there was Bai Zhen. She was different. She walked toward me confidently, indifferent about not wearing armor. Your actions held great emotional value, but the risk-to-reward ratio was negative, she said matter-of-factly. Losing you, the sole adult male, would decrease our group's survival probability by 39%. As captain, I hope you make decisions with more caution in the future. Bai Zhen was a specially recruited genius with an unusual way of thinking. She voluntarily transferred into our class because it was easier to get leave. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. She wasn't wrong. I just got lucky this time. Bai Zhen looked at my taut muscles and spoke in her usual flat tone. I understand that this is a normal physiological response. Is there a way to get it to loosen up quickly? Your tense muscles will make it difficult for most of us to think rationally. This girl really didn't mince her words. Flustered, I coughed. Ascending should help calm things down. But I'm exhausted right now, so I guess you'll all just have to get used to it. Upon hearing that ascending could solve the issue, Bai Zhen reached out without hesitation, aiming straight at her target. I've never done this before, but I hope it's not too complicated. We're on a tight schedule. Every minute is precious. Holy crap, you're serious? The girls covering their eyes, and I, were all stunned. Stop, stop, stop. Having just stepped back inside out of concern for her professionalism, Teacher Kuyun witnessed the scene just in time and shouted for them to halt. Bai Zhen looked displeased, the firmness in her grip evident. Please provide a logical explanation. Kuyun took a deep breath and reasoned. Bai Zhen, in modern society, men and women shouldn't do such things without establishing a relationship first. Confused, Bai Zhen replied, I don't understand that logic. Besides, we're not in modern society. If Qi Xiao didn't want this, he would have stopped me. Both of them turned to look at me. Right now, blood rushed to my head, my vision blurred, and my brain completely shut down. Seeing my dumbfounded expression, Kuyun recalled how I had just pushed myself to the limit for the class. She didn't know what to say? Absolutely not. Period. She resorted to firm orders. Kula, master, with every minute you stop me, our survival chances are dwindling. Your actions, you're killing people. The cold, reality-driven words hit Kuyun like a sharp blade. She wanted to argue, but no words came to her defense. Bai Zhen looked contemplative. If you had more experience than me, maybe you'd be able to make up for the lost time. Kuyun's face flushed red instantly. A few minutes later, Kuyun walked out, her expression complex. Classmates, let's have a quick meeting. Everyone, come inside. The girl who had just stepped out returned holding massive leaves, handing them out to provide some cover. Xu Mingji's face still held the trace of a blush, but was much calmer now. The moment she stepped into the room, she caught a glance at my now relaxed posture. Her mood visibly improved. So I was right. Once I left, no one could excite Qi Bao anymore. She strode up to me, looking down and attempting to play the buddy card as convincingly as possible. I forgive you. As your bro, understanding each other is natural. A bro like me, who's even willing to make you feel good, is your jackpot. Say thanks. Now in a sage-like state of mind, I replied calmly, thank you. That's more like it. Xu Mingji nodded with satisfaction. Bai Zhen refused the leaf offered to her. To her, such things would only hinder mobility. Once everyone gathered, I spoke up. My interface shows that upgrading the base requires wood and stone. I hope we can all work together to gather supplies. The faster we upgrade the room, the safer we'll be. When they heard it involved physical labor, the group groaned in unison but understood the necessity given the circumstances. But we don't have tools. How are we supposed to chop trees? Xiaojin asked. A girl raised her hand. I have an axe. When I opened my interface, I saw my profession is resource collector, and I found an axe in my inventory. Her words reminded everyone about what the rabbit had said. Each person had a unique profession. A wave of excitement swept through the group, like unwrapping blind boxes. I can make the best tasting food. The untapped prehistoric power in me is finally awakening. Please let me be in combat. I'm going to rip those arrogant jerks apart. Xu Mingji clenched her fists with enthusiasm. I want to be a battle medic. Healing people while smashing monsters. It's a dream come true. Ku Yun brushed her bangs back delicately while intently studying her interface. I'll have everyone know, I began calmly, that I, Qi Xiao, would never force anyone to do anything. Ku Yun opened her mouth to say something but thought better of it. My integrity. It's well known throughout the class. Xia Jin, knowing this was a crucial turning point and that I wouldn't ask the direct question, braced herself and spoke. So, is anyone willing to, try out the tool? Today? Right now? The room fell silent. Wait now? Today? All heads were lowered, their faces turning a deep crimson. They understood the reasoning, but taking that first step in front of everyone? That was asking way too much. Xu Mingji bit her lip, her heart pounding in her chest. She was the closest to me, and her jokes always bordered on the edge. But being the first to step up? The pressure felt insurmountable. Moreover, there was an unspoken rule among the girls. No one was allowed to make a move on me. Yet secretly, many of their dating standards had somehow been modeled after me, leaving them consistently single. Minutes passed, and still, no response came from the group. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, calm and composed. I'll do it. Bai Zhen. 3 simple words hit the air like lightning. Every head snapped up in shock. Bai Zhen stood there, her expression completely unshaken. It was as if she'd just answered a simple question, like, what's for dinner tonight? Wait, Bai Zhen, do you even know the implications of this? Ku Yun exclaimed, trying to stop her. Bai Zhen slightly tilted her head, her eyes clear as water. I know. Mating behavior and its physiological and psychological effects. It's all part of my predetermined research topics. Experimenting may alter one's profession, potentially leading to rewards and increasing our odds of survival. Qi Xiao is an excellent test subject. I am very satisfied. For probably the first time ever, a soft smile spread across her usually stoic face. The room collectively froze. Even I was stunned. When Bai Zhen smiled, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Thief, Xu Mingji mumbled under her breath, staring at the floor. It felt as though something precious had just been stolen from her grasp. Bai Zhen ignored every gaze bearing down on her and walked straight toward me. The campfire crackled quietly in the background. She stopped in front of me, her steps deliberate as the rest of the room held its breath. And then, she leaned up on her toes and kissed me. My brain short-circuited. All the sounds of waves and wind faded away, leaving only the softness against my lips. I even forgot to close my eyes. Bai Zhen pulled away, her face as composed as if she'd just completed a math problem. I researched this topic. Kissing is required before mating. I hope I didn't make a mistake, Qi Bao. She pressed her lips together thoughtfully. It's been preliminarily verified. Lip softness and moisture levels met the expected parameters. Qi Xiao, your delayed reaction indicates a lack of experience, which requires noting. The room immediately erupted. Xu Mingji's eyes went wide, her knuckles turning white as she clenched her fists. Chen Xiaolin's jaw literally dropped. Oh my god, she really did it. Bai Zhen continued calmly. I propose a secondary verification. Saying that, she leaned in again and raised on her toes. Wait just a second. Xu Mingji shot up from her seat. That deeply buried, platonic brotherly bond she had relied on as her pretext, ignited into flames she could no longer suppress. But Bai Zhen didn't even blink. This time, her lips were softer, and she closed her eyes, committing fully to the experiment. After a few seconds, she pulled away again, meeting Xu Mingji's heated gaze. Do you want to join the experiment too? Xu Mingji straightened her back, her face bright red but filled with determination. I do. I want Qi Bao too. The room collectively gasped. Holy crap. No way, did she just say that out loud? Chen Xiaolin, her mouth practically forming in, oh my god. This is real. Actual drama. Ku Yun looked beyond flustered, trapped in her thoughts. Me? My brain might as well have been fried. Who am I? Where am I? Is my bro really saying she wants me? This level of happiness arrived way too fast, and this chaotic battleground was starting to feel a little surreal. Bai Zhen, unfazed, replied. In that case, by order of involvement, you can reserve tomorrow night. I don't want tomorrow night. I want tonight. Right now, Xu Mingji demanded, not budging an inch. Her first kiss might have been taken, but she wasn't about to let anything else slip away. And why is that? Bai Zhen asked, tilting her head again. After a long pause, Xu Mingji finally blurted out. Because I'm Qi Zhao's bro. Brothers stick together. Bro code comes first. Me? The whole room. The campfire crackled, as if confused itself. Baijan hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded seriously. Understood. Tonight, you take the lead, and I'll observe and record. She believed it? Chen Xiaolin struggled to hold back her laughter. Bro code? Haha, Xu Mingji, you're a genius. Even Xu Mingji looked dazed, stunned that her nonsense had been taken so earnestly. Seeing Baijan so serious and ready, she felt uneasy, her own face turning a brighter shade of red. As night deepened, chilled by the wind, the girls started heading inside one by one. Xu Mingji, cheeks still flushed, grabbed my hand in one swift motion and dragged me to a corner. The thatched hut had no lighting. The moonlight served as the only illumination. 50 square meters of space. The girls were sprawled out in various positions, none appearing able to sleep. Half an hour already. Why is Qi Bao's side so silent? Why do you sound expectant? Despite my denial, one of the lying girls turned to face my direction. Oh please, if you're not curious, why'd you shift that way to listen? Cornered, she gave up and admitted cheekily. For immersion. Honestly, I can't help but feel this strange thrill, like an unworthy wife eavesdropping from the wall. It's too quiet, it's suspicious. Xiaoxua might notice. As if on cue, a sudden snore broke the silence, followed by a chorus of intermittent snores. Baijan, lying not far away, gave up her observation efforts in frustration. The lighting just wasn't sufficient. She focused instead on sound, intent on extracting any useful data through her sharpened hearing. Sensing the tension easing in the room, Xu Mingji sat up quietly, took a deep breath, and rolled, a sudden move that left me pinned underneath her. Qi Bao, remember, tonight, I'm in top. Her face, tinted crimson under the moonlight, hovered close. The alluring figure that countless guys daydreamed about was now inches from me. Rather than rush, I teased. Hey, Xiaoxua, since when did you start liking me? Ugh, her whole body shivered. Her face, so red, I thought it might combust as she averted her eyes. But at this point, there wasn't much point denying it. Probably the day I started calling you bro. Her voice was muffled, almost shy. Being bros meant I could openly take liberties with you. I nearly burst out laughing. Of course, this was peak Xu Mingji logic. Feigning a drawl, I teased further. Oh? Then, my dear bro, how do you plan to take the lead tonight? She immediately froze. The words were impulsive, a heat-of-the-moment bluff. Who expected to be called on it? Leaning closer, she hissed in an awkward whisper. Shut up. If you laugh, I'll biddy you. With zero intimidation in her voice, she clumsily nibbled on my shoulder. Ow, I mocked deadpan. It's my first time though, be gentle. It was the last thing she said that night. Across the hut, at least half the snores abruptly vanished. The girls, all feigning sleep, held their breath tightly. Under the ghostly moonlight, the long night dragged on. Somewhere in the corner, an intense battle ensued. Morning sunlight streamed into my eyes, pulling me from sleep. Memories of last night, our brotherly bonding session, still fresh in my mind. Quite the workout it had been. If not for Xu Mingji sobbing and pleading towards the end, it might have lasted longer. Turning my head, I saw Xu Mingji clinging to me like a koala, her cheeks dusted with a satisfied pink hue. Gently brushing her face with my fingers, I left a light kiss on her forehead. She murmured sleepily, nuzzling closer. Feeling her succubus-like aura threatening to kick in, I quickly disengaged. This was definitively morning-appropriate activity. Then, out of nowhere, a robotic voice rang clearly in my head. System notification. Clan leader's blessing has been activated. Congrats. You've obtained the lucky big wheel spin, permanent. You can spin it once daily, with prizes ranked white, blue, purple, and gold. Detected life bonding activity. Participant. Xu Mingji, healer LV1. Career transition to finalize. Choose 1. A. Life priest. Top-tier healing class specializing in undead/poison immunity. B. Demolisher. A walking powerhouse, capable of splitting mountains. My heart jumped in joy. Daily spins. A permanent item. This was the ultimate upgrade, arriving just when I needed it. As for her new class, well, I'd let her decide. Either was a massive boost to her abilities. Rising softly to my feet, I scanned the room. In the gentle morning light, the girls lay scattered in various poses, their fair skin almost dazzling. Something, or rather, someone, caught my attention. The campus belle, Yi Shi, lying on her side, silky black hair framed her face. Even in sleep, her lips curved faintly into what seemed like a sweet dream smile. She had left an impression on me ever since the early school days when she had boldly declared, "Qi Xiao, I hate you. Don't come near me again." From then on, we had kept our distance, like strangers. But as I lingered, reminiscing silently, her lashes fluttered. Slowly, delicately, she woke up, her gaze locking onto mine. What happened next left me utterly stunned. This icy cold campus goddess, normally aloof and untouchable, extended her arms toward me softly, with a nasally, sleepy voice. Qi Bao, hug me. What? I instantly froze. Yishi, hugging me, calling me Qi Bao? Wasn't this the same person who told me to stay away? Seeing no response, she pouted, then repeated, full of gentleness, Qi Bao, pick me up. Before I could even process what was happening, a nearby girl shifted in her sleep and lightly bumped her arm. Just like that. It was as though ice water had been splashed on her dreamy warmth. Snapping back to her usual demeanor, she smiled politely. Apologies, Qi Xiao. I just woke up and was still half asleep. Ignore that. She shifted gears so quickly, but something about her cut-off tone felt off. Deciding not to probe, I merely nodded and turned toward the newly acquired roulette wheel. Behind me, however, a hint of loss flashed across her features. No one else knew, but the class-wide agreement to avoid getting involved with Qi Xiao had been Yi Shi's very suggestion. There'd been plenty of noble excuses, maintaining class harmony, keeping group integrity intact, but the truth was simpler. She was scared. Scared her glances would give too much away. Scared I'd reject her. Scared of seeing me with anyone else. Though she was the belle of the school, admired by all, even Yi Shi could feel insecure. Rather than risk showing her cards, she'd rather keep playing the game. Back to reality, I summoned the wheel. It floated midair, massive and glowing. The text slowly spread across its face. Lucky big wheel spin, permanent. 1 spin per day. Prizes. White, 60%. Blue, 30%. Purple, 9%. Gold, 1%. No guarantees. The sight made my face twitch. 1% chance for gold. And no pity counter. Years of gotcha game trauma resurfaced in an instant. While I pondered whether to spin or not, a light floral scent drifted closer. Before I realized it, a soft weight pressed onto my back. Familiar arms wrapped themselves around my neck. Qi Bao, what are you daydreaming about? Need your sister to help you out? Sighing lightly, I placed her back down, without hesitation, or even a glance. It only took 1 second to deduce. This was Lin Wan, the older sister, not her twin, Lin Lu. Twin sisters. The elder Lin Wan is gentle and the younger Lin Lu is lively. They often switch identities, fooling even their parents. But in front of me, not once have they succeeded. Lin Wan, you're pretending to be Lin Lu again. Lin Wan widened her eyes, puffed her cheeks, and protested loudly. Qi Bao, are you out of your mind? I'm Lin Lu. A soft voice chimed in from nearby. Qi Xiao, are you teasing my sister again? Another girl, identical in appearance but exuding a calm and gentle demeanor, approached with a smile befitting an elder sister. I said nothing, studying her for 2 seconds before suddenly reaching out, pinching her cheek and giving it a playful rub. The gentle elder sister's smile froze instantly. Her eyes sharpened like icy blades. Qi Xiao, what do you think you're doing? I chuckled and ruffled her hair, an action I often did to Lin Lu. Nice try. You'll need another 10 years of practice before you can fool me. The icy tension melted away immediately, replaced by Lin Li's playful grin. You're no fun. Even mom and dad fall for it, but you're never fooled. Lin Wan dropped her facade, a hint of defeat flashing in her gaze. I thought to myself, maybe it's the comforting aura Lin Wan naturally carries that gives it away. Lin Li's attention quickly shifted to the wheel in front of us. What's this? The lucky spin wheel, blessed by the clan leader, I explained. Upon hearing the words, blessed by the clan leader, Lin Li's eyes sparkled mischievously, and she poked at me. Oh Qi Bao, how was the fight last night? Before I could respond, a teasing voice came from behind. Another marathon, huh? Qi Bao, you must have really gone all out. And that succubus's figure? You lucky dog. You even made me feel like a neglected spouse. Impressive. Without restraint, the girls threw playful jabs at me, emboldened by last night's events. I raised my hands in defeat. Ahem. Enough joking around. Take a look at this. I pointed to the spinning wheel. The lucky spin wheel. A spin could win you food. I emphasized the last word. All traces of laughter disappeared. The mere mention of food was like a thunderclap, reverberating through their empty stomachs. After all, they hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since yesterday. Food. Lin Lu leaped up first, her eyes glimmering with hope. Nearby, one of the other girls swallowed hard, her stomach letting out an audible growl. Who's the luckiest? Hurry up. Unlucky ones, step aside. Who's the true lucky one? That would be me, Queen of Luck, Lin Lu. Lin Lu placed her hands on her hips and confidently stepped forward. Back when Stellar Pact launched, 10 pulls got me 3 gold-tier items. Celestial Radiance exclusive event, 10 pulls and I scored 5 legendary heroes. With each declaration, her pitch rose, her confidence shooting through the roof. The room fell silent. Everyone knew. Lin Lu had a history of introducing herself with the preface, "I'm Lin Lu, the legendary lucky queen of 5 golds and 10 pulls. When it comes to luck, you're all amateurs. If anyone here has better luck than me, stand up now. I'll immediately step aside and let you have your moment of glory." No one dared make a sound. Satisfied, Lin Lu nodded. "Since no one can challenge me, I'll take this historical first spin. And if fortune doesn't favor us." She grinned, then dramatically turned to her sister. "Then my dear elder sister and I will trigger another round of the clan leader's blessing for everyone." Lin Wan froze on the spot. The next second, uproar erupted around us. "Lin Lu, you're the best. You promise? If it fails, you'll both offer yourselves to the clan leader again." Twins. Double the joy. "Go Chi Bao, do it. Spin that wheel." A dozen exclamation marks formed over my head as my face twitched in visible irritation. Lin Wan snapped out of her shock. Her cheeks immediately flushed bright red. She quickly stepped forward, giving Lin Lu a light smack on her head. "Lin Lu, stop joking around or I'll seriously spank you." Another round of the clan leader's blessings? That would mean serving Chi Shao together. Lin Lu rubbed her head, turning to meet her elder sister's gaze with a firm and determined expression. "Sis, look into my eyes. Trust me." Her confidence was so infectious, so different from her usual playful demeanor, that Lin Wan couldn't help mumbling a reply. "All right." The words were barely out of her mouth before Lin Wan froze. Wait, what did I just agree to? No, it was supposed to be a joke. But Lin Lu had already puffed out her chest, turning towards me and urging me to proceed with her gaze. This twin telepathy caught me completely off guard. I took a deep breath, shoving aside the messy thoughts threatening to emerge as I looked at the ballet-trained, ethereal twin sisters standing before me. "We have bigger problems right now. Food comes first." "All right, Lin Lu. No more nonsense. You get the first spin." Overjoyed, Lin Lu jumped up and gave me a bear hug. Softness briefly pressed against me before she darted away, standing confidently before the spinning wheel. "Yay. Love you, clan leader." She rubbed her hands together, closing her eyes as if in prayer. "O goddess of fortune, Lin Lu the queen of luck calls upon you. Legendary gold. Legendary gold." Without hesitation, she slapped the start button with lightning speed. Radiant light engulfed the wheel as the pointer spun rapidly. All fell silent in the tiny hut, breaths held. Eyes were glued to the pointer as it gradually slowed. Passing white, blue, purple, it wobbled, inching dangerously close to the massive white segment of the wheel. Inching closer to the thinnest thread of gold. "Gold, gold," someone murmured. Everyone's hearts pounded, lodged in their throats. The pointer trembled like it had a mind of its own. Finally, it crossed the dividing line, barely touching the gold section. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" But the pointer kept going. One moment we wanted it to spin, and in the next, we were praying it would stop. Terrified it would fall into the vast white abyss instead, Lin Wan couldn't help but conjure worst-case scenarios in her mind, her face turning red-hot. At the critical moment, Lin Lu clenched her fist. "Stop," she commanded, her voice booming with authority fit for a queen. Her little fist crashed onto the start button. Bang! My heart skipped a beat. "Please don't break it, you little tyrant." A miracle happened. The pointer jolted to a halt, perfectly positioned on the thin dividing line between gold and white. Air froze. Time stretched into eternity in that single instant. And then, boom, radiant golden light erupted like a sunrise, flooding the entire hut. Gold. The legendary gold reward. Bathed in the dazzling glow, Lin Lu slowly turned around. The shimmering light caught her side profile, bestowing upon her a divine radiance. In that moment, she truly resembled the queen of luck herself. Her lips parted, and she spoke but a single word. "Kneel." We were done. Everyone was done. Even I couldn't resist dropping to my knees. All except Lin Wan, who simply froze in stunned silence. Everyone instinctively dropped to one knee. This wasn't humiliation. It was a visceral act of reverence toward the luck of the blessed, seeking to bask in that extraordinary fortune. Lin Lu cast her gaze across the crowd, her elegant strides bringing her closer. Her eyes finally settled on me. With graceful steps, she stopped in front of me, lowering her gaze just slightly. She extended the very hand that had just delivered a miracle. "Kiss it." One word, simple yet commanding. Her lashes cast fan-shaped shadows under the golden glow. This was the monarch's authority, the embodiment of golden legends, the hand of fortune that had brought hope to the entire tribe. Without hesitation, I supported her cool, delicate hand with mine. Slowly, I lowered my head, brushing my lips ever so lightly against the back of her hand. A fleeting touch. Ceremony complete. Lin Lu withdrew her hand, the solemnity evaporating instantly, replaced with a smug grin. Lin Lu, you're amazing. True royalty. She really is the chosen one. Let me kiss it too. The girls squealed, rushing toward her. Lin Lu clasped her hands behind her back, feigning modesty. Ah, keep it low-key. It's just basic moves, don't get too excited. While the commotion continued, my attention shifted to the golden glow emanating from beneath the roulette wheel. Golden Legendary Rewards. Endless Beverage Dispenser. Produces unlimited purified water and cola. Fortune Compass. Red needle for good fortune, white needle for danger. Detects threats within 1 kilometer and turns black in warning. Can actively reveal fortune once daily. The red needle always points to opportunities. A silver-gray metallic container landed with 2 tubes, 1 silver, 1 red. A palm-sized golden compass hovered, its clear needle rotating slowly atop a Tai Chi diagram. My pulse quickened. Unlimited water, built-in radar, and a treasure guide. Legendary indeed. The name's reputation was well-earned. Bao, what did you pull? Is there food? I'm starving. I raised my voice to address everyone. No food, but we've got something even more vital. I pointed to the metal container. This is the Endless Beverage Dispenser. It produces unlimited purified water and cola. Unlimited water. Cola. Xia Jin stepped up and pressed the silver button. Whoosh, clear, purified water gushed out. It's clean water. Fresh water for real. The girls swarmed in, cupping their hands to drink, their eyes red with emotion. Chen Xiaolin pressed the red button. Hiss, deep brown cola fizzed out, releasing its familiar sweet aroma. She took a big gulp and let out a cry of relief. Ah, amazing. While other survivors were still struggling for a sip of muddy water, we had unlimited drinking privileges. The disparity felt like heaven and earth. Just then, another announcement chimed. White tier reward issued. Basic supply package. A mechanical female voice sounded once more. I froze. Twin notifications. Had the needle landed on the border and triggered both rewards. Double rewards. Was this a system glitch? Overcome with excitement, I swept Lin Lu into my arms as she sipped her drink, spinning half a circle on the spot. Ah. Lin Lu blinked. Bao, are you trying to win me over? Better try winning over my older sister first. Laughing, I set her down. The needle glitched. We got both the golden white tier rewards. Lin Li's grin grew cockier. I am the ultimate lucky charm. I opened the supply chest. Compressed rations X13. Bikinis X15. Lighter X1. Retractable fishing rod X1. I had a hunch. The white supply chest wasn't random. It seemed to reflect the most urgent needs of the group. 13 portions of food for the 13 hungriest people. 15 bikinis for the 15 girls whose sense of modesty outweighed their hunger. A lighter for Molin, who had almost collapsed from exhaustion making fire the night before. As for the fishing rod, I scanned the crowd, my gaze complicated. In a volatile world like this, what kind of person's greatest desire would be fishing? Clearly, only a legendary-level fishing fanatic. Quiet down. I clapped to regain order. Everyone gets one item. Choose what you need the most. The girls lined up to take their pick, silently selecting their most desired item. Soft whispers followed the distribution as many walked away. Thank you, Xiao Shui. Thanks for the chief's grace. Last night's battle was worth it. My face twitched. I couldn't even deny it. These rewards did stem from last night's extensive connection with Xu Mingji. Molin skipped the lighter, opting for rations instead. Her needs had shifted overnight. In the end, only the fishing rod, lighter, and 1 ration remained. Bao, is there any more food? I'm starving. Chen Xiaolin approached, clutching her stomach. Just as her fingers reached for the remaining ration, her eyes caught sight of the fishing rod. Her hand froze midair, her eyes widened dramatically. Hunger gave way to an even stronger passion. A fishing rod. A real fishing rod. Bao, I want the rod. Me. Case closed. So you're the legendary fishing fanatic. But there's no bait. I hesitated to comment. Chen Xiaolin whipped around, deeply offended. Bao, are you questioning the skill set of a true fisherwoman? Worms, bugs, a fisherman makes it work. No excuses, no obstacles, just fishing. Girls, tonight's menu, fish. I'll catch us dinner. Awesome. We're gonna eat fish. Xiaolin, you're amazing. The flames of hope burned brighter in everyone's hearts. The last ration went to the still sleeping Xu Mingji. Half asleep, she mumbled through the haze when I walked in. "Chi Bao, you still want more? Let me rest. My legs are still jelly." My face burned as teasing gazes pierced me from all sides. I swiftly stuffed the ration in her mouth. "MMPH, what did you just stuff in my mouth?" 2 licks revealed it was food, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, food again. As she sobbed softly, nibbling her ration bite by bite, my heart softened. "Chew slowly, don't choke on it. Xiao Shui, the system's offering you a profession switch, 2 options." I quickly outlined the choices of Life Priest and Annihilator. Before Xu Mingji could respond, her chewing slowed dangerously. She was choking. Ku Yun rushed over with a leaf water cup. Only after she gulped it down did sanity return. I feel alive again. That was close." I shook my head. This was so her. She barely hesitated to make her choice. Her eyes sparkled as she declared, "I choose Annihilator. No way I'm just staying in the back throwing heels. I want to stand with you. Anyone who dares mess with you, I'll punch them into orbit." I froze for a moment, feeling surprisingly touched. Confirmed. In an instant, a scorching force surged through her body. The soreness from yesterday vanished like it was never there. "Wow, I feel like I can punch a cow to death." Her excitement made her want to leap up, only for the next moment, her wobbly legs to betray her. Thankfully, the 2 girls on either side of her caught her just in time. Xu Mingji cast me a glance filled with grievance. Her gaze was moist, carrying a hint of flirtation. "This is all your fault, for what you did last night." Me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Tribe 14, a short, stocky boy with a mean expression was roughly grabbing at the trembling girl in his arms. A shifty-eyed guy leaned forward. "Boss Chong, when are we raiding that nest of beauties? The guys are eager and can't wait." Zhang Chong kicked the girl in his arms away. "I told you to send people to scout. Have they found anything yet?" "Boss, we found the house by the shore. Just follow the coastline, and you'll find them." "Good." Zhang Chong's lips twisted into a cruel grin. He had been nothing but a tire repairman. Without that damn rabbit, he wouldn't have had the chance to even glance at gorgeous women for his entire life. But now, he could take all those who once wouldn't even look at him, make them his captives, his playthings. Tell the boys to gear up. Send a few sharp ones to quietly figure out their location and numbers. Zhang Chong licked his lips, greed filling his eyes. "Once we have the info, we move immediately. Snatch all the women and let the brothers enjoy themselves first. Then we'll use them as bargaining chips to recruit strong fighters. On this island, it's fists and women that are the true currency." In his mind, the other tribe only had one capable guy, not even a threat. He had to act before the other tribes and lock down these top-tier resources. I took a deep breath and activated the Prosperity Finder function on the compass. "Start seeking luck." The pointer shifted from colorless to red and began to rotate. However, it didn't point in any specific direction. Instead, it rotated slowly, steadily, and consistently in a continuous circle. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. 5 minutes passed, and the needle continued to trace a perfect circle without any change. I furrowed my brow. The pointer was spinning like crazy, seemingly endless. Was there fortune in every direction? Or was this blasted tool just playing with me? I was inclined to believe the latter. A faint, sweet scent approached, and Bai Zhen quietly sat next to me, her arm resting lightly against mine, cool and soft. "Qi Xiao, what is this?" I roughly explained the Prosperity Finder function, then couldn't help but gripe. "Is it telling me there's fortune in all directions? Or is it just trolling me?" Bai Zhen said nothing, intuitively taking the compass from my hand. Held flat, the needle rotated steadily. Tilted 15 degrees, the needle's rotation slowed slightly. Held upright, the needle stopped. The red pointer pointed straight down to the ground. I froze. It wasn't that there was no fortune, nor was the compass broken. The opportunity was right beneath our feet. I felt like the compass and Bai Zhen had jointly conspired to make a fool out of me. I could only force a strained laugh to save some face. I've just been under a lot of pressure lately. My brain's not functioning. I'm usually not like this, really. Being around smart people is always a bit intimidating." Bai Zhen silently gazed at me, waiting for me to finish, and then leaned in and kissed me softly. "I'm just here for a bit of dopamine." A straightforward, logical, unapologetically brazen statement. I froze, suddenly feeling like a duck at her beck and call. Shaking my head to clear my messy thoughts, I refocused. I immediately called over Xia Jin and a few of the physically stronger girls, explaining that there's treasure beneath our feet. Though surprised, they acted quickly out of trust in both the compass and me. Bit by bit, the soil was dug away. There seems to be something down here. Its color's weird. One of the girls abruptly stopped digging, her voice uncertain. Did we hit a layer of rock? Doesn't look like it. It's too dark in color. Almost looks like fabric. She used a wooden stick to carefully clear some of the dirt. And then, ah! A scream tore through the air. The girls gathered around the pit, peering inside. Underneath the tattered, grimy cloth was a pale, bluish-gray, lifeless limb. Oh my God, is that a body? A dead body? Did we just dig up a grave? Ugh! The stench of decay rose, and a few girls turned pale, retching as they doubled over. My heart sank as I quickly stepped forward and leaned into the pit to get a closer look. The half-buried face in the dirt had its lips grotesquely split into a grin, dark red blood clinging between its teeth. Like a zombie. Less than 3 days remained until the zombie crisis, the rabbit had declared. Could it be that the crisis wasn't descending upon us from above, but rather lying dormant underground the entire time, waiting to strike? A chill crawled up my spine. If we hadn't found this today, everyone would be focused on defending the uphill route. These buried neighbors would have become the deadliest backdoor threat. Everyone stepped back. I barked in a low voice, my expression cold as I leapt into the pit. With a thought, a broken sword materialized in my hands, its blade glowing faintly with a silvery sheen. This spatial blade, my exclusive weapon as a spatial wielder. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, I aimed at the corpse's head and brought the sword down hard. A flash of silver light. Crunch. Successfully killed LV.1 zombie, dormant state. Experience gained, 50 points. It really was a zombie, and it was still in a dormant state. Overwhelming relief quickly turned to intense exhilaration. If we hadn't stumbled across this, it would have been a ticking time bomb. But now that we'd unearthed it, it was nothing more than a windfall of experience points. Leveling up ahead of everyone else wouldn't just help us survive the zombie crisis. It would make bartering much more advantageous too. A grin tugged at the corners of my lips. Xiaojin, this is what the zombies will look like in 3 days. There's likely a lot more of them underground. Xiaojin glanced between the decapitated, bizarre corpse in the pit and me standing over it, silver blade in hand and eyes sharp. A mix of emotions washed over her. As one of the few rare combat classes in the group, she had felt an inescapable weight on her heart ever since learning about the zombie crisis. She wasn't afraid of dealing with people. She was no stranger to the bloodshed of gang conflicts. But this time, for the first time, facing a relentless, unyielding horde, she felt fear. Instinctive chill. Her disability made her survival nearly impossible in the face of the zombie horde. But now, using the most brutal yet effective method, I tore an opening in what seemed like a dead end. She shot me a deep look, loosening her grip on the knife. Turning around, her voice regained its cool composure. Everyone, stop what you're doing and gather immediately. Bring any digging tools you can find. Before long, everyone in the camp had assembled. I climbed out of the pit and closed my eyes to focus. Divination couldn't be used today, but after personally killing zombies, I developed some sensitivity to the dead, still spatial ripples. Spatial awareness swept like radar below my feet. I opened my eyes and pointed in several directions. There, behind the house, and underground as well. The number's larger than I thought. The girls turned pale again. Dig them out and pile them together. I'll have use for them, I ordered. Xiaojin led the team, splitting into groups to start digging. I stood there, my gaze sweeping toward the forest outskirts, locking onto 2 strange pulses of energy. Elsewhere, Lei Ji, isn't the boss your cousin? Why'd he send us into this mosquito-infested hellhole? Xiao Er grumbled with reluctance. Their mission was to locate our camp's position. You don't get it. This is a golden opportunity. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, a greedy smirk spreading across his face. Once we find where those chicks are staying, no rush to report back just yet. Snag a couple who've strayed too far, and out here in the wilderness, you can do whatever you want with them. Xiao Er's eyes lit up. You're brilliant, Lei Ji. Meanwhile, at a clearing in the forest, Lin Lu and Mo Lan were foraging for food together. Mo Lan had awakened as a chef and could identify edible mushrooms and wild fruits. Mo Lanjia, Lin Lu scooted closer. You were a big influencer back in the day, right? You must have seen countless good-looking guys, like grains of sand in the desert. In terms of looks, have you ever met someone who could beat my Qibao? Mo Lan paused, her expression shifting into a professional smile. On camera, 3 layers of foundation, 5 layers of filters, followed by 100 rounds of photo editing. Even a pig can look like a goddess. This profession's all about selling illusions. Wow. Lin Lu stroked her chin in contemplation. That means someone like Qibao, who's 100% natural, is a rare gem, huh? Of course, which is why 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 he's such a perfect tribal leader. She almost slipped and quickly corrected herself, blushing furiously. Mo Lan's lips curved into a grin, just as she was about to respond. Rustle, rustle, dash. The underbrush shuddered. Xiao Er emerged. Well, if it isn't the big-time influencer Mo Lan. TSK, just as gorgeous in person. His lecherous gaze swept over the two of them. Jackpot. Grabbing Lin Lu by the hand, Mo Lan bolted. But a second later, Zhang Lei blocked their escape route. Where do you think you're going? Didn't think I'd get this lucky, to find two mermaids just on a scouting trip. Xiao Er, after I'm done, I'll let you have a turn. They made it clear. In their eyes, the women were nothing but possessions. Don't do anything rash, Mo Lan said, her heart sinking to the pit of her stomach. Surrounded on both sides, there was no way out. Once upon a time, she'd dealt with endless harassment, but society still held the invisible shield of law around her. Now, that shield was gone. Mo Langia, the wooden talisman. Lin Lu reminded her. Before setting out, I'd given them each a small wooden charm with markings to crush in emergencies. Mo Lan made the call instantly, taking out the charm and snapping it with force. Where I stood, digging zombies, my face darkened immediately. A spatial mark had been broken. Mo Lan was in trouble. Xiaojin, something happened to Mo Lan and Lin Lu. I'm going to back them up. The words barely left my mouth before my eyes shut, immediately attuning to the remaining charm's presence. In the forest, don't waste your energy. Be obedient, and you'll avoid a beating, Zhang Lei taunted, his hand trembling with excitement as he eyed Mo Lan's stunned yet stunning face. For months, he could only fantasize about such women behind a screen. Now, one stood right in front of him. Xiao Er rubbed his hands, practically drooling. Lei Ji, even the younger one's a real gem. Mo Lan backed up against a tree, shielding Lin Lu tightly behind her. She clenched a wooden stick so hard that her knuckles whitened. Despair crept up on her like icy water, ready to drown her. At the exact moment Zhang Lei's lecherous hand was about to touch her shoulder, the space beside her twisted unpredictably. I appeared like a specter. My back was to the two girls, my gaze locked on Zhang Lei, filled with murderous intent. Zhang Lei's hand froze midair, his smirk solidifying into fear. He hadn't even seen how I got there. Xiao Er staggered backward. Lag, what just happened? Glancing back at Mo Lan and Lin Lu to confirm they were unhurt, I exhaled in relief. Qibao, Lin Lu cried out and threw herself at me, voice shaking with sobs. Mo Lan wobbled, the weight of relief finally crashing down on her. Who the hell are you? Where the hell did you come from? Zhang Lei shouted. He suddenly remembered that their camp only had one man, which reignited his courage. Reaching for a bone knife tucked in his waistband, he said, So what if you're here? That pathetic village of yours is as good as gone. Join us, and we might even let you have one of the chicks, assuming you know to show some respect. I moved. No warning. No wasted words. My kick slammed into his chest with unrelenting force. Zhang Lei staggered back a dozen steps, clutching at the sharp pain radiating from his ribs. This strength, this speed, he's awakened a rare combat profession. Damn it, what a sneak attack. Xiao Er, kill him, Zhang Lei barked. Xiao Er was still processing the scene, but the consequences were clear, hesitate, and death awaited either way. Zhang Lei and his cousin, Zhang Chong, were cruel and unforgiving. So Xiao Er grabbed a rock and charged at me with a battle cry. I didn't even look at him. A single motion, my left hand shot out, clamping down on his wrist like a vice. Snap. The sound of bones dislocating was stomach-turning. Let go. Let go, Xiao Er howled. The rock fell from his grip as his wrist twisted at a grotesque angle. I had no sympathy for the man whatsoever. My right hand curled into a punch, connecting with his jaw. The scream died instantly. Blood dripped from his teeth as his body crumpled to the ground. Zhang Lei seized the opportunity and scrambled into the dense forest. This guy's a monster. There's no way I can win. I've got to warn my cousin Zhang Chong. He's a rare combat awakener and ruthless through and through. By the time I turned back, Zhang Lei was long gone. I let out a cold laugh. Run? Let's see how far you can go. I crouched near Xiao Er, leaving a spatial mark on him. Then spat out a single word, ice cold. Scram. Xiao Er didn't need to be told twice. Grateful to still be breathing, he limped away as fast as he could. As I turned back, Lin Lu flung herself into my arms, crying loudly. You were amazing, Qibao, she sobbed, overwhelmed. Mo Lan slid to the ground, sitting limply as the adrenaline drained from her system. It's over, she whispered. Thank you. If I hadn't arrived in time, I couldn't even imagine the consequences. I'm the chief, it's my duty. Let's return to the tribe. On the way back, Xia Jin arrived with her group. It's already taken care of, I said simply. Xia Jin didn't ask further, but that sense of frustration weighed heavily on her. In this cursed place, her pride in her skills, decision-making, and leadership always lagged a step behind me. It was like a thorn pierced deep into her heart. Night. By the cliff. I suddenly spoke. I'm heading to the 14th tribe tonight. Xia Jin, you're in charge of the tribe. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Negotiations? In a place like this, negotiating is suicide. I shook my head, speaking slowly, word by word. This isn't negotiation. I'm going to wipe out the 14th tribe. Xia Jin's pupils contracted. What did you just say? Alone? Tonight? Qi Shao, have you lost your mind? The opposition had 30 people, the home field advantage, and rare classes. This wasn't confidence. It was a death wish. I spoke coldly. The 14th tribe has already declared war in the world chat. If we don't act, we die. They sent scouts today. What about next time? Wait until they come in full force after learning our weaknesses. Xia Jin understood. Showing weakness here was the same as inviting death. But she couldn't stop me. Half an hour later, a pile of zombie corpses lay in front of the cabin. Ku Yun activated the experience amplifier, its glow merging into me. I drew the spatial blade, taking out one enemy after the next. Congratulations. Level up to LV2, LV3, LV4. Strength, speed, reflexes, all increased. My spatial awareness range expanded significantly. By the campfire, the girls sat chatting and laughing. Bai Zhen sneaked up to me, staring into my face. You're planning something high-risk again, aren't you? I froze. Why do you say that? Your micro-expressions and pupil response pattern matched the time when you acted solo, 76.3% match. I didn't deny it. Yes, but it's a high priority. Her eyes dimmed momentarily. The sample must be safely returned. Don't delay the experiment you promised me yesterday. I smiled. I'll keep my promise. She rose on her toes, gave me a soft kiss. I don't want to lose my source of dopamine. Awkward but straightforward, her concern was obvious. As I looked at her and the distant, playful Xu Mingji, my resolve to erase the 14th tribe solidified. I want to go with you, Xia Jin said, stepping out from behind with her blade. I was silent for a moment. The tribe needs you here. I know, but these past 2 days, I've been nothing but a decoration, doing nothing. The pain of her wounded pride flickered in her crimson eyes. You're not just a decoration. I need you to hold the tribe. She gritted her teeth. Fine. She handed me 5 throwing knives. Only had enough iron to forge these 5. I couldn't hide the excitement in my eyes. These would pair perfectly with my spatial markings. Thank you. Xia Jin averted her eyes. Come back alive. Otherwise, these knives would be a waste. I gave the girls by the campfire one last glance, then disappeared into the forest. Girls, praise me. Dinner's a feast tonight, big, fat, fish. Chen Xiaolin emerged from the woods, carrying 5 flailing fish. Where's Qi Bao? Tell him to call me Sister Xiaolin, and I'll share the meatiest one with him. Xia Jin's posture stiffened before speaking calmly. He had something urgent to take care of and left ahead. Well, save some for the chief. The island's communication channel flooded with messages. Trading food. The 14th tribe moves fast. The 21st tribe lost 10 people. Suddenly, 01 tribe declares war on the 14th tribe. Anyone harboring ill will against us will face the fate of tomorrow's 14th tribe. 01 tribe declares war on the 14th tribe. 01 tribe declares war on the 14th tribe. Xia Jin relentlessly spammed the channel, only for the system message to pop up. Due to spamming, 01 tribe, Xia Jin, is muted for 10 minutes. Mockery came flooding in immediately. Huh, isn't it a tribe full of chicks? The only guy there. Bet he's a softie. What were you declaring war with? Smothering Zhangchang with your boobs? 09 tribe welcomes the beauties, but the guy can stay out to fight. I love watching pretty girls cry. No one took it seriously. It looked like mere desperation in the face of doom. Xia Jin closed the chat window. Laugh all you want. Now, it's your turn, Qi Shao. Meanwhile, my sense of the tracking mark on Little Two kept moving. Having been let go, with no other options, he could only return to his tribe. 14th tribe's camp. Central straw hut. Zhang Chang lounged boldly on a stone chair, staring at a pale-faced Zhang Lei. Inside the hut, Zhang Lei licked his dry lips, deliberately raising his voice. Bro, that tribe of babes has just one man, but he's creepy as hell. The two of us barely scouted their location when that guy came out of nowhere without a single sound. He's definitely got a rare class. Total sneak attack. He almost caved my chest in. Beside him, Sharp Nose frowned. Lazy? You sure he can go invisible? Isn't that just an exaggeration? Shut the hell up. Zhang Lei snapped. I saw it with my own eyes. It was like he teleported. And his strength is insane. The dozen men in the hut weren't scared. Instead, excitement sparked among them. So what if he's got a rare class? Isn't Boss Chong wolf form too? Let's just charge over and snag those chicks. Then kill the dude and feed him to the chickens. Zhang Chong raised his hand, and the room fell silent. My brother's my own to deal with. But if an outsider dares touch him, it'll be paid for in blood. His gravelly voice rasped like sandpaper on stone. This is personal. The whole island needs to learn what happens when you mess with the 14th tribe. Boss Chong, you're awesome. Eat up and rest well. At midnight, Lei Zi leads the way. We ambush them directly. I'm ripping that pretty boy's head off to use as a soccer ball. Yes, Boss Chong. At the same time, Little Two had just returned to the tribe. Seeing the familiar straw huts, he finally felt relief. Yet little did he know, a spatial mark now adorned his back. I'd already teleported in, but I didn't strike, yet. A moving marker was far too valuable. The moment Little Two entered the hut, the real predator had already taken his position. I was perched silently in the branches of an ancient tree, 50 meters out. After reaching LV4, my sensory radius had expanded to 150 meters. The terrain and sentry positions formed a flawless mental map. 4 sentries, southeast, northeast, southwest. North section 1. Deal with them first. I drew a throwing knife from my side. First target, southeast. The guy sat under a tree fiddling with a bone knife, his eyelids drooping, boredom written all over his face. My wrist flicked sharply, sending the knife flying. Whoosh. The knife didn't strike him directly, but thudded into the tree branch a meter above his head. Thunk. A spatial marker was instantly established. The sentry looked up, seeing nothing in the darkness. The next moment, I vanished into thin air 50 meters away and reappeared on the branch above him. Short-range spatial blinking, pinpoint accurate. Just as he felt the slight disturbance of air above, a cold hand clamped over his mouth and nose. The spatial blade sliced through the side of his neck effortlessly, as if cutting through butter. His body slumped, lifeless, and I laid him down silently. First target, eliminated. The second knife found itself lodged into the back of a rock near the northeastern sentry. Blink, slice, clear. The third, northwest. Another clean kill. Fourth, southwest. This sentry was a bit more alert. He whipped his head around at the sound of rustling bushes. Who's there? Before the words had fully left his lips, I stepped out of the shadow behind him, blade glinting. The spatial blade thrust upward, piercing his heart from behind and shredding it. For sentries, all eliminated, without so much as a whisper. The entire operation left the 14 tribe none the wiser. Just then, 2 staggering figures emerged from the hut, swaying drunkenly. Damn, that river water really makes you piss a lot. Hurry it up, Big Bro Chong says we've got work later tonight. Completely unsuspecting, they turned to walk back after finishing their business. A gleam of cold steel flashed in the night. I swept through the shadows like a ghost from their blind spot. 2 swift slashes, 1 jugular each. 7 down. Silent, efficient. Inside the straw hut, Sharp-Nosed let out a troubled grunt, frowning. Boss Chong, those 2 who went out to take a piss still aren't back. And it's eerily quiet outside. Zhang Chong opened his eyes, tilting his head slightly to listen. Even the most diligent of sentries should make some noise now and then. You go check the southeast. One of his underlings grabbed a torch and stepped out into the night. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong moved to the doorway himself, a beast-like wariness creeping into his expression. Time ticked by, and that underling never returned. Southeast was only 30 or 40 meters away. If he were hurt, he could have crawled back by now. Zhang Chong's face turned grim. Arm up. All of you, get out with me. There's something out there. His men filed out, spreading to search the surrounding area. Northeast is clear. Southwest is clear, but there's blood here. In the bushes, there's a body. The last voice trembled with fear. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. 20 battle-hardened men, the supposed overlords of this island, now reduced to cowards as 7 of them were silently butchered like livestock. Who's out there? Show yourself. Quit hiding like a rat. Zhang Chong's roar cut through the silence, but no response came from the darkness. You're forcing my hand. Damn it, you're forcing me. A guttural growl rumbled from his throat. Rah! Bones cracked and popped. Zhang Chong's body visibly swelled and elongated, a layer of gray-black fur erupting across his skin. Within seconds, Zhang Chong was gone. Standing in his place was a hulking, half-human, half-wolf abomination. A rare combat class, lycanthropy. Strength, speed, defense, and heightened senses all surged to terrifying levels. The trade-off? a savage bloodlust, and significantly lowered reasoning. Huff, huff. His glowing green slit pupils scanned his terrified subordinates, punctuated by a threat-filled snarl. And then, he suddenly froze. His predatory gaze whipped towards the depths of the forest. That faint trace of unfamiliar human scent, mingled with the unmistakable tang of fresh blood. His sharpened sense of smell honed in on it. Found you. The mangled words seeped with predatory intent. Ruorar. Zhang Chong howled and charged straight in my direction. My pupils contracted. Damn it. Alikin's heightened senses are too precise, and he's way faster than I'd estimated. I can't outrun him without relying on the markers. The distance between us shrank in the blink of an eye. 10 meters, now 5. I flung my right hand outward, another knife spinning through the air, not towards Zhang Chong, but towards a tree trunk 20 meters away. The moment the blade sank into the wood, my figure vanished. Roar! Zhang Chong clawed through the afterimage I'd left behind. His emerald eyes scanned the area instantly, locking onto me 20 meters away. You won't escape. He lunged again. I wasn't even properly grounded before my gaze quickly assessed the situation on the battlefield. The remaining 12 underlings were closing in from either side. I couldn't let them surround me. With a flick of my left hand, another knife tore through the air, embedding itself in the throat of a small fry up ahead to my right. My mind shot to the marker I'd planted on the edge of the straw hut. Blink. I materialized as the knife silenced its victim, my new position dodging Zhang Chong's raging swipe. His claws tore the ground into a trench behind me. Roar! Forded twice, Zhang Chong roared, standing upright in a fit of rage. The unlucky subordinates blocking his path bore the brunt of his fury. Out of my way, trash. Boss, no. The scream was cut short as one was torn clean in half mid-waist. Another death. I launched another knife, this time piercing the eye socket of a spear-wielding grunt. Blink. I flickered to a position behind the bushes. Free down. But the pressure only mounted. Zhang Chong's beastly instincts sharpened with his escalating anger. He was beginning to pinpoint my movements based on the ripple of spatial energy left behind after each blink. Several close calls later, he finally preempted my action. As I exited a blink, he spun mid-stride, lunging right as I materialized. Too close. No time to blink again. Screw it. Channeling every ounce of level 4 strength into my right arm, I drove the spatial blade straight at his chest. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. I'd hit his chest, but landed as if stabbing steel. What the hell? I can't break through his defense. Ruhr, enraged further by the pain, he swiped backhanded at my face. No room to dodge. Blink. I dissolved into shadows at the last second, but his claws had already grazed my left shoulder. Blood sprayed as 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes tore across my flesh. Staggering 20 meters away, I landed, face pale from the loss of blood. Zhang Chong's claws struck the ground where I'd been, leaving a crater. But in that instant, his beastly intuition clicked. His eyes snapped to the trembling knife embedded lightly in a nearby tree trunk. The same blade humming with the energy he loathed. Then, chain reactions. He traced back the patterns. Every spot I'd blinked to had these damned weapons nearby. It's these. Rather than continue chasing me, he whipped around and slashed the tree in one motion. Crack. The trunk splintered, sending the knife flying as its marker dissolved completely. Shit, he figured it out. The rest of the chase became a nightmare. Each time I blinked, he missed but immediately sought out and destroyed any marked knives in the vicinity. Desperately, I tried to keep up, looking for a way to recover the advantage. No chance to make it in time. 5 throwing knives, for destroyed. Every preset marking point, wiped clean. I'm in a desperate situation. Almost all my teleportation coordinates are obliterated, leaving me no room to maneuver. Blood flows relentlessly, my stamina and mental energy depleting at breakneck speed. Zhang Chong lunged at me again. I couldn't break through his defense. My coordinates are destroyed. I'm utterly exhausted. No matter how I calculated, I couldn't see any chance of victory. Am I really going to die here? No. My gaze swept across the battlefield. On the ground, a few still clung to life. Experience points. I'm so close to leveling up to LV5. If I level up and unlock a new skill, this could be my turning point. And the only way I can instantly reach those precious XP bundles is through the faint imprint I had initially left on Xiao Air. I'd almost forgotten about it. At this moment, he's pretending to be dead among a heap of corpses. I've got to take the gamble. I focused all my remaining mental energy on that faint imprint. Teleport. The moment I finished the transfer, I gritted my teeth against the pain, slicing the space blade cleanly through the throats of 2 dying enemies. Killed LV1 enemy, plus 50 experience points. Killed LV1 enemy, plus 50 experience points. Congratulations. You've leveled up to LV5. All attributes significantly enhanced. New skill unlocked. Spatial/beginner. Raw power surged through my body in an instant. A more profound, domineering spatial force began coalescing in my palm. Roar! Zhang Chong sensed death closing in. He bolted toward me at full speed, my back turned to him. It was now or never. I neither dodged nor blocked. Slowly, I raised my hand, drawing a curve in midair. Spatial slash. No explosion, no flash of light, just the crystalline sound of crack, like shattered glass. A distinct silver line formed between his eyebrows, running vertically downward. His entire wolf form body split neatly into two halves. The chief of Tribe 14, Zhang Chong, instant kill. An eerie silence fell over the air. The remaining 3 members of Tribe 14 stared at me as if they were looking at death incarnate. They turned and scrambled madly into the forest. I wobbled my way into the thatched hut. 10 girls huddled in the corner. You're free now. I turned and began walking home. The hunt was over. Outside the thatched hut, the bonfire had long burned out. Xia Jin crouched alone by the wooden door, refusing any offers to take over her watch. He'd been gone for how long? 3 hours? 4? Every single minute felt like a lifetime. Could he really make it back alive? Suddenly, she jolted the island channel. It could display the surviving numbers for each tribe. Quickly, she summoned the interface, locking her eyes onto Tribe 14's section. The next second, her breath caught entirely. Surviving members, 13. 13. She remembered clearly. Tribe 14 had at least 20 men. How could their numbers have been slashed in half in just a few hours? Her emotions surged between terror and elation. Qi Xiao did it. He actually did it. He wasn't just annoying them. He was culling them. Her hand trembled as she turned to look at another number. Tribe 01. 30. Not one missing. Phew. She exhaled the long-held breath of hers at last. The unchanging number likely meant Qi Xiao was safe, right? But what if he was gravely injured, nearly dying, and the number hadn't updated yet? Her eyes glued nervously to the 30, dreading the moment it might change to 29. Because of this, she didn't notice the heavy footsteps coming up the hill, until a rough, weak voice called out. Xia Jin. She jerked, leaping to her feet. The long blade on her lap clattered to the ground. Help me up. She looked up sharply. Under the moonlight, a figure was limping toward her, one unsteady step at a time. It was Qi Xiao. His body was stained with dark smudges. A gruesome tear on his left shoulder revealed folded skin and flesh, ghastly to behold. Xia Jin's throat tightened, unable to form words. That man who was always so composed, always capable of working miracles, at this moment, was dragging his bloodied body, staggering his way toward her. Her body moved faster than her mind, rushing to support him in just a few steps. Her voice trembled. She had countless questions swirling in her head, but didn't want him to spend a single ounce of his energy answering them. Each step together, she took with utmost care. Let me stay by the door for a bit. I want to feel the sea breeze. I am so tired. If I walked into that hut, the girls inside would swarm me, and Xu Mingji might even start crying. But right now, I just wanted to rest in silence. Okay. Gently, she eased me down, letting me rest my head on her warm lap. At last, I released the final vestige of tension in my body, sinking completely into her care. A moment later, I nodded faintly and uttered 3 words. It's done. Xia Jin shook violently. She immediately tilted her head back, drawing a deep, slow breath before exhaling. Their chief? She asked in a near whisper. I blinked, opened my eyes, and let a trace of my sharpness return. Strong, but dead. She asked nothing else. The reduction of over half of Tribe 14's members and the death of their leader. The implications were clear. Tell Baijin her samples are intact. Tribe 14 had some resources. I left marks. Before I could finish my sentence, my voice cut off mid-word. Xia Jin's heart skipped a beat. After confirming I had merely fallen asleep, she sighed deeply with relief. A tear, scalding hot, rolled down her cheek. She whispered softly, Mom, I'm sorry, but I've shed tears for a man again. Still, she knew she couldn't let Qi Xiao's sacrifices go to waste. By daybreak, when the island's channel discovered Tribe 14's state, all hell would break loose. Taking advantage of the night, she had to consolidate everything he had risked his life for. She would raid Tribe 14 and seize all their resources. Gently laying my head down, she turned to the hut. She woke the girl with medical training to tend to me, then gathered a team and prepared to move out. Although I hadn't finished speaking, she knew. Along the way, I'd left behind markers. Passing by Baijin's spot, she paused briefly, murmuring, Samples intact. Island chat channel. Jackal, Tribe 09 yo, it's sunrise. Hey, Tribe 01 heroines, had a good sleep? Keyboard Warrior, Tribe 07 at Xiaojin, you there? Why don't you come out and take a walk? Keyboard Warrior, Tribe 07, let the boys see if your ass is too swollen to walk, or if Tribe 14's bros treated you so well you can't get out of bed. Comic Relief, Tribe 07, it's still not too late to surrender now. Oh, Speculator A, Tribe 09 at Tribe 01, publicly apologize immediately. Perhaps you'll still have a chance of leniency. Mockery, ridicule, and schadenfreude filled the morning. No one noticed that Tribe 14 was down to 13 members. Summer Jean, Tribe 01 at Tribe 09, Tribe 07. This is your final warning. If you don't shut up, you'll be the next Tribe 14. Wolf, oh no, I'm so scared. LOL. Keyboard Warrior, the next Tribe 14? Who do you think you are? The Joker. The people from Tribe 14 haven't said a word since last night, have they? The channel froze for a moment. Indeed, from the moment the declaration of war began, Tribe 14 hadn't said a single word. Given their usual arrogant and overbearing behavior, they should have been ranting threats in the chat by now. Something wasn't right. Right. Keyboard Warrior, at Tribe 14, brothers, what's going on with you guys? Darcy, Tribe 03 looks like they're down to 13 people now. Silence. Almost simultaneously, everyone opened the stats for Tribe 14. 13. Icy and glaring. Their eyes quickly shifted to Tribe 01. 30. One tribe dropping from 30 members to 13, a reduction of more than half. The other war-declaring tribe, still complete with 30 members. What could this mean? Did Tribe 01 awaken some kind of god-tier class? The previously boastful Tribes 09 and 07 now seemed like someone had strangled them by the throat. The next Tribe 14? Summer Jin's warning echoed in everyone's ears. Keyboard Warrior. No way. It's definitely a bug. Speculator A. All of them showing 13? That can't be a bug. Wolf. Maybe they ate something bad or ran into a beast horde. They were panicking. But the reality before them was so inexplicable that they instinctively refused to accept it. Darcy. We're not far from Tribe 14. I can go check it out. Keyboard Warrior. Thank you, Brother Darcy. Please be quick. The channel went dead with anticipation. Everyone held their breath. Time crawled past, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, Darcy, image uploaded. No extra text. Everyone clicked on the image. At the center of the frame, hell, in front of the straw huts lay a pile of twisted, overlapping corpses. Some with eyes wide open, forever frozen in terror. Some curled on the ground. Beneath them, large patches of dried blood. The number of bodies far exceeded the 13 people Tribe 14 supposedly had left. Many were unrecognizable. But what chilled every soul wasn't just the bodies. It was the largest straw hut. On its outer wall, painted in dark, sticky, still-drying blood, two massive numbers. 01. Summer Jean had painted them there last night. The photo was decisive and brutal, leaving no room for doubt. Keyboard Warrior. The Joker. Wolf. Speculator A. From then on, the channel saw no more mockery directed at Tribe 01. Those who hadn't joined in the taunts inwardly celebrated their restraint. The tribes that had jeered, however, started shaking with fear. The first to jump out and apologize was Tribe 07's leader, Wang Kuei. It was a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. On behalf of my tribe, I sincerely apologized to Tribe 01. Then Tribe 09's leader quickly caved. Poor supervision on my part. Those who spoke out of line will be severely punished. Summer Jean watched coldly. Apologize? Last night, when your tribe screamed at us like rabid dogs, where were the tribe leaders? Now your knees buckle at the sight of the bodies from Tribe 14? Do you really think a few light words can brush this off? Dream on. Summer Jean named her price directly. Summer Jean, at Tribes 07 and 930 stones, 10 hides, and 20 food portions each. You have 10 minutes to decide. If you refuse, I wouldn't mind painting another number on the wall. The channel erupted in sharp gasps. 30 stones were almost half a day's production. But staring at the photo of corpse-strewn hell, neither tribe leader dared refuse. Deal. We'll deliver every last piece. Summer Jean dropped one final comment, by 1 p.m., and closed the interface. Through bloodshed and iron will, Tribe 01's ferocious reputation echoed across the entire island. At noon, I awoke with a sharp pain in my left shoulder. Opening my eyes, a delicate face nearly touched my nose. Baizhun. Sample awakened. Vital signs stable. Her tone was devoid of emotion. I froze. Last night, I'd promised to help with her experiment, but I'd ghosted her. I opened my mouth to explain, only for her to cut me off. You unilaterally delayed the experiment. Then, using a leaf as a makeshift cup, she brought water to my lips. No need to apologize. Your activities last night were highly productive, so the delay is justifiable. The more logical she sounded, the more guilty I felt. How can I make up for it? She tilted her head, thinking for a few moments. We'll complete the experiment we missed last night. She glanced at my shoulder. Your left arm is limited. You can remain lying on your back, and I'll take the lead from above. My brain crashed instantly. Now, in broad daylight, with the door half open, what if one of the girls walked in? My carefully crafted, dependable image would be ruined, just as cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Qi Xiao, you're awake. Lin Lu burst through the door. Seeing me awake, she cheered. Let me go get everyone. And off she ran, fast as the wind. As I sighed in relief, Bai Zhen leaned in closer. Her soft, cool lips pressed precisely onto mine. My brain buzzed. She didn't care if she was caught by dozens of girls. The kiss ended, and her tone remained calm. Kiss complete. Moving to the next step. Wait. My voice cracked. Frantically, I grabbed at excuses. An experiment like this has to be conducted at peak physical condition. I haven't recovered yet, so the data won't be accurate. Very seriously, she nodded, agreed. Deferred. I let out a shaky breath. Seconds later, Shumingji entered with a group of girls trailing behind her. Qi Bao, you scared us to death. Her eyes were red. She looked like she wanted to hit me, but couldn't bring herself to do it. I tried sitting up, but my hand landed on something soft with a surprising amount of give. I froze. Was that a bed? Where did this come from? Lin Lu looked away, clearly dodging eye contact. Well, my luck was terrible today. Only managed to pull a blue quality one. Bad luck. This bed was a treasure. Chen Xiaolin slung an arm around my neck, smirking mischievously. So, Chief, are your eyes shining yet? Now you won't need to worry about, certain activities. Just don't wear out poor Xiaoxue, okay? Shumingji immediately turned beet red. Everyone out. Let Qi Xiao rest. Xiajin's cool, calm voice cut through the noisy chatter. The girls stuck out their tongues playfully and retreated. The two of them told me everything that had happened from last night to this morning. Adding the supplies from Tribe 14, we'll have enough to upgrade the house, one said. I nodded seriously. Thank you for your hard work. The tribe is stable because of you. Xiajin's crimson eyes flashed briefly. Save the pleasantries. What level are you at? I could feel the surging power coursing through me, reaching level 6 just last night. Level 6. What? Xiajin's usually composed expression finally cracked. Her rare class, Berserker, had only just reached level 3, and yet, I was already level 6. For someone competitive like her, I could see the desire for power igniting in her eyes. At the same time, I began calculating in my mind. The chieftain's grace ability could convert classes. What would happen if it further bonded with her rare class? Could her class evolve? Awaken new abilities? Perhaps it was a shortcut to significantly increase our combat power. The afternoon sunlight shone brightly as I pushed the door open, rolling my left shoulder. Thankfully, Zhang Chang's claw attack had only grazed me, leaving surface injuries. Thanks to my level 6 physique and the girl's careful care, I was recovering quickly. Qi Bao, Shu Mingji darted toward me with a soft grace. There were faint dark circles under her eyes. She clearly hadn't slept well last night. I patted her head. I'm fine now. In the sunlight, nearly 30 girls were dressed in beast hide outfits we had acquired from other tribes. The crude hide tube tops and short skirts accentuated their youthful figures. Xiajin walked up. We've got all the materials ready. We're just waiting on you. I stepped into the clearing, surveying everyone around. This is the first home we've built in this world. Today, let's make it stronger. Confirm upgrade from straw hut to sturdy wooden house. Confirm. In an instant, wood and stone floated into the air, reinforced seamlessly by an invisible force. The thatch roof transformed into solid wooden beams, the walls reinforced with stone, windows appeared, and even a fireplace was constructed. Within minutes, an entirely new wooden house stood proudly in its place. House upgrade complete. Sturdy wooden house, LV.2. Can withstand strong wind, rain, and common wild animal attacks. Unlocks fireplace. Cheers erupted from the girls as they rushed inside their new home. It's so spacious. There are windows. We can make hot soup now. It finally feels like a real home. Inside, the house was dry, warm, and bright. The girls no longer needed to huddle together to sleep. With the fireplace installed, they could now cook meals, and the warmth and light inside promised cozy nights. For the first time, it really felt like Aome. Just as we were celebrating, Chen Xiaolin came running back from the direction of the coast, drenched from head to toe. Her hair and beast hide were dripping wet. Qi Bao, Girls, I'm BA, what the heck? The moment she saw the brand new wooden house, her voice broke. The fish in her hands nearly slipped to the ground. She gawked at the house, running halfway around it in shock, before remembering her urgent news. A huge storm is coming, she exclaimed. The sky went pitch black out of nowhere. As soon as she spoke, "Ooh!" The wind howled violently, howling like an unseen beast. Rain as large as bean-sized drops came pelting down. But the new wooden house, with its sturdy roof and reinforced walls, didn't let a drop through. Had we still been in the old straw hut, cold winds would have slashed through every crack, and rain would have soaked everything inside. The girls would have been left trembling in the corners, drenched and miserable. But now, they stood comfortably inside the snug, sealed wooden house. Listening to the storm rage outside, warmed by the fireplace, they were safe. Meanwhile, the island's public communication channel was flooded with panicked messages. What the hell? What kind of weather is this? The thatch roof's leaking everywhere. Being in these straw huts is no better than being outside. I'm freezing to my bones. We can't stay here. I need to find a cave. The entire island was in chaos. But not us. As the storm lashed out, our cliffside wooden house stood peaceful and warm. The girls sat in small groups, chatting, laughing, grilling mushrooms, and roasting fish. For them, the bad weather had pressed the pause button on survival pressures. But only for our tribe. For others, this storm was a disaster on an unforgiving island. Teacher Kuyun's gaze settled on me as I sat by the window, sitting alone. She adjusted her beast hide wrap slightly, though its coarse texture didn't hide her graceful figure. She approached naturally and sat beside me. "Gee," she said softly, "thank you. For everything." She was thanking me for giving everyone this precious safety, for stepping up and taking on the heaviest burdens when her world had been upended. I withdrew my gaze from the storm outside. "Ms. Ku, everyone in the class is doing their part. There's no need to thank me." The role of teacher was both her armor and her restraint. This new, chaotic world, the collapse of familiar order, was something she hadn't fully adapted to yet. What do you think of me?" she asked, leaning her head slightly toward me. Her lips curled upward, though it seemed tinged with self-deprecation. When women ask that kind of question, there's often a hidden hope in their hearts. My eyes wandered to her. In the firelight, her beast hide wrap outlined her mature curves. Below, her legs were tucked modestly against each other, her knees round, her calves sleek. I didn't reply with words. Instead, I stretched my arm around her waist and pulled her into a firm embrace. "Ah!" Her soft gasp escaped before she tumbled unwillingly into my arms. She felt the warmth of my hand against her back, and where it shouldn't be. "Ji Xiao, you." Her hands pressed against my chest, as though resisting. "I'm your teacher." Her words sounded less like a warning to me and more like a reminder to herself. "If you reject me now, I'll never overstep this line again," I murmured. I didn't play games with half-hearted refusals. I was giving her the power to decide. Push me away, and we'd return to just being teacher and student. But if she didn't, she would be allowing everything that followed. Her eyes trembled closed, lashes quivering furiously. She hadn't expected me to be so bold when she'd only meant to test the waters. Would I truly never cross the line again if she pushed away now? Give me a little more time before crossing that final step, okay? Her hands relaxed, losing their resistance, and lay softly against my chest. She surrendered, leaning against me for support. "All right, Ms. Ku," I rumbled in a low voice. Looking at the graceful woman nestled in my arms, known once for her poise and composure, a hunter's grin spread across my face. Outside, muddy rivers cascaded down the hill, carrying away rocks and branches. The heavy rain eroded an unremarkable mound, revealing something buried beneath. As the mud fell away, something started to emerge. A faint wisp of black hair first appeared, then a pale forehead, shut eyes, a sculpted nose, and bloodless lips. The face of an unearthly beauty, tightly knit. Lock, taking such a massive risk to come out, the compass pointing straight here. And this is what I find? Just a letdown? I stared at the compass, my heart sinking. The memory of it pointing to a zombie's feet last time, an embarrassing wild goose chase, was still vivid. Could it be wrong again? Could it be pointing to something that wasn't supplies after all? "Search harder," I said firmly, suppressing the unease. Following the needle's direction, I lifted my gaze, focusing on a twisted ancient tree. Under the distorted rain and eerie light, I activated spatial awareness, straining to see clearly. Finally, I pierced through the disguise. A woman, strikingly gorgeous in a battered white gown, leaning against the tree trunk, skin pale as death. Internally, I cursed. What the hell? I risked my life out here in the storm, dragging Xia Jin along to chase this miracle opportunity the compass led us to. and it's pointing to a woman. What would I even tell the tribe? Xu Mingji, Kuyun, the others, they'd have a field day with this. Risked his life, shoulders still not healed, went into the rain, and came back with a goddess on his arm. The thought alone made me break out in a cold sweat. The woman stirred, her silver, star-like eyes flitting toward the compass in my hand. So it's because of that. She dropped her concealment entirely. Who's there? Xia Jin was sharp as ever, her blade already drawn and aimed at the woman. Barbarian, the woman asked, her tone calm but effortlessly stripping away Xia Jin's defenses. Xia Jin and I exchanged a glance, feeling a heavy weight settle in our stomachs. This lady was not ordinary. The way she looked at us, detached, like a human sizing up ants. I thought fast. If the compass pointed to her, there must be something valuable about her. Stand down, Xia Jin, I ordered. Guard the area while I talk to her alone. Though her brows furrowed deeply, Xia Jin eventually eased her stance, lowering her blade. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, forcing a calm smile. Hey, beautiful. What? Xia Jin's face snapped toward me, her blood-red eyes wide open in disbelief. Are you insane? Her furious expression screamed. This woman, this clearly dangerous creature, and you're actually flirting? Meanwhile, the mysterious woman blinked her ethereal violet eyes, a faint flicker of amusement crossing her gaze. Being called beautiful by a speck of an existence. Hilarious. You're quite bold, she mused softly. You found me. Now what's your intention? Her voice was no longer hoarse, but smooth and clear. Momentarily, I was stumped. Now what? The original plan was to find a supply crate, haul it back, and call it a day. But now, haul her back to the tribe? Stealing myself, I cleared my throat. So, do you have any treasures? Like shielding equipment or something defensive? No. Blueprints? Skill books, maybe. Also no. You've got to have something, right? I asked weakly, exasperated. She lowered her gaze, glancing down at herself. The battered, rain-soaked white gown clung to her like a second skin. A single white robe, she replied indifferently. I followed her gaze to the robe and sighed. It wasn't much, but at least it was something. I shot a glance back at Xia Jin, still tense in her guard position, and lowered my voice. Would you mind if I took it? The words felt absolutely shameless as soon as they left my mouth. Intrigue flickered through her violet eyes, like a cat toying with a curious, reckless mouse. Do as you wish, she said flatly, arms falling limply to her sides. My pulse quickened, and I cautiously moved closer. The nearer I got, the more her seemingly inhuman beauty overwhelmed me, ethereal like she'd been crafted with divine precision. My fingertips brushed against her rain-slicked, delicate skin. Soft. Warm. Too warm. My brain short-circuited completely. Brave little insect, aren't you? She said, still not angry. Unbelievable. The SSS tier tribal leaders blessing Miss V been working overtime. Even a boss-level entity like her felt no disgust for me. For anyone who recognized her, they'd be speechless. She wasn't just a boss, she was a catastrophe-level boss. Historically, humans in her presence only ever had two options, run or beg for mercy. And here I was, taking liberties. Oops. Lost control there. I stammered, apologizing without moving away. What more do you want? She asked, her voice deceptively flat, tinged with intrigue. Meeting her gaze, a sudden thought occurred to me. Then, impulsively, I went for it. I leaned in, closer and closer, and stole a kiss. Her body froze. When I pulled away, the silence was electric. She showed no trace of anger. Instead, she smiled. Since I came into existence, she said with soft amusement, you're the first to dare treat me like that. Her strength stirred. Violet lightning sparked at her fingertips, brimming with annihilative energy that hovered dangerously close to my throat. And yet, she let it disperse. Oddly enough, I can't bring myself to dislike you. Relieved but also emboldened, I smirked. You think I'd let myself be intimidated? In a split second, I leaned forward again, claiming her lips deeper this time. Her pupils constricted as the purple electricity crackled wildly, just barely held back. Then, gradually, it fizzled out. When the kiss broke, she only looked at me with cat-like indulgence. Enjoy yourself? Sure did. I instinctively answered, unthinking. Her gaze intensified, studying me like a shiny new toy. What's your name? Chi Xiao. And yours? Calamity, she said. Li. If you live long enough to crawl back to me next time, maybe I'll show you something more entertaining, she teased, her voice laced with playful malice. Without warning, her form dissolved into rainwater, disappearing completely. The moment she vanished, my facade crumbled, and cold sweat drenched my back. Had she been even remotely inclined to kill me, I'd be long dead. We need to leave. Now. I barked, grabbing Xiaojin's wrist. The storm hadn't let up as we started back. The cold, stinging rain blurred my vision as I muttered under my breath. If fate's gonna tease me, might as well toss me a damned supply crate, right? I still had a lab session with Baijin tonight. Her deadpan face appeared in my mind, and my ears felt inexplicably warm. Would she still look ice cold even while handling experiments on survivors? Qi Xiao, Xiaojin interrupted, dragging me back to reality. What? Her piercing gaze felt almost too focused. What were you just thinking? My mind raced. There was no way I'd admit to thinking about Baizhan of all people. Instantly shifting gears, I straightened my expression to something serious. Once tomorrow's over, the zombies will fully awaken for this cycle. I was strategizing our defense, distribution, patrols, minimizing casualties for the tribe. I replied earnestly, even adding a sigh for effect. Xiaojin's eyes stayed on me, her expression unreadable. Rainwater trailed down her dark hair, running along her neck. This man, still worrying about others with everything going on. She finally broke eye contact, her voice softening. Let's at least get back safely first. We'll plan together then. Of course, I said quickly, relieved at dodging a bullet. As we navigated past a mud-soaked slope, Xiaojin suddenly froze. Qi Xiao over there. She pointed subtly. Following her line of sight, I spotted it, a half-buried gray-blue crate wedged among rocks. The faint emblem of a rabbit was barely visible. An actual crate? My exhaustion evaporated in an instant. While Xiaojin covered our surroundings, I rushed forward toward yet another discovery. Pry open the latch. With a crisp click, the lid of the box popped open. Inside, two neatly arranged items lay. I opened the first one. Is this a transparent bed curtain? The fabric was semi-transparent, giving a vague outline but obscuring the details. Xiaojin leaned in closer, raising an eyebrow. They're giving us bed curtains. In a place like this. Let's look at the other item. Opening it revealed a blueprint. Blueprint for automatic temperature-regulating heated bathtub. Required materials: stone X10, wood X10. Note: even in survival mode, enjoy a good soak. We exchanged a look, both equally baffled. Transparent bed curtain and an automated bathtub. Seems like the system just threw in some random stuff, Xiaojin remarked. Well, at least they're useful. The bed curtain gives some privacy. I chuckled helplessly, shaking my head as I stored both items into my inventory panel. Let's take them back. Better than coming back empty-handed. We continued on our way, heading toward a faint yellow glow near the cliffside. Qi Bao, Sister Xiaojin, you're finally back. The moment we entered, the girls swarmed toward the door. Their faces were full of worry and lingering fear. You scared us to death. Qi Xiao, your injuries just healed. Why take such a risk? Ku Yun pushed to the front, carefully inspecting me to ensure there were no new wounds. Only when she confirmed everything was okay did she let out a sigh of relief. Inside, the fireplace was brightly burning, making the place warm and dry. Well, did you find the box? Xu Mingji asked eagerly. The room fell silent as everyone's gaze drilled into me. I glanced at Xiaojin. She looked right back at me, and her eyes practically said, "You explain it yourself." Clearing my throat, I summoned the inventory panel. Out came a pile of semi-transparent white fabric in my hand. Is this the bed curtain, the transparent one? Ku Yun, being the quickest to react, grabbed it and unfolded it. The room fell into an awkward silence. The girls stared at the fabric, then at the large bed, and their thoughts clearly wandered, connecting the dots to that experimental hypothesis with Baizhan. Their expressions turned colorful, some faces blushed, while others broke into mischievous grins. Their knowing looks made me feel the weight of the implied meaning pressed down on my scalp. And there's this too. Trying to change the subject, I quickly pulled out the second item, the blueprint for the bathtub. If there was tension a moment before, it vanished in an instant. The girls' eyes lit up, cheers erupted. A bathtub, an auto-heating bathtub, in a heartbeat. Joy overwhelmed all traces of earlier awkwardness. Oh my gosh, finally hot baths. Xu Mingji literally jumped in excitement. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. No more shivering at the freezing beach, scrubbing ourselves with icy cold seawater. Yishi's cheeks flushed as she shyly remarked. But if we bathe in the house, Qi Bao might see. Chen Xiaolin, however, dismissed it without hesitation. Who cares? At this point, we've all been seen by him already. Nothing to hide. Xu Mingji muttered under her breath. Same for me. The others roared with laughter as her face turned a deep red. Ku Yun, the ever-diplomatic teacher, intervened to ease any embarrassment. Well, anyone worried can just bathe when Qi Bao's not around. Lin Lu, always the sharp one, suddenly chimed in. But Qi Bao, when Ario planning to bathe? You're absolutely covered in mud right now. The entire room froze for a second. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing. Every pair of eyes snapped toward the source, Chen Xiaolin. Her mouth hung open, her gaze fixed shamelessly on me, as her face turned beet red, not from modesty, but from the embarrassment of being caught. I didn't mean to say it. It's just reflex. I mean, come on, it's Qi Bao bathing. One by one, the other girls voiced their opinions, with no regard for decorum. We don't mind. Qi Bao, you got caught in the rain and need to wash up first. Suddenly, I understood what it felt like to be a lamb surrounded by predators. I glanced at Kiyun for help, but she pretended not to notice. Making one last attempt to wriggle free, I said, but the bathtub needs 10 wood and 10 stone to build. Materials are tight, so let's save it for later. At that, Chen Xiaolin sprang to her feet. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll collect materials, even if it's pouring rain. Lin Lu jumped right in, not to be outdone. Me too. It's worth it for a hot bath. Qi Bao risks his life for our safety, and we can't even make sure he gets a proper bath. Agreed. At this point, I knew I was defeated. Throwing up my hands, I gave up. In her excitement, Chen Xiaolin let something slip. We can finally see Qi Bao shower. 1 second of utter silence. The entire room turned once more to stare at her. Feigning innocence, Chen Xiaolin looked away. What? I didn't say anything serious. You must have misheard. I seized the chance to counterattack. Clearly someone has ulterior motives. We might need to reconsider this plan. Lin Lu batted her eyes innocently. Who, me? I didn't hear anything. Must have been the wind. Another girl chimed in. Qi Bao, you're imagining things. Hurry up and take a bath before you catch a cold. Seriously? Fine. I gave in. The bathtub materialized in a flash of light. White and pristine, it was big enough for 2 people. Long live our leader. The girls cheered joyously. Things moved quickly from there. Chen Xiaolin filled the tub with water and started heating it. Lin Lu elbowed me playfully. The water's ready. What are you waiting for? Facing the wall, I drew a deep breath to steel myself. And just then, Chen Xiaolin said, Qi Bao, want me to help you undress? The collective sharp intake of breath could have sucked all the oxygen out of the room. Turning bright red, I stripped as fast as I could and stepped into the bath. The girls sat around the fireplace, pretending to chat, though everyone subtly glanced my way. Except for Chen Xiaolin, who blatantly dragged a log to sit directly in front of the bathtub, chin propped in her hands as she openly admired me. Chen Xiaolin, stop staring. Qi Bao, I'm just zoning out. But Lin Lu soon joined her and stared openly too. Chen Xiaolin even started critiquing. Those muscles though, Qi Bao, you've got such perfect definition. Turn around and wash your back. With black lines practically etched onto my face, I hurriedly rinsed, then sank fully into the warm water. Despite the chaos, the sensation of soaking in a hot bath on a stormy night was pure bliss, down to my very bones. But when I opened my eyes, there was Chen Xiaolin standing right by the edge of the bathtub, staring down at me from above. Startled, I recoiled. What are you doing? Qi Bao, I'm just appreciating fine art. There was no reasoning with her. Privacy was clearly a concept beyond her grasp. Wrapping myself swiftly in animal pelts, I fled back to the fireplace. Moments later, Xia Jin silently walked toward the tub, casually untying her own animal pelt as if no one else existed in the room. Tall and lean, her figure was all clean lines and feminine strength, from shoulders to waist without a hint of extra flesh. Beads of water slid down glossy skin, strikingly elegant. She didn't look at anyone, not until she sank into the tub's warmth. Only then did her eyes flicker toward the fireplace, locking onto me briefly. Rain hammered on outside. I pulled up the island's group chat. When's this cursed rain gonna stop? My straw hut turned into a leaky waterfall shack. I opened a box and got nothing but stockings. Darn rabbits trolling us. You think that's bad? I got postpartum care for sows. What am I supposed to do with that? A laugh escaped me. Suddenly, our bathtub blueprint seemed like a jackpot win. Just then, Baijan quietly sat down beside me. Ready for tonight's experiment? Suppressing the tension rising in my chest, I nodded. Ready. Baijan was different, special to me. That day when the tribe leader granted me his blessing, she was the very first to step forward and break the ice. The first step is always unforgettable. There are still a few hours until nightfall. Chen Xiaolin stepped into the bathtub, intending to take off her beast pelt, but then abruptly stopped. She turned her head to smile at me, her eyes arching like crescent moons. Qi Bao, hand me that clean beast pelt over there. It's right next to you. I picked up the beast pelt and walked over. Just as I got close, with a flick, Chen Xiaolin untied her beast pelt and turned on the shower. Warm water cascaded down her body, shimmering under the firelight. Her wheat-toned skin was firm and smooth, with droplets of water sliding elegantly from her collarbone down to her waist. "So, what do you think?" She even turned around playfully. "Here's a little treat for you." I froze. Any normal man would find it impossible to look away. But after just a few seconds, she was the one who couldn't hold it together. Her smug grin froze, and her cheeks quickly flushed crimson. "Don't stare so much. You're making me shy." She crouched down instantly, burying her face in her knees. Snapping back to my senses, I muttered in irritation. "Weren't you the one who told me to look?" "WL, you don't have to look so seriously." She peeked out with two gleaming eyes, her ears red as could be. From near the fireplace, the sound of the other girl's muffled giggles echoed. Did Xiaolin just mess up big time? Serves her right. She's always teasing Qi Bao anyway. I shook my head and went back to sit by the fireplace. The atmosphere grew noticeably lighter. However, no one noticed. In the shadows, the campus queen, Yi Shi, sat quietly alone. The faint smile on her face made it seem like she was merely resting. But the nails of the hands resting on her knees were deeply digging into her palms. As she watched Baizhen naturally gravitate toward me, a weight pressed heavily on her chest. The thought of that cold and indifferent girl possessing my knight just a few hours from now, while she herself could only listen from the side. Bitterness surged within her. She was envious of Baizhen, jealous of Xu Mingji. But more than anything, she loathed that version of herself, the one who hadn't spoken up that day. Even if time turned back, she knew she'd make the same choice again. What she despised most of all was her own cowardice. Now, she truly had no idea what to do anymore. Night descended. After finishing her bath, Baizhen slowly parted the curtains around the bed. The experimental environment is ready. Under the moonlight, her skin looked so pale it was almost translucent. Outside the bed curtains, the other girls held their breaths as they tried to eavesdrop. "Sure, keep it down." Baizhen leaned closer, her lips barely an inch from mine, then paused suddenly. "Qi Xiao, your heart rate is at 110 beats per minute, with a temperature increase of 0.8 degrees Celsius." Looking at her calmly analyzing me, and with her warm breath brushing against my skin, it was impossible to stay composed. "In the advanced stages, your heart rate will definitely surpass mine," I replied truthfully. Surprisingly, Baizhen smiled at my words. "This experiment seems very intriguing." And then, she gently kissed me. "From here on, you're the experienced one. You'll take the lead. I'm looking forward to it." I looked at her clear eyes and asked something that had always puzzled me. "What kind of experimental subject am I to you?" Baizhen placed her hand over my chest, feeling my heartbeat, and answered calmly. "You're the only one who meets all my criteria. Unique, irreplaceable. This experiment can only be conducted with you." In her eyes, for the first time, I saw a glimmer of possessiveness. The rain subsided. I opened my eyes. In the crook of my arm was a comforting weight, soft warmth pressed against my side. Baizhen was curled up like a cat next to me, peacefully asleep with a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. What happened during the advanced stages last night? That memory was vivid as ever. That rational, unyielding facade of hers shattered completely, leaving only raw instinct. That primal version of Baizhen was something only I had witnessed. But hold on. There was a smooth, slightly cool leg draped across my waist. Wait a minute. Baizhen's curled up over there. So whose leg is this? I turned my head and froze. Xu Mingji was splayed out like a starfish. The twin sisters Lin Lu and Lin Wan had somehow stacked themselves, using one another as pillows. The girls had all piled onto the bed together in utter disarray. Well then, after the experiment, did they all sneak in one by one? I chuckled with a hint of exasperation. Today was our final day. Tomorrow, the zombie apocalypse would begin. We needed to prepare as much as possible in these remaining few hours. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed. Tribal leader's blessing activated. Item obtained. Defensive boundary stone. Effect: permanently upgrades the level of any building or structure. Detected life bonding activity. Participants: Baizhen, Farmer LV1. Baizhen has gained access to a class evolution opportunity. A. Weaver of Laws. Unique, become the embodiment of the rules themselves. B. Lord of Abundance. Rare, sow anything, and it will grow. A defensive boundary stone. My heart raced. Our wooden cabin, which was practically defenseless against zombies, could become as strong as a stone house, or even a steel fortress. This stone could ensure our home's defenses would stay 1 or 2 years ahead. Its value was incalculable. And then, there were the two class options. Weaver of Laws. The word unique spoke for itself. Lord of Abundance. Plant wheat, grow wheat. Plant herbs, grow herbs. But what if you planted a gun? Or a chunk of ore? Either choice could lead to a massive boost for our tribe. I gently woke Baijan. Her eyes fluttered open, cheeks still faintly pink, her hands instinctively pressing on her abdomen before she quickly regained focus. Morning. How'd the experiment go last night? Dopamine and endorphin levels far exceeded thresholds. There's potential for creating a strong physiological and psychological dependency. During certain stages, loss of physical control is evident. Key symptoms include uncontrollable vocalizations and intense panting. Listening to her analytical report delivered so matter-of-factly, I couldn't help but find it adorable. I explained the two career paths to her. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought for a moment. I'll pick Weaver of Laws. Light enveloped her body. Weaver of Laws. Ability 1. Bypass rules. Chance to bypass a single rule. Ability 2. Control mass. Temporarily modify an object's mass. Next, I woke Xu Mingji and the combat-oriented girls. Tomorrow was zombie day. They'd be the frontline fighters. Rubbing her eyes, Xu Mingji groaned. Qi Bao, what now? Time to test your skills. Tomorrow, you'll be face-to-face with zombies. The mere mention of zombies made every girl instantly tense. Just days ago, they had been carefree college students. Now, they were preparing to fight for their lives. When we made it down to the forest, I was surprised to find Xiajin already up and training. With her crimson longblade, she effortlessly slashed at tree trunks as thick as a bowl, leaving streaks of blood-red afterimages. I explained to them, as basic warriors. Try cutting these trees, the instructor said. A few girls drew their long swords. Over the past 2 days, whenever Xiajin had spare time, she would coach them. The girls cheered each other on, letting out a delicate shout. Horizontal slash. With a flash of blade, wood chips flew through the air. The sword struck deep into the trunks, nearly halfway through. The girls burst into excitement, jumping around. I'm a berserker. The fiercer the battle, the stronger I get, one boasted. But as strength grows, sanity slips away bit by bit, another added. Xiajin approached a much thicker tree, her gaze calm. Without using any abilities, she casually swung her sword. The tree was sliced cleanly in half at waist height and toppled over slowly. A collective intake of breath could be heard. This was the power of a rare class. What would typically require skills for ordinary fighters, Xiajin achieved effortlessly. Xiajin is so cool, the girls exclaimed in awe. I motioned for Xu Mingji to step forward. I'm a destroyer. Strength is my main thing. And, well, my body can take it, she said with a determined breath, striking an awkward boxing pose. Hey up, she punched the tree. With a resounding boom, the tree split in the middle, the top half crashing to the ground. I'm amazing, Xu Mingji declared smugly, nodding at her own handiwork. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiajin's eyes. If she were to face Xu Mingji in a duel, what were her odds of winning? Mingji, when did you get this strong? Clan leader's blessing switched my class to a rare one. Jealous, aren't you? Xu grinned. The other girls looked at Xu Mingji with newfound admiration glowing in their eyes. Quietly, Baijan approached a massive boulder. Under their stunned gazes, she lifted it with one hand effortlessly. My starting skill is mass control, she said simply, tossing the boulder towards a tree. The moment the boulder made contact with the tree, its mass multiplied several times over. Boom! The tree was forcibly smashed apart, pinned under the enormous rock. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Inside, I couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Laws of the Weaver, I thought, terrifyingly powerful. On the open cliffside, the sound of clashing weapons filled the air. The girls were sparring, paired off in groups, battling fiercely. Too slow. Zombies won't wait for you to strike a pose. Xiajin barked, her arms crossed as she sharply observed the training from the sidelines. Her crimson eyes reflected her strictness, aimed at improving their survival chances. Standing near the cliff's edge with Baijan, I looked down the single slope leading to our location. Using the natural terrain, our defense efficiency equals 317% of a flat battlefield, I said. That's exactly why I chose this spot as our base. Others have to defend all directions, but here, we only need to guard one. Have you finalized the plan? Xiajin asked, approaching with the others. I pointed down the mountainside, outlining 3 layers of defense. First line, forward scout and strike zone. I've marked key choke points in the lower forest with Baijan's calculations. Once the fight starts, I'll periodically teleport to relay intel. I looked straight at Xiajin and the others. If the zombie horde isn't too overwhelming, we go on the offensive, 3-person strike teams. I'll provide spatial markers for intel, and we'll eliminate targets surgically. Xiajin's crimson eyes gleamed with predatory excitement, the corner of her lips curling up. No, that sounds fun. Taking them out one by one from the shadows beats waiting for them at the gates. Second line, tree barrier. I drew their attention to the slope's base. We'll transplant a massive number of trees there, overlapping them to create wooden barricades. Gaps will be filled with planks, forming a solid wall. We'll leave one opening to funnel the zombies. This way, they can't overwhelm us with numbers. All we have to do then, I continued, is concentrate all our firepower straight ahead. Xia Jin nodded in approval. Focusing fire while minimizing defensive exposure. It's the key to defeating overwhelming numbers. Third line, mid-slope layered blockades. I gestured downwards again. If the horde gets too large, we retreat to the top of the slope and use rolling boulders and logs for crowd control. Lastly, our wooden cabin serves as the final bastion. I scanned every face around me. But listen carefully. Our ultimate goal is not to cower and survive. Our main focus early on is to turn them into your experience points. Zombies might very well be the weakest enemies we'll face in the future. We must seize this chance and use them as our stepping stones. Zombie Slayer. Chen Xiaolan's eyes lit up. Yeah, let's wipe them out, Xu Mingji said, rallying her courage. The other girl's eyes burned with determination. The difference between waiting for death and taking the offensive was night and day. But, Qi Xiao, Kuyun raised her hand hesitantly, glancing at the steep slope. Isn't it kind of impossible to finish all this in one day? Under normal circumstances, yes, I admitted, smiling as I turned to Baijan. But with Baijan's mass control, anything's possible if we work smartly. With a clear division of roles and Xia Jin's efficient leadership, the group threw themselves into fortifying the defenses. Every drop of sweat now was an investment in waking up safely tomorrow at sunrise. While the others worked, I casually opened the group chat channel. Tribe 03, we can't survive alone. Once again, we strongly advocate forming a survivor alliance. Tribe 03, we've already teamed up with several other tribes to establish joint defenses and upgrade our homes to wooden cabins. Tribe 03, unity is strength. DM us if interested. This Tribe 03 seemed somewhat capable of organizing. Their alliance proposition might sound appealing amidst collective despair. But naturally, the channel was noisy with mixed reactions. Why would I trust your alliance? Maybe you just want to conquer us. I'm thinking of joining. Should I DM you? Sharing resources? Who decides who fights and who sits safe? Sounds shady. The chat was always dominated by doubt and division. After all, alliances meant trust and shared risk, but also centralized power and compromise. I had no intention of joining any alliance. I wasn't about to entrust the lives of my girls to strangers. My only reason for opening the chat was to drop intel and stir chaos. Qi Xiao, friendly reminder, there's a massive zombie horde buried under your feet. When the time comes, they will rise. The channel exploded instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Fear-mongering. Wait a sec. You mean the tribe that crushed Tribe 14? Explain. What's your source for this information? I didn't bother responding. Whether they believed it or not didn't concern me. Releasing this information wasn't charity, it was strategy. Distracted tribes would divert zombie attention, reducing the chance of my team being targeted directly. Soon enough, the confirmation started rolling in. It's true. We're detecting movement underneath. Zombies are here. Thanks, Tribe 01, for the warning. My apologies, misjudged you earlier. The tone shifted from insults to gratitude in seconds. I closed the chat deliberately and went back to reinforcing our defenses. At that same moment, deep within a mountain cave on the island, Li, a being of devastation, sat meditating. Her translucent pale skin was shrouded in a faint purple aura. Eyes closed, her awareness stretched across the cavern and outward. Beneath her feet, her minions began to awaken. A slight, cold smile tugged at her lips until it froze. Her eyes snapped open, glowing violet with alarm. Gazing in other directions of the island, she could sense several ancient energies stirring after a long slumber. Even you all have been awakened. She rose and walked to the cave's entrance, looking towards the cliff, where that audacious insect had dared to provoke her. Interesting. Will you become the first dust to be crushed, or pebbles that create ripples? She resumed her seated posture, the violet glow around her intensifying. Recovery required time. This drama had only just begun. The night was falling, and the defenses were almost complete. Exhausted, the girls sprawled out in the house, taking a moment to catch their breath before midnight. Qibao, Xu Mingji, at some point, had snuck over to my side. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hair clung to her sweat-dampened neck. After transitioning to her new role as a destroyer, her physical strength had surged. 2 days in, she was eager to prove something. This time, She wasn't going to be the one who couldn't stand. Are you free now? I was stunned for a moment. Xiaoxue, what's up? Shouldn't you be resting? She was flustered. It's important. A big deal. Her raised voice drew the attention of the other girls nearby. Her face reddened even further, and she abruptly grabbed my wrist, dragging me outside. Come with me. Outside. It's dark. What's going on? I was puzzled and stood my ground. Xu Mingji gritted her teeth. This blockhead. This insensible blockhead. A bold thought struck her as she pressed my hand against her thigh. The smooth, firm curve under the beast hide seared into my palm. My mind went blank. What an idiot I had just been. Without hesitation, I gripped her wrist, my gaze serious. I get it now. You definitely have something urgent. With that, I pulled her up and led her out of the door, while a few of the other girls, still awake, watched in disbelief. Did they just? Lin Li's wide eyes blinked. Shoo. Chen Xiaolin smirked mischievously. Don't intrude. Go to sleep already. Teacher Ku Yun, watching us leave, found her feelings complicated. Almost 30 and inexperienced, her curiosity was sharper than anyone else's. The events of these recent nights had been an overwhelming experience for her, far more so than for the younger girls. Behind a boulder. You've gotten bold just now, haven't you? I teased. I was just in a hurry. Whatever courage she'd mustered earlier had long fled. Her voice trembled slightly. In a hurry? A hurry to test your charm, or for me to heal some kind of ailment? Leaning against the boulder, her breaths grew uneven. Both. She shut her eyes, whispering her confession as though giving up. I chuckled softly, saying no more. The battle commenced. Back in the house. Why isn't the chief back yet? It's been an hour. Lin Lu muttered towards the door. Lin Lu, you don't get it. Chen Xiaolin moved closer, smirking knowingly. With Qi Bao's stamina? An hour's only a warm-up. Hearing this, Teacher Ku Yun's cheeks burned as she reflexively crossed her legs. Lin Lu thought to herself, lasting so long would be unbearable for her. 2 hours later, the door creaked open. I entered first, unnervingly calm. Trailing behind me, Xu Mingji's face flushed crimson as she quietly made her way to a corner. Barely seated, an explosion of excitement from the other girls surrounded her. Xiaoxue, you're back? Why's your face so red? Did you catch a fever? Spill everything. Xu Mingji, nearly at her wit's end, snapped back. We just exercised. What kind of exercise? Spill it. Left with no options, she finally retorted. You nosy little hooligans. If you want to know, ask Qi Bao yourself. Dead silence followed, because the only one brave enough to ask outright was Chen Xiaolin. At this moment, among the quieted group, even Lin Lu timidly asked in her naive voice. Xiaoxue, you really went for 2 hours? Aren't you tired? Doesn't it hurt? Her innocence was a perfect hit, leaving even Chen Xiaolin stunned into silence. All eyes turned on Xu Mingji in unison. Facing their sincere, unabashed curiosity, she was speechless. She hesitated for a moment, then stammered. Well, at first, it was a bit, but after that, it was pretty enjoyable. Pretty what? See, comfortable. She muttered so softly that it was almost inaudible. What? We didn't catch that. Say it again. Comfortable. The words sparked a subtle blush among the group, leaving them exchanging knowing glances. Though movies had shown them plenty, hearing it firsthand from someone they knew was an entirely different sensation. Ahem. Teacher Ku Yun stepped forward, wielding her teacherly authority. All right, that's enough. Stop crowding around Xiaoxue. She needs to rest, and the rest of you should conserve your energy for the night ahead. Reluctantly, the girls dispersed. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the Wheel of Fortune. Lin Lu hadn't done her daily spin yet. Lin Lu, what luck did you draw today? Jolted from her thoughts, Lin Li's gaze darted away as her face flushed slightly. I forgot, I wasn't upset. We'd all been on edge throughout the day. Giving her tousled hair a gentle pat, I said, go on. Give it a spin. Yes, Chief. At the mention of the lottery, Lin Lu perked up immediately, bouncing to the wheel with excitement. Standing on her tiptoes, she clasped her hands together in a little ritual chant. Bless the heavens, let me land a golden legend. Click. She pressed the button. The pointer spun rapidly, slowing until it ticked into place with a snap. Right in the small purple section, the second rarest prize. Purple. It's purple. Lin Lu practically jumped for joy. It wasn't quite the golden jackpot, but it was close enough. A brilliant violet glow emerged, materializing midair. 10 sleek, well-crafted crossbows floated, their matte metal bodies etched with ancient runes. Each was paired with 3 glinting bolts. A glowing screen detailed their specs. Eternal Servitude crossbows, set X10. Quality, rare, purple. Special feature, bolt recovery, Fired bolts that remain intact will disassemble and reassemble in the quiver within 10 seconds. Comes with 3 rechargeable bolts per crossbow, with a 10-second recovery interval. Effective range, 200 meters, up to 150 meters with precise trajectory. High projectile speed, excellent penetration, optimal against unarmored or lightly armored targets. Built-in assisted cocking mechanism. Inscription: though arrows depart without finality, they return sharper still. I was stunned. A near-infinite ammo capacity ranged weapon in a defense battle. Its value was immeasurable. At a stable 200-meter range, zombies could be cut down before even cresting the hill. 10 crossbows, enough to equip a full-range squad. In my excitement, I stepped forward, pulling Lin Lu into a spontaneous embrace. Eek! She squeaked in surprise. Subconsciously, her arms circled around my neck. The masculine scent mixed with sweat and a faint trace of blood hit me head-on. Her small face instantly flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. I waved my hand. So, what reward do you want? As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Anything, really? Lin Li's voice carried a teasing undertone. I pinched her cheek gently. As long as I can do it. Then, I'll think about it. Her cheeks turned even redder as she shyly darted away. I turned to face the group of girls. All right, now pick 10 people to form a crossbow squad. No need for sharpshooters, but you must be calm, steady-handed, and able to follow commands. A brief silence followed before the girls raised their hands one after another. Me? I've got sharp eyesight. Clan leader. I play CS all the time. I'm a pro. Me. They call me Mom in online FPS games. Before long, 10 girls, including Chun Xiaolin and Yi Shi, were selected. The crossbows have automatic bolt recovery, so we're not short on ammo. I looked over at Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan, you'll train them. They'll be crucial combatants in the face of the zombie crisis. Bai Zhan nodded, picked up a hand crossbow, and stepped outside. She aimed at a tree a distance away and fired. Initial velocity, 100 meters per second. At 150 meters, it drops by 7 centimeters. Wind speed at level 2, drifting east. Adjust the aim by 3 millimeters left. She fired another shot, breaking off a branch precisely 100 meters away. Bai Zhan turned around, her expression calm. Time's tight. Training starts now. An hour later, the girls had the basics under control. 10 crossbow users, 5 melee fighters, split into 3 squads. Summer Jin, Xu Mingji, and Bai Zhan were appointed squad leaders. Everyone gathered behind the wooden barriers, the zombie crisis looming ever closer. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute to go. Everyone get ready. At my command, every person tensed. The air felt heavy, each heartbeat like a war drum echoing in the silence. Are you scared, Xiaolin? A girl asked in a trembling voice. Chen Xiaolin swallowed hard. Yes, but I'm more scared of dying. Her words were like a shot of adrenaline, sharpening the resolve in the eyes of the girls near her. She was right. Compared to death, zombies were nothing. Without courage, death was inevitable. The countdown hit 0, and the Crimson Rabbit avatar appeared once more. Zombie Carnival begins now. Defeating zombies earns points and unlocks rewards. Roar rare. Frightening howls rose from underground, the forests and the shorelines, spiraling into a deafening cacophony. I vanished instantly, teleporting between spaces marked earlier for reconnaissance. Zone 5, 3 zombies. Summer Jin's squad, move out now. Action. Summer Jin commanded coolly. Her squad charged out of the wooden gates. Within seconds, they reached their target zone. Illuminated by torches, 3 twisted, putrid zombies lurched forward. Roark. The zombies dragged their malformed bodies as they advanced. Summer Jin gave a hand signal. 3 crossbow users took deep breaths, their hands trembling as they took aim. The twang of bowstrings rang out. The steel crossbow bolts tore through the air. Squelch. 2 zombies' heads exploded like overripe melons, their bodies dropping immediately. The third bolt, however, only grazed the zombie's neck. The remaining zombie locked its blood-red eyes on the girls and lunged faster. In mere moments, it closed the distance to 10 meters. Fire again. Summer Jin's sharp command cut through the panic as she drew her blood-red blade. The melee fighters leaped to shield the crossbow users. But the crossbow wielders trembled so much that the second bolt flew wide again. 5 meters. In a flash of crimson light, Summer Jin's blade arced through the air. Flash. The zombie was sliced diagonally in half at the waist. Rotten blood and guts splattered everywhere. Ugh. One girl doubled over, dry heaving, her face pale. Yet amidst the bile rose an undeniable wave of relief. They'd done it. They'd really killed a monster. Summer Jin flicked the blood off her blade, and turned to the only crossbow user who managed to reload in time. She patted the trembling girl on the shoulder. You kept going after failing the first shot. Nice work. Next time, aim better. The girl, tears streaking her face, nodded fervently. Baizhun squad, Zone 5, 2 zombies, I directed. Baizhun led her team and arrived within a minute. 50 meters ahead, 2 zombies roamed sluggishly. Mo Lan and Yi Shi raised their crossbows. 50 meters out, ignore the slight breeze. Mo Lan, aim 1 foot to the right and raise your angle slightly. Yi Shi, no adjustment needed. 3, 2, 1, fire. Thwip, thwip. 2 bolts whizzed through the air but barely missed the zombies' ears. Neither hit. Mo Lan and Yi Shi's faces went pale. They were too tense. Their hands shook uncontrollably. The zombies spun around, locking onto the squad. Dropping to all fours, they accelerated toward the team at a bone-chilling speed. Chun Xiaoyu. Target zombie A. Quickly. Baizhun's voice quickened. Thwip. The 3rd bolt fired, piercing a shoulder, but missed the head. The zombies didn't falter, hurtling forward faster than expected. It was too late for any follow-ups. The 2 melee fighters sweated bullets. They'd have to engage solo. My pupils narrowed from my hidden vantage point. These zombies were faster than I'd calculated. I was about to teleport to assist when Baizhun stepped forward. She placed herself in front of everyone. No, Baizhun, get out of the way. Mo Lan screamed. Don't do this. Yi Shi cried, her voice breaking. Was she planning to use herself as a shield? Then, something surreal happened. Expressionless, Baizhun raised her arm, several stones in hand. She flicked her wrist, scattering the stones like petals in the wind. Snap, snap, snap. Each stone hit its mark with horrifying precision. Thanks to Baizhun's augmented mass and energy amplification, the stones turned lethal. The zombies collapsed, riddled with holes, stopping just 1 meter shy of Baizhun. Silence engulfed the scene. The slender girl towering above the grotesque remains felt larger than life in everyone's eyes. Even I was stunned, so my concerns were unfounded after all. Gather materials and fall back. Baizhun ordered coolly as if it were nothing remarkable. Xu Mingji's squad similarly completed their task with ease, their crossbow users alone taking down the threats. We operated on a rotating, point-clearing strategy. Our team's kill count steadily climbed, ranking among the leaders. But then, after Summer Jin's squad eliminated 2 zombies, the entire island fell deathly silent. The unrelenting zombie roars abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had smothered them. Stay alert. All squads pull back inside. I stayed outside alone, teleporting around for surveillance. Nothing, no movement, no sound. Rabbit, what kind of game are you playing now? This suffocating stillness was far worse than any frenzied attack. I returned inside, my expression grim. Rest up while you can. Be ready to fight at any moment. Constantly going back and forth has left me mentally exhausted. But I dare not let my guard down. The girls, stained with blood and dust, had expressions that were mixed. They bore not just fear, but also the relief of having narrowly escaped death. No one had died, and only a few suffered minor injuries. That alone was a miracle. Ms. Kuyan exhaled in relief as she watched everyone return safely. Her sense of responsibility as a teacher urged her to take action, to do something meaningful. Her gaze shifted toward me, sitting in the corner with my eyes shut in rest. Only yesterday, she had silently permitted me to pull her into my embrace. Why stop there? Why not go further? If she was willing to give everything, she could receive the clan leader's blessing as a reward. She wanted to protect her students, and she wanted to protect me. Perhaps offering herself was the only way she could help right now. Kuyun took a deep breath, a resolute determination flashing in her eyes. She adjusted her hair, poured a glass of water, and walked toward me in the corner. Would you like some water, Chi? She crouched down, her voice softer than usual. I opened my eyes and found her very close, inches from my face. Today, Ms. Ku seemed different. Teacher, is something the matter? Do you still have some strength left? Can you stand up? My strength's fine, just a bit tired. Kuyun brushed away her last bit of hesitation, her gaze gentle yet firm. Chi, I've decided. I want to cross that line completely. I want to protect you, to protect the students. I want to use the clan leader's blessing to help you all. I met her determined gaze as she suddenly reached out and gently touched my injured left shoulder, her eyes glistening. If I had decided earlier, maybe you wouldn't be hurt now. Let me help you, Chi Xiao. Her voice dropped so low that only the 2 of us could hear. Teacher, are you sure about this? I was a little moved. She smiled faintly. Just call me Kuyun. From now on, I'm no longer just your teacher. She grabbed my hand and resolutely led me outside of the wooden cabin. The normally composed Ms. Ka seemed unexpectedly assertive at this moment. guiding me to the area behind the stacked logs. Near the cliffside where the ocean winds howled, she stopped. Here will do. Her cheeks flushed red as she gently touched my head. Be good. Then she leaned forward for a kiss, inexperienced yet full of determination. In a low voice, I asked near her ear, Teacher, are you really sure? From today, I'm just your Kuyun. But at that exact moment, I suddenly grabbed her wrist, my eyes instantly sharp. Sorry, teacher. There's a situation. Before she could respond, I had already darted back toward the wooden cabin. Kuyun froze on the spot, biting her lip. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by concern. Whatever could make me this nervous was definitely no small matter. Combat squad, assemble. The roar rang out like thunder, and the girls who had been sitting on the ground to rest sprang to their feet instantly. Zones 4, 5, 6, and 7 are spawning zombies at the same time, 5 in each zone. Abandon the forest defenses. Everyone fall back to the wooden wall. Bai Zhen, command the crossbowmen. Xia Jin, take the melee team. Execute immediately. Yes. 20 silhouettes rapidly gathered at the gap in the wooden wall, staring fixedly at the 1-meter-wide opening. Wait for my signal. Shoot in rotation from the left. No interruptions. Bai Zhen's voice was chillingly cold. Xia Jin led the melee fighters into a half-surrounding formation, her blood-red longsword gleaming with a cold edge. I activated spatial perception. 150 meters. 4 waves, 5 in each wave, normal speed. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. The first rotting arm reached out from the shadows. Fire. Puff, puff, puff. Crossbow bolts tore through the air, and the first one was instantly pierced through the head by 3 arrows. The second had barely stepped on the corpse and shown itself when Xia Jin's blade severed its neck in one strike. Wind is blowing westward, adjust by 3 notches. Bai Zhen's voice remained utterly steady. The crossbows fired in rapid succession, and the gap was tightly sealed. Suddenly, I shouted sharply, Watch out. 5 mutants. Their speed is too fast. The archers were startled, the kind that crawled on all fours, like ghosts. Bai Zhen asked urgently, How many seconds till they get here? 5 seconds. Suppressive fire with no gaps after 2 seconds. Shorten the interval to the limit. 5 black shadows burst through the rain, their postures eerie, their speed leaving afterimages. Fire. Crossbow bolts poured down like water. 3 were instantly shot into sieves, but 2 more still twisted through the hail of arrows. You're asking for death. Xia Jin's crimson glow surged as her longsword met the nearest one. Blade against claw, she let out a muffled grunt, and her feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground. She swung the blade in an arc toward the mutant's lower jaw. The moment the other side leaned back to dodge, she lashed out with her left leg like a whip, landing a precise kick in the back of its knee. Crack! Amid the sound of bones cracking, a flash of blood-red light, and the head fell to the ground. On the other side, Xu Mingji didn't dodge at all. Her fist glowed red as she charged straight and head-on. Bang! The mutant's sharp claws left bloody gashes deep to the bone on her shoulder, but she actually rammed it backward with brute force. Enduring the pain, she leaped into the air and kicked, smashing that ferocious head to pieces. The fight was over in 10 seconds. One strap on Xia Jin's leather armor snapped. She casually stuffed it back into her collar and raised an eyebrow. What are? Under the Destructor's powers, Xu Mingji's wound visibly healed. Noticing my gaze, she puffed out her chest and said, Qi Bao, was I badass enough this time? Badass, I croaked, my voice hoarse. I hadn't stepped in because I wanted to give the girls a chance to grow through their own battles. Watching them evolve from delicate to strong and self-reliant filled my chest with a warm surge of pride. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. I opened the island chat panel, and my pupils abruptly shrank. Half our tribe is dead. These ghostly things just keep coming. We can't kill them all. 19th tribe requesting help. Willing to hand over all supplies. Tribe 02, can you send people to rescue us? We'll give you everything. As for Tribe 01, 0 casualties. The crushing gap shocked all the survivors. The channel instantly exploded. Big shot from Tribe 01, take us in. Only 6 of us left, and we can all work. Chief, please protect us. We'll give you all our supplies. I skimmed through these messages and had no intention of taking the risk to save strangers. A red rabbit avatar suddenly popped up. Rabbit, the first wave of zombie minigame is over. Points exchange shop, now open. Food, clothing, weapons, gear, blueprints, everything you could want. Points shop? The girls exclaimed. The group returned to the wooden cabin, and the exhausted girls headed straight for the bathtub. I hadn't joined the fight, so I wasn't in a hurry to wash up. A fragrant scent drifted over. Kuyun had finished bathing and leaned in close. Still have the energy? Just as I was about to pull her away, the girls swarmed over. Chief, I want to buy clothes. I want shoes. Chi Bao, I want a mattress too. Surrounded by a group of beauties, blood rushed to my head. Okay, but I have something to do right now. The girls glanced at the blushing Kuyun beside them and instantly understood. Oh, teasing sounds rose. Chief, uniforms might give you a bonus in that kind of situation. I'll wear JK for you to see. I thought about it. Makes sense. Clothes can boost charm, and they can boost combat power too. Fine, buy the clothes first. At 3 points apiece, I gritted my teeth and bought 29 women's outfits and 1 men's outfit. With a flash of light, JK outfits, hip-hugging skirts, nurse uniforms, black and white stockings, piled up like a little mountain. Wow, this one looks great. The girls took off their beast hides and started picking. Kuyun chose a suit, a white shirt, a hip-hugging skirt, and black stockings. Once she put them on, her mature, domineering older sister vibe was instantly maxed out. I felt like something was still missing. High heels. I immediately bought 30 more pairs. Chi Bao is the best. Kuyun walked over, naturally looped her arm through mine, and brushed her black stockinged leg against me. Now, can we get to business? The voice was low, but the girl beside me heard every word. Mr. Ku, you're so bold. Mature women, after all. I cleared my throat. What about tonight? In bed. I'm not really keen on waiting anymore. Passion ignited. I led her behind the fallen log, about 20 meters from the cabin, relatively discreet. She sat on the log, moonlight brushing her profile, her shirt collar slightly undone. What are you still waiting for, Chi Xiao? I held her hand. Teacher, are you really just doing this to protect everyone? Yes. No personal desires? Her smile faltered. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? I chuckled softly. Then who was the one leaning into me earlier, saying they didn't want to wait? Who changed into this outfit? My fingers slowly unbuttoned her shirt. Teacher, lying isn't right. Tell the truth. After a long pause, she closed her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. I want you to. How long have you been starting? Since the day you became the clan leader. She opened her eyes, which glistened with tears. Watching you protect everyone, becoming more and more dependable. I couldn't help myself. I lowered my head and kissed her. She froze for a moment, then wrapped her arms around my neck. She finally made it. The wooden cabin in the distance. Xu Mingji was wearing a JK uniform, looking left and right. Where is Teacher Ko? Qin Xiaolin was changing her shoes. She went out with Chi Bao, toward the log rollers. The girls exchanged glances, all of them full of ambiguity. Exercising this late at night? Teacher Ko's figure. If I were a man, I wouldn't be able to resist either. She was especially proactive today. After all, she's been holding it in for so many years. Xia Jin wiped his knife, his ears twitching. Yi Shi stood by the window, gripping the hem of her dress. Lin Lu lowered her voice. What do you think? How far have they gotten? The room instantly fell silent, and the girls all blushed. Lin Wan coughed lightly. You don't make wild guesses. I wasn't just guessing. But her gaze also drifted toward the window. By the fallen logs. Clothes were scattered all over the ground, and Kuyun's face was flushed red. She felt a little regretful, regretting that she hadn't summoned the courage sooner. Chi Xiao. She bit her lip. Do you still have the strength? Can we continue when we get back? I was stunned, then laughed. Wasn't that enough just now? Not enough. I still want more. As long as you want it, as many times as you like. She buried her face in my arms and softly gave an After a long while, she suddenly looked up. By the way, how many points are left? I opened the panel. We spent 93 points on clothes, but the rewards from killing the mutants were considerable. 600 were left. That's enough. We can still stock up on food. She nodded and leaned back into my arms, her voice growing softer and softer, utterly exhausted. She picked up her clothes one by one and put them back on. I swallowed. No rush. We still had time. It was already noon the next day when I finally opened my eyes. What came into view was a pair of snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones. Kuyun was holding me tightly in her arms. Her eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, only to hold me even tighter. Morning. Her voice was lazy and husky. Morning. Last night. Thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for letting me be myself. Ding. Clan leader's grace triggered. Kuyun has gained a class transfer opportunity. A. Holy Healing Envoy. Unique command the laws of life, reverse life and death. B. Tactical Commander. Rare see through the battlefield and guide victory. I stared at reverse life and death, my heart racing. This was a top-tier healing class. The girls were also drawn over by the glow, jumping onto the bed and forming a circle around us. A unique class, just like Baizhun. That's a divine skill, isn't it? Teacher Ku is going to become an amazing healer. Kuyan looked at me. I. Choose whichever you want. I took her hand. She thought of the girls' exhausted bodies from last night and of the scars on my body. She no longer hesitated and placed her hand on my scarred shoulder. I choose the holy healer. Green light surged into her body. The next second, all the girls felt a warm current wash through them. Their wounds and fatigue all began to fade. Baizhun's pale face regained its color. The scar on my shoulder was also fading. Is my nearsightedness gone? Xiao Shui, your skin got whiter. The scar from when I was little is gone. My acne is gone. Everyone was undergoing a complete transformation. All scars, sunspots, and roughness disappeared. Their appearance and skin all returned to their peak condition. Holy Healer LV1. Blessing of Life. Teammates within 50 meters automatically recover from minor injuries. Bloom of Life. Consumes the source to heal wounds. This is way too strong. It's like an unlimited power bank. I was stunned too. The unique class was still too overpowered. But it wasn't over yet. Clan Leader's Grace Reward. 10x Duplication Basin, permanent. Place an item inside and duplicate it into 10 copies. Living things cannot be duplicated, and overly rare items cannot be duplicated. Once per day. An ancient-looking clay basin appeared in the center of the room. Clan Leader, what is this? A broken basin? I drew in a sharp breath. A 10x duplication basin. Put food in it and get 10 portions. Weapons 10 swords. Medicine 10 doses. This isn't a broken basin. It's a divine artifact. I explained its function. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. 10 times. We'll never have to worry about food again. I forced myself to stay calm. Once a day, and it can't duplicate living things or rare items. Let's try one first. I looked at everyone. What are we short of most right now? Xu Mingji was the first to speak. Food. 30 people are consuming too much. Xiajin added. We're also short on wood and stone. How many days can the food last? Half full for 3 days. Eat as much as you want for a day and a half. Time was tight. I clicked on the shop. Points, 600. Food gift pack, 70 points. Instant noodles, sausage, canned food, biscuits, chocolate, meat, vegetables. My eyes lit up. Staples, meat, snacks, and vegetables were all there. Enough to feed the entire camp for 2 days. 70 points to copy 10 sets is 700 points worth of supplies, a net gain of 630. Nutritious and balanced, and the canned food can be stored long-term. Let's go with this one. At least it can last half a month. Kuyun, what do you think? Agreed. Not getting enough to eat affects combat power. Okay, let's buy it. A flash of light, and a half-person high canvas bag appeared on the ground. Xu Mingji eagerly pulled open the zipper. Wow. Inside were all kinds of food neatly packed, along with a bottle of chili sauce. Enough for everyone to eat for 2 days. The chocolate is the real deal. The cans are properly sealed. I carefully placed the big gift pack into the replication basin. A white light lit up the bottom of the basin. The big gift pack disappeared, and in the next moment, 10 identical light spheres took shape. The bulge, wear, and wrinkles on each pack were all exactly the same. It worked. That's enough to last 20 days. I stood up and swept my gaze over every young face. Now we have food, healers, and a replication basin. Before the next zombie tide, let's make our home more fortified. Kuyun, take people to inventory the supplies. Baizhun, the bow and crossbow team, keep training. Xiajin, melee team training, and help with logging and stone gathering. Xu Mingji, Qin Xiaolin, reinforce the walls. Yes. I walked to the window and looked deep into the jungle. The danger would not disappear, and the second zombie tide would definitely be even fiercer. That night, inside the wooden house, the girls excitedly counted the 10 big gift packs. Instant noodles, sausage, canned food, biscuits, chocolate. On this island, they were more precious than gold. Braised beef flavor. My favorite. Can luncheon meat. I haven't eaten that in a long time. With the copy basin, each duplication is 20 days worth of rations. I walked up to the fireplace and opened the chat channel. It was even livelier than before and even more desperate. 07 Tribe. I'm the only one left. 12 Tribe. Seeking a medic. Food in exchange. 19 Tribe. Willing to form an alliance. 23 Tribe. Willing to merge. Overnight, 2 tribes completely disappeared. I switched to the leaderboard. 01 Tribe. Qi Xiao 600. 03 Tribe. 320. I was still in first place, nearly twice as high as the second. Qi Xiao, look at this. Kuyin pointed at the private messages. 99 plus unread. 11 tribe. Brother wanna ally? 47 tribe. Female handsome guy. Photo attached. 63 tribe. Female I'm a flight attendant. Great figure. Can do anything. Shu Mingji exploded. Do you have no shame? Are you asking for help or looking for a date? In the apocalypse, women are the vulnerable group. Trading their bodies for survival is tragic, but understandable. Xia Jin said while chewing on mushrooms. Qi Bao would never be tempted. Right. I didn't answer and kept flipping through it. Suddenly, a message caught my attention. 09 tribe. Veterans, 8 brothers, not asking for charity, only seeking an equal alliance. I remained unmoved. There was no need for an alliance right now. Humans are far more terrifying than zombies. All survivors, attention. The familiar red rabbit avatar popped up. Good news. The surviving tribes will be rewarded 50 points. Bad news. The second wave of the zombie tide will begin in 18 hours. Also, there's another island with only 3 tribes left, and Rabbit has transferred them here. Points can be exchanged for many things, but some things can't be exchanged for them. Good luck. The rabbit disappeared. The wooden cabin fell into dead silence. 18 hours. At least it'll still be daytime, with good visibility. If 3 tribes are moved over, that's at least a dozen people. With the island's population increasing, the zombies it would attract would increase too. The pressure suddenly mounted. Just then, Qin Xiaolin let out a soft "huh." What about it? She looked up, her voice trembling. Someone messaged me privately. I know them. Someone you know? I raised an eyebrow. Qin Xiaolin wasn't part of the core group. Who would specifically send her a private message? Her name is Ivanova, a Russian figure skater. I met her during training at Moscow State University. She can speak Chinese. The silver-haired, ice-blue-eyed ice queen? I've seen her in sports news. Yes, but she's asking for help. Qin Xiaolin read the private message aloud. Lin, seeing you on the points leaderboard, I couldn't believe it. Something's happened on our side. The sports academy is down to 28 people, split into 2 factions. The original captain died in the first wave of the zombie horde, and Deputy Captain Andre has taken power. He's a bastard. The girls are only given half a cracker and a little water each day. Yesterday, he hinted that the girls should contribute to the tribe in other ways. He's been making contact with nearby tribes, hoping to trade less attractive girls for supplies. Qin Xiaolin's voice trembled. Lin, I'm scared. We can't last more than 2 more days at most, and the girls will end up in a terrible situation. I want to take Anna and Katia with me. Would you be willing to take us in? We're willing to do anything. The wooden cabin was terrifyingly quiet. Scum. Xia Jin forced out the 2 words through clenched teeth. Kuyun pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes full of fury. We have to help them. Wait. I raised my hand. Reply to her, video call. I want to see with my own eyes. But if someone's watching, then tell her to find a secure place. If she can't even do that, there's no value. Qin Xiaolin hesitated, trembling as she sent the message. A few seconds later, the video connected. A semi-transparent screen hovered in the center of the cabin. The image was dark, showing a cramped space. Ivanova appeared on camera. Her messy, silver-white hair clung to her cheeks in stray strands. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with vigilance and exhaustion. Her face was smudged with dirt, lips cracked and peeling. Lin, can you see me? Her voice was hoarse, fluent in Mandarin. I can see you. Are you safe? Safe for now. I sneaked into the storage tent under the pretext of looking for something. Patrols come every 30 minutes. What you mentioned earlier. The original leader, Igor, divided resources fairly. 3 days ago, he encountered a mutant and never returned. After Andre took over, he first cut the girls' food portions, saying we were eating too much and wasting resources. Yesterday, girls got half a biscuit, boys got a full one. Water 2 mouthfuls a day. Did anyone protest? I interrupted. Sophia froze, her wary eyes shifting toward the camera. Who are you? Qi Xiao, leader of this settlement. Answer the question. Anna protested. She got slapped and placed in solitary confinement. After that, no one dared speak up. How many people? How many are on your side? 28 total, 10 of them are girls. But not everyone wants to resist. Some even curry favor with Andre. So you can only bring 2? Anna and Katia. They'd rather die than be treated as commodities. I fell silent for a moment. I can take you in, but there are a few conditions. Sophia's eyes brightened. Name them. First, prove your value. I won't feed anyone who can't pull their weight. Second, prove you're not a threat. How do I know this isn't a trap? Her face went pale. How do I prove that? Steal your tribe's food supply. Bring it out. There are only 3 of us. The food is guarded. That's your problem. If you can't manage that, you're not worth saving. She clenched her teeth, her eyes betraying inner turmoil before filling with resolve. Fine, we'll do it. Third, at the rendezvous point, you'll strip down for a security check. Understood. We'll comply. Lastly, once you join us, you follow the rules. In my settlement, there are only warriors and non-warriors. Everyone fights, everyone contributes, but everyone is treated fairly. For the first time, genuine hope glimmered in her eyes. I swear, if it means escaping this hell, I'll do whatever it takes. Then remember your words. 3 hours from now, Lynn will send you the coordinates. Sophia turned off the panel and leaned against the cold tree, taking a deep breath. 3 hours. From the tent, the drunken laughter of Andre and his cronies echoed. He'd just cracked open some cheap booze. As usual, the women were left out of the food distribution. For troublemakers like Sophia, not even crumbs. She touched the 3 compressed biscuits she'd hidden in her pocket, hard as rocks, but life-saving. Sophia? The tent flap shifted as 2 slender figures slipped inside. Anna, 17, short golden hair, the youngest member of the gymnastics team, fear evident in her eyes. Katia, 18, dark brown ponytail with a fresh scrape on her cheek, a mark left after being shoved for trying to take an extra biscuit yesterday. He agreed. The top-ranked leader has agreed to take us in, she whispered. Anna's eyes lit up instantly. Really? How do we leave? Rendezvous in 3 hours. But we need something to offer, food. As much as we can get. Katia's face darkened. The food is guarded. How would we even get it? Steal it. While they're drinking, she said coldly. That's too dangerous. Anna trembled. Staying here is more dangerous. Sophia fixed her gaze on her. Did you forget how Lisa was limping after being called into Andre's tent last night? Anna went pale. Lisa had returned this morning after Andre summoned her the previous night. Her neck was bruised, her steps unsteady, her gaze hollow. I'm in. Katia gritted her teeth. Staying means death either way. So am I. Anna clenched her fists, her body still trembling. Sophia lowered her voice and quickly laid out the plan. An hour later, the camp was half asleep. A hoarse laugh came from Andrew's tent. Sure enough, he was drunk. The 2 men guarding the food had also been given alcohol and were dozing against the wooden stakes. The 3 of them crouched in the grass and waited 20 minutes. Now, they approached the food tent as silently as cats. Inside was all of Andrew's tribe's possessions, more than a dozen compressed biscuits, some jerky, and half a bucket of muddy water. Katia kept watch while Sophia and Anna slipped inside. Take the biscuits and jerky, hurry. 2 minutes later, their pockets were full. Just as they were about to leave, Katia lowered her voice. Someone's coming. Sophia yanked Anna behind a pile of animal hides. The curtain was pulled back, and a drunk staggered in. What the hell was I looking for? His hand groped randomly over the hides, less than half a meter away from them. She held her breath, her hand pressed against the rusty little knife at her waist. The drunk, cursing under his breath, went back out. The 3 of them slipped out of the camp like ghosts and crawled through the broken fence. Just after running 50 meters. Who's there? They'd been discovered. Run! Andre's roar came from behind. Chase them. They dared to steal my food. The sound of a bowstring. Whoosh. An arrow brushed past her ear and embedded itself in the tree trunk. The 3 of them deliberately plunged into patches of thorns, weaving through by relying on an athlete's flexibility, and managed to shake off the pursuers. Rendezvous point. A forest clearing, the moonlight cold and pale. The 3 stood back to back on guard, but there was no one there. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Chi Xiao still hadn't come. They won't be coming, will they? Anna said tearfully. Despair surged up like a tide. Should we leave then? Kaya asked softly. Leave? Where could we even go with just this little stuff? She said with a bitter smile. 30 meters away in the dense forest. I crouched on a tree branch, having already observed for 15 minutes. Xia Jin stood guard with a horizontal blade on another tree, while Chen Xiaolin lay prone in the bushes, her crossbow aimed in all directions. No ambushes within 500 meters. Check 3 times. Xia Jin said in a low voice. Their despair doesn't look fake. Chen Xiaolin stared at Sophia. I said nothing and waited another 5 minutes. Until Anna's tears actually fell. I leapt down from the tree and landed soundlessly. When that figure emerged from the woods opposite them, Sophia thought she was hallucinating. Moonlight fell over me. A fitted combat uniform, a tall, upright frame. What shocked her most was that face. Clean, resolute, handsome in a way that seemed unreal. Completely unlike those rough, filthy men in the tribe. My God, Anna forgot all about the pain in her leg. Sophia? I said. It's me. She instinctively tidied her messy hair. Where's the food? She opened the cloth bundle, 9 biscuits, 15 strips of jerky. Pathetically meager. Enough. I cut her off. What I'm looking at isn't the food, it's your determination. The three of them all let out a breath at once. But as agreed, you'll have to undergo an inspection. Chen Xiaolin stepped out of the woods and froze completely when she saw Sophia's face. Lin, it's me. Chen Xiaolin's voice was trembling. 3 years. The apocalypse. At the moment their eyes met, it was as if none of it had ever existed. I pulled them back to reality. Check them. Take off your coat and long pants. They checked. Sophia bit her lip and took a deep breath. Okay. The worn-out coat was tossed onto the ground. Under the moonlight, the figure of the ice spirit was on full display. Smooth shoulders and neck, a firm waist and abdomen, long straight legs, the beauty of strength and flexibility at the level of a top athlete. The many old and new scars on her body instead added a kind of battle-worn beauty. Every time Chen Xiaolin touched a wound, her fingers trembled. No weapons, no trackers. I pulled 3 fur coats out of my backpack. Put them on. Follow me. Aren't you taking our food? Anna asked quietly. It's yours. You traded your lives for it. Keep it yourselves. Sophia looked up at me. This man was not only powerful, but also willing to leave the food for them. After walking for half an hour, firelight glowed ahead. The wooden cabin door opened. The 3 of them were stunned on the spot. A sturdy wooden cabin, food piled up like mountains, clean drinking water, and there was even bathing equipment. She looked down at the biscuits and jerky in her arms, like the copper coins in a beggar's hand. Laughable, yet pitiful. But more than that, she felt relieved that she had come to the right place. Qibao, you're back. Xu Mingji was the first to bounce over. She had just finished showering and was only wrapped in a large bath towel, her curves breathtaking. Oh, so this is the new sister? She's really pretty. The girls inside swarmed around her. Her silver hair is so beautiful. Is she a foreigner? Her eye color is so special. They look so thin. They must have suffered a lot. The concern from all sides left Sophia at a loss. At Andre's place, women were nothing but goods. When had she ever been treated like this? I called over Chen Xiaolin and Lin Lo. Keep an eye on them. Their range is limited to the corner of the cabin. Sophia bit her lip. Being under someone else's roof and watched was exactly what she had expected. I handed over 3 broad leaves. Get them some water to drink. Chen Xiaolin walked to the silver-gray metal box in the corner of the cabin and skillfully filled it with water before handing it over. Sophia froze. Clear, transparent, clean water. Not murky stream water, not rainwater with a muddy smell. This is fresh water? Katia asked in disbelief. Yeah, purified. Drink up, there's plenty. Sophia took a sip. Cool, sweet. It was indeed fresh water. At Andre's place, she was only allotted 2 mouthfuls of dirty water each day. But here, Anna asked cautiously. Lin, can I have a little more? Chen Xiaolin laughed. Drink as much as you want, there's plenty. The 3 of them widened their eyes. Unlimited. Katia and Anna exchanged a look, never having felt so relieved to have followed Sophia. Thank you, Lin. Chen Xiaolin said nothing and gave her a hug. Sophia, it's all right now. A tear slid from the corner of her eye. After finishing the water, the 3 of them huddled in the corner of the wooden hut and took out the stolen food. 9 hard biscuits, like stones, and 15 strips of dried meat. At Andre's place, they were treasures everyone fought over. But now, they couldn't swallow it. The girls of the tribe began eating dinner. Can luncheon meat, roasted vegetables, grilled meat. The aroma drifted into their noses. Sophia took a bite of jerky. Dry, hard to swallow, like chewing wax. The biscuits were so hard they had to be broken apart with force. Anna stared at the food, her throat bobbing, and forced her eyes away. Suddenly, a tall girl stretched. I'm going to take a shower. She walked straight toward the white bathtub in the corner. When they had seen the bathtub earlier, the 3 of them could still make sense of it. Maybe it was a blueprint obtained from a loot box. But on a deserted island, the most precious thing was water. Without water, the bathtub was just decoration. The girl pressed the button. Water gushed out of the shower head, with steam rising from it, too. Hot, hot water. Katia exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. Then another short-haired girl followed. Wait for me. Let's wash together. 2 girls stood in the bathtub without any reservations, letting the hot water cascade over their bodies. They even scrubbed each other's backs, sighing contentedly. Water droplets slid down their smooth backs, catching the light from the fire and shimmering seductively. Sophia was utterly stunned. Unlimited hot water? Just for bathing? On an island where fresh water was more precious than gold. How dare they? Anna's voice trembled. That water is drinkable. One after another, girls darted over to take a bath. Is this tribe's water limitless? Sophia instinctively looked toward me. I was casually chatting with the red-haired Xia Jin, occasionally glancing at the bathtub. So many beautiful girls, and I just spared them a glance. What a gentleman. If I'd heard this, I probably would have laughed out loud. Over the past few days, I'd already seen every inch of these girls. Sophia felt a nagging itch in her heart as well, wanting to enjoy a hot bath, but hesitated to speak up. Suddenly, Chen Xiaolin shot Lin Lu a knowing wink. All right, here comes the highlight. The chief is about to take a bath. The next moment, the scene that shattered Sophia's worldview unfolded. The girls, who had just been minding their own business, all looked up in unison. No hiding their stares. Every single one fixed their gaze on the bathtub. I, unfazed, walked to the edge of the tub and took off my fur top. The hot water poured down, streaming over my toned chest and back. Inside the wooden cabin, the girls just kept watching. Some propped their chins, some whispered to each other, with fiery smiles on their faces. Bold gazes, no shame whatsoever. In stark contrast to my earlier, fleeting glances. His abs are even firmer than yesterday. Ugh, that waistline is divine. Xu Mingji even let out a whistle. Chief Qi, want some back-scrubbing service? I chuckled and scolded. Knock it off. The girls burst into laughter, even louder this time. They. Anna's jaw dropped, speechless. Kadia's face turned crimson, like she was about to drip blood, but her eyes wouldn't budge. Sophia's icy blue eyes were filled with shock. The chief just glances at girls bathing, but the girls gaze at the chief without hesitation. Still, as her eyes settled on my physique, Sophia involuntarily gulped. She was starting to understand, and she made up her mind. Lin, she whispered, can I take a bath? Anna and Kadia also lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with yearning. Chun Xiaolin responded enthusiastically. Want a bath? No problem, but you'll need the chief's permission first. That's the rule. She dashed over to whisper something to me. I glanced in their direction and nodded. Chun Xiaolin ran back over. The chief agreed, but for safety reasons, he'll have to stay and supervise. Truthfully, I wanted to observe not just their figures, but also whether any markings had been placed on their bodies. It's strictly supervision, no physical contact. I'll be there too, Chen Xiaolin added reassuringly. The three exchanged glances. Struggling internally, the temptation of a hot shower was immense. But to bathe in front of a stranger. Then again, hadn't they just stared unabashedly while I was bathing? Refusing now would be hard to justify. I'll go first. Sophia took a deep breath. Since you chose to side with me, you have to accept the rules. Besides, I'm not that kind of person. She took off the beast hide. Her ivory skin was the color left behind by years of indoor ice training. Her shoulders and neck formed graceful lines, and her collarbones were delicate. It was the kind of beauty unique to figure skaters, the blend of strength and flexibility. She could hear her own heartbeat. She bit her lip and removed the beast hide from her lower body. Her long, straight legs were exposed in the firelight. The lines of her muscles were taut and smooth. The moment the hot water touched her body, she almost sighed aloud. The water was just the right temperature. Dirt and fatigue seemed to melt away with it. She washed very carefully, but her mind drifted elsewhere. She thought of how, when I was bathing, the girls crowded around to watch, and I paid them no mind. She thought of my sturdy muscles. Her cheeks burned. That kind of physique couldn't be built in a training hall. It carried a raw, primal beauty. She unconsciously straightened her back, letting the water flow down along her spine. Her skin took on a faint pink flush. She even, very subtly, adjusted the way she stood, making the curves of her body more pronounced in the water. The thought surprised even herself. But she quickly accepted it without hesitation. Since he could look, why couldn't she show herself? She had confidence in her own figure. A world-class figure skater, with every inch of muscle just right. And besides, those girls could look at me openly. Why couldn't she enjoy the feeling of being looked at by me? She began washing her long hair. The water slid down her neck, shoulders, and spine. She could feel my gaze remaining on her the whole time. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. After washing, she dried her body and changed into the clean beast skin Chen Xiaolin had prepared. As she stepped out of the bathtub, her silver-white long hair hung wet over her shoulders, with droplets of water falling from the ends. Her skin was fair and translucent, her cheeks flushed from the bath. I couldn't help but silently marvel. As expected of the Ice Queen, this figure is incredible. In a sense, they could go toe-to-toe with Xu Mingji. Seeing that Sophia was fine, Anna and Kadia let out a sigh of relief. Anna, with her pale golden hair, took a deep breath and stood up. She was half a head shorter than Sophia and petite. Her waist was extremely slim, her legs weren't long, but her proportions were perfect, and her ankles were delicate. Last was Kadia. She was taller than Anna, with a physique closer to that of a gymnast. Her long dark red hair hung over her shoulders, and she was even more open and unashamed than Anna when it came to undressing. A slim waist, powerful hips and legs, and graceful calf lines. I silently gave them a score in my heart, truly pleasing to the eye. Sophia was tall and slender, Anna was petite, and Katia was toned. Every inch of their curves was just right, with not a trace of excess flesh. In another camp, Andre and 5 of his trusted men were gathered around a campfire. Damn it, those 3 bitches got away. The bald man took a swig of liquor. Let them run if they want. That's 3 fewer mouths to feed, the thin man said in a low voice. Sophia is so beautiful. We were going to make our move tonight, the bald man said unwillingly. Andre narrowed his eyes. Aren't there still 9 of them here? He glanced at the girls nearby, his eyes full of greed. The 2 men didn't dare say another word. But if I find out which tribe took them in, I'll make them pay. Bang! The bottle smashed on the ground. At that moment, Sophie raised her hand. She was treated better than the others, because she had been flattering Andre all along. I might know where they went. They invited me, but I didn't go. Which tribe? Andre leaned forward. Tribe 01. The chief is called Chi Shao. Tribe 01. The one in first place on the leaderboard. Sergei frowned and checked the leaderboard. Boss, they have 600 points, nearly twice as many as the second place team. He looked up. That means they've killed a lot of zombies, and maybe even mutants. And with 0 casualties, that fighting strength. Fighting strength. Ivan, the bald one, sneered. Sergei, what are you being so scared for? A bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys must have used some dirty trick to get first. He thumped his chest. We're professional athletes. Vasily can punch through wooden boards, and Mikhail can throw a 200-pound man over his shoulder. I can put the shot 18 meters. I could kill 2 of those monkeys with 1 punch. Andre stared at the campfire, the flames flickering across his face. Ivan, Sergei, shut up. His voice was cold. Don't forget your own pride. We're going to make this bunch of monkeys on the island know who the master is. He looked at Sergei, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Sergei, go to the chat channel and find out the location of Tribe 01. Sergei looked at his crazed state and knew that whatever he said would be useless. Yet an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Chat channel. 101 Tribe. Sergei, hello, fellow survivors. We are from the Russian Academy of Sports, and all of us are professional athletes. 3 female team members were abducted by some tribe last night. Anyone who can provide their location will be able to form an alliance or receive protection as a reward. In less than a minute, replies flooded the screen. 07 Tribe. Athletes, welcome to this island. 12 Tribe. Want to merge? We'll provide food and shelter. 18 Tribe. We have a rare doctor class and can cooperate. 23 Tribe. Which tribe has no eyes? We'll help you get revenge. 29 Tribe. Brother, are there many girls? We can arrange a marriage alliance. 31 Tribe. Please take us with you. We're almost out of steam. The atmosphere instantly exploded. A team of professional athletes was practically a godsend. By the campfire, Andrei's lips curled up. Ivan hummed triumphantly and glanced at Sergei. The channel was heating up with curses aimed at the Raider tribe. Tribe 07. Their leader must be some perverted rapist. Tribe 12. Castrate all the men. Sell the women as slaves. Tribe 18. Loser tribe. Crush them. Tribe 23. The chieftain is a mangy, crippled dog, and the members are a bunch of dumb pigs. Tribe 29. Brothers, here's all the intel you've been asking for. Tribe 31. Garbage like this doesn't deserve to exist. Ivan slapped his thigh, bursting into laughter. Man, they're cursing up a storm. Andrei's face twisted into a cruel smile. He relished this moment, the flattery, the enemy being ripped apart by public fury. He shot Ivan a look. Ivan got the hint immediately and dropped the bombshell in the channel. Tribe 101. We've got intel. The raiders are likely from Tribe 01. Anyone who knows their location, please step forward. In that instant, the previously bustling channel, alive like a noisy marketplace, fell into dead silence. Tribe 07. Tribe 12. Tribe 18. For minutes, not a single person dared to speak. Andre frowned, and Ivan's smug expression froze on his face. Sergei could only at them one by one. At last, someone replied. Tribe 07, huh? Tribe 01, huh? We're not familiar with them, duh. Tribe 12. Yeah. A small tribe doesn't dare ask about the big shots, duh. Tribe 18. Don't know. Ask someone else, duh. Tribe 23. Suddenly remembered I've got something to do. I'm out, duh. Tribe 29. Same. I'm out too. Tribe 31. +1. Just moments ago they were all fired up, but now they'd been doused with cold water. Either they played dumb, made excuses, or simply went silent. Sergei looked at Andre. The intimidation of Tribe Zero One was just outrageous. Andre said nothing and sent Tribe Zero Seven a private message. Andre, bro, what's going on with Tribe Zero One? 3 minutes later, the other side finally replied, with extreme brevity. Tribe Zero Seven, big bro, don't ask. We can't talk about Tribe Zero One's business, and you shouldn't dig into it either. Andre, they're that strong. Tribe Zero Seven, listen to my advice. Don't provoke them. As for those 3 girls, just treat them as dead. Andre, what do you mean? Explain yourself. There was no reply after that. Andre tried a few more times, but the results were all the same. No reply, evasive answers, or outright saying they didn't dare speak. Panic spread wildly among the tribes. All they wanted to do now was one thing: apologize to Tribe Zero One. Inside Tribe Zero Seven, quick, send a private apology. Say that person spoke without authorization. Inside Tribe 23, damn it, why didn't you say it was Tribe Zero One earlier? Inside Tribe 29, whoever was talking crap just now, get your ass out here. Inside Tribe 18, everyone go send private apologies. The harsher they had cursed just moments ago, the more afraid they were now. And Andre stared fixedly at the dead silent channel. His chest rose and fell violently, the whites of his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, ha, good, excellent. Ivan and Sergei were startled by the sudden burst of laughter and took a half step back. Andre sprang to his feet, his face twisted with manic delight. Did you see that? Now that is what I call true deterrence. A single name shuts those bastards up completely. Now this is worthy of being called a rival to me, Andre. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with rage as he roared. A bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys? Boys, let's crush them. Let them fear us more than they fear Zero One. Ivan's savage spirit reignited, and he bellowed, Yura, kill them all. Andre's gaze swept across his men as his voice boomed, risen in pitch. The scum on this island? Cowards who piss themselves at just a single name. But we are bears. Let these monkeys witness the strength of the bear. Rip them apart. Vasily growled low, veins bulging in his neck. Mikhail licked his lips, eyes hungry with greed. Yura, kill them all. The entire camp erupted in flames of frenzy. The night grew darker. In the wooden lodge of Tribe Zero One, most had already drifted into deep slumber. But Sophia couldn't sleep. She lay on her side atop the animal hide, her back to Anna and Katia. Her eyes, wide open in the darkness, refused to close. That scene from the comms channel earlier, those tribes falling into collective silence at the mere mention of Tribe Zero One, it still left her shaken. A naked fear, one whose name no one even dared to mention. And the one who created all of this was that young, calm, outrageously handsome me. What kind of strength would be required? What kind of means? Can't Sophia sleep too? Anna asked in a low voice. Sophia gave a soft hum. I'm a little scared. Andre won't let this go, I know him. Don't be afraid. This tribe is very powerful. Sophia turned over. As long as we prove our worth and truly become part of the tribe, we'll always be safe. Worth? But we're just ordinary professions. Anna murmured. Sophia's ice-blue eyes flickered with a faint light. Even ordinary professions have value. Our physical abilities are good. If we're willing to learn, we can definitely become useful warriors. Anna was quiet for a moment, then asked softly, Sophia, what kind of person do you think Chief Chi-Shao is? Sophia's heart skipped a beat. What kind of person? Strong, mysterious, and outrageously handsome. He's a very special person. I think so too. Anna's voice carried admiration. He's amazing, handsome, and fair to everyone. Sophia didn't respond. An unfamiliar and subtle emotion quietly took root in her heart. Go to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow. Anna quickly steadied her breathing. But Sophia still couldn't sleep. She was worried about Andre. He was a madman. Zero One could keep the tribe in check, but could it keep a madman in check? She wanted to ask me. Sophia quietly sat up and looked toward the large bed in the room. After hesitating for a few seconds, she lifted the beast hide and stepped onto the wooden floor barefoot, light as a cat. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster. Through the bed curtains, she saw a person lying on it. She opened her mouth, wanting to call softly, Chief Chi-Shao. Before the words could leave her mouth, the person on the bed suddenly moved. It was so fast it far exceeded her reaction. A hand shot out and seized her wrist, pulling hard. Sophia cried out in surprise and fell into a warm, solid embrace. The next second, a hand cupped the back of her head. A warm, soft thing pressed against her lips. It was lips. My lips. Sophia's azure eyes suddenly widened. I am kissing her. I was also puzzled. Clearly, I had told Kuyun, Baijan, and Shu Mingji to rest tonight. I hadn't expected anyone else to still be unwilling to give up. Since she delivered herself to my door, there was no reason not to take the offer. Sophia's body instantly stiffened. A shiver like an electric current spread from her lips throughout her entire body. She instinctively tried to push me away, but her strength was insignificant before me, and she was surprised to find that she didn't actually hate it. After the initial shock, an unfamiliar, tingling, weak-in-the-knees sensation swept through her whole body. Her body reacted before her reason did, growing soft and faintly responding. Her breathing became rapid, her cheeks burning hot. She closed her eyes, her arms slowly winding around my neck. I seemed encouraged by this gesture, and the kiss deepened. My other hand began to roam, sliding from her slender waist to the curve of her hips. Sophia's breathing was completely thrown into disarray. On the ice rink, she was an arrogant queen. But here, she was like a block of ice melting away. My hand slipped beneath the hem of her clothes, the scorching palm pressing against her waist. Soft as cream, smooth as silk. Sophia shuddered violently. At that moment, my movements suddenly froze. No, something felt wrong. Whether it was Baijan, Xu Mingji, or the teacher, none of their figures matched. I spoke in confusion. You're not Xu Mingji. Those words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly jolting Sophia awake. She abruptly opened her eyes. You're not Baijan either. My voice grew deeper. Kuyin doesn't have hair this long. Chen Xiaolin. My palm was still pressed against her waist, the heat scorching. Sophia opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I wasn't trying to kiss her. I had mistaken her for someone else. I'm Sophia. She finally mustered the courage to say. Cough cough. Sophia, why are you seducing me? I quickly stopped. If Xu Mingji saw this, after just turning them down, I then went and slept with the new white girl, it would be a real problem. I didn't. I just walked over, and then I got pulled onto the bed, Sophia defended softly. That did seem to be the case. It was too dark in the room, and I subconsciously thought it was Xu Mingji and the others. Sophia's cheeks were so hot, they could fry an egg. But the hand at my waist didn't move away. Instead, it even rubbed lightly once more. She bit her lower lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Your hand. I pretended not to hear, but my palm stayed firmly against that slender, delicate waist. The feel was too good, cool, smooth, and full of spring. Only a fool would let go. Sophia was choked speechless by my blatant pretense of ignorance. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or embarrassed. I smoothly changed the subject. Looking for me this late? What's up? Sophia took a deep breath. It's the Island Chat channel. Andre, channel? What channel? I was genuinely puzzled. I'd been discussing tomorrow's crisis with Xia Jin the whole time, with no time to check public information. Sophia froze for a moment. This clan leader, who had made the entire island fearful, actually had no idea how much of a stir he had caused outside. She briefly explained what had happened. After listening, I fell silent for a moment, then let out a very faint snort. That's it. Aren't you worried? Andre is crazy. He won't let this go. Sophia couldn't help asking. In the darkness, my gaze settled calmly and firmly on her face. Since I let you in through this door, I'm not going to throw you out. The people of 01, I'll naturally protect. I paused, a hint of cold amusement entering my tone. Andre, he'd better not actually come knocking. Those words landed in Sophia's heart like a reassurance pill. That kiss just now had been a misunderstanding, but the sense of security I gave off made her feel a little more fond of me. I understand. Then I'll head back first. She lowered her head, no longer daring to look at me. I replied. Your hand. Sophia reminded me with a red face that my hand was still wandering where it shouldn't. Oh, go on then. Only then did I move my hand away, but as my fingertips left, I deliberately hooked lightly at her waist. Sophia trembled all over, hurriedly straightened her beast hide, and fled the room in a fluster. Listening to her receding footsteps, I slowly let out a breath. The fire inside my body hadn't died down at all. If anything, it was burning even more fiercely. Sleep tonight? I was afraid that was out of the question. I tilted my ear to listen, my gaze falling on the other bed in the corner. Kuyin was sleeping soundly. As the only healer in the tribe, she was the one who drained herself the most during the day. I walked over and called her softly. Teacher Ko. Chi Xiao. Kuyin groggily opened her eyes. What is it? Is someone injured? She instinctively tried to sit up. No one's injured. I leaned down, my breath brushing past her ear. I need you. Before Kuyun's brain had even caught up, she was scooped up in my arms. Right now? But before she could finish, she was laid down on that large bed. But one person still wasn't enough. I looked up and searched through my memory. Where was Xu Mingji sleeping again? Reaching the mat by the door, I grabbed a sturdy arm. Who is it? She was extremely alert and immediately tried to twist my wrist in a counterhold. It's me. I effortlessly defused it. Qi Xiao. She paused, catching the aggressive look in my eyes. She licked her lips, but instead of being alarmed, she grew excited. What? Chief can't sleep and wants someone to spar with. I didn't waste words and simply picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. Hey, easy, she protested, but there was laughter in her voice. Beside her, Kuyun's face turned even redder. A month ago, she wouldn't even have dared to imagine it. Xu Mingji rested her chin in her hand and teased. Teachers here too? 2v1. The chief sure was in high spirits tonight. I shut her mouth with direct action. A thought flashed through my mind. Where did Baijin sleep tonight? Forget it. I couldn't worry about that now. On the other side, Sophia had just lain down, still conflicted in her heart. She had heard since childhood that Eastern people were reserved and only became intimate after confirming a relationship. Unlike people from her country, she didn't know whether what she had just done was right or not. As she was tossing and turning, a muffled groan came from over there. She looked in the direction of the sound. The moonlight was dim, but that posture. Her blue eyes suddenly widened. 3 people. Eastern people are reserved? Who are they trying to fool? She quickly averted her gaze, her heart pounding. The next morning, I opened my eyes to sunlight filling the room. Thinking back on last night's pleasure, I smiled with satisfaction. This chief's blessing strengthens physical stamina too ridiculously. Only the 3 of us remained in the room. With a bang, the door was pushed open, and Lin Lu poked his head in. Qi Bao, you're awake. She bounced in, her ponytail swishing, her eyes landing on me. Her little face flushed. Oh my. Qi Bao, you're getting more and more fond of showing off your sword. I froze, looked down, and my morning reaction was still going strong. I coughed dryly and quickly tugged my clothes over it. Ahem, where did everyone go? They all went off to work. I drew this in the lottery this morning. She pulled up her panel, and a blue glowing blueprint appeared. Sturdy wooden perimeter wall blueprint, blue. Can build a 10-meter long, 3.5-meter high wall with a 15-meter watchtower. Sister Xiajin said this wall is way sturdier than the one we built. My eyes lit up. With the defensive boundary stone connected, the defenses would be maxed out. As expected of you, Lin Lu. I rubbed her head. Lin Lu narrowed her eyes. Chief brother, does that wish you promised me last time still count? I remembered it. When I'd drawn the eternal crossbow last time, I had indeed made a promise. Of course it counts. Have you decided? A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Then can you? Gong Din, my sister Lin Wan. I almost thought I'd misheard. This little girl wants to sell out her sister? I smiled and said, why do I have to win over your sister? Why can't I win over you? You're really dumb, she blurted out. You already won me over long ago, okay? She could tell that her sister had feelings for me, but her sister was restrained and knew that she also liked me, so she would never make a move. This deadlock could only be broken by me. If I were serious, she suddenly said, all solemn. I answered seriously too. If it's your wish, I'll do my best to try. When it involved another girl, he didn't dare make promises lightly. Ha ha, just kidding. She returned to her mischievous self again and ran off blushing. I shook my head helplessly. These twin sisters had a bunch of fans online. If they found out that the younger sister was promoting the older sister, their fandom might completely collapse. I got dressed and walked out of the cabin. Xiajin came up to me. The timber's about ready. We can start building. Okay. Not far away. Sophia was carrying timber when she heard 2 girls chatting. If only I could be like Xiaoxua and change from an ordinary profession to a rare one. Yesterday I saw her punch a tree in half. Sophia's steps faltered, her blue eyes full of shock. She couldn't help but ask, isn't your profession fixed from the beginning? Can it still be changed? A girl patted her shoulder. That's a tribal secret. If you want to know, go ask the chief. Her heart pounded wildly. Change class. It could even become rare. She thought of the terrifying strength of Andre and the others. She had always longed to become a rare class, to protect herself, to protect her friends. When she saw me come out, she immediately came up to me. Chief. She took a deep breath. I heard there's a way to change classes. Is that true? Her voice trembled, full of anticipation and unease. I looked at the longing overflowing in her eyes. Thinking of how I had pulled her onto the bed last night, I decided to trust her a little more. It's true, but it may not work for you. After all, she still didn't really count as one of the tribe. If I can become rare, I'm willing to pay any price. Her tone was firm. Really? Even if it means bonding with me? I smiled playfully. At the word bonding, she froze. In her mind flashed Andre's crazed face, and those days and nights of fear. She met my gaze and said frankly, I have a good impression of you. If it's you, I can. I was completely stunned. I had imagined she might be shy and hesitant, but I never expected her to be so straightforward. Once we trust you completely, maybe we can. I dropped that line and turned to leave. She looked at my back. I'll do my best. 3 hours later, a sturdy wooden wall rose from the ground. With the defense boundary stone empowered, the defensive strength climbed another level. The second wave of the zombie horde is about to arrive. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone instantly gripped their weapons tightly. The countdown hit 0. My pupils shrank, and I cursed. Damn it. Are you messing with me? This time, it really was a damn zombie horde. In my spatial sense, thousands of zombies were packed tightly together, surging toward the cliff. This one's at least several thousand strong. Those words struck everyone like a heavy hammer to the heart. There were over 1,000 zombies, but the tribe only had 30 people. Wasn't this a dead end? That disgusting red rabbit avatar popped up again. The rabbit. Hee, isn't this considerate of me? That malicious announcement again. Panic, suspicion, and the urge to protect themselves instantly spread through the various tribes. I glanced at it and directly closed the chat. I spun around abruptly, sweeping over the pale faces. Don't be influenced by that bullshit rabbit's abandonment theory. Chi Xiao will never abandon any one of you. We won't run, we'll fight. His voice was firm and resolute. The panic in the girls' hearts was steadied. Fight, someone shouted first. Fight, fight, fight. More and more voices rose, declaring to that malicious rulemaker, we won't run, we'll fight. My mind raced. Spatial slash was my strongest killing move, but it consumed enormous energy. If I exhausted myself, it would be over. That was my trump card, and I absolutely couldn't use it lightly. Xia Jin, Shu Mingji, I shouted sharply, emptied all my points, and exchanged them for 3 pieces of flowing silver combat suit. Flowing silver battle suit, rare. Close-fitting protection, resistant to physical and energy attacks, lightweight and imperceptible. Exchange, 200 points. I sent them to the 2 of them instantly. Open your backpacks. Equip them now. Seeing the sky-high price of 200 points, the 2 of them's pupils contracted. Qi Xiaoyu. Xia Jin's voice was trembling. No more nonsense. Put them on. I cut her off. We can earn points again if they're gone, but I will never allow any one of you to die. It was an unyielding will that allowed no objection. The 2 of them no longer hesitated, and flowing silver instantly covered their bodies. Bai Zhen. I turned around. You're in command of the crossbow squad. Take advantage of the lookout tower and provide fire support. Understood. She accepted the order calmly and led her team up the tower. Everyone else, get up to the lookout tower. Let the rabbit see that its rules are useless against us. It's time to let our rare classes shine. I encouraged everyone 1 sentence at a time. Xia Jin, Shu Mingji, come with me. We'll take the front line. I've been waiting for this. Xia Jin was burning with fighting spirit, drawing out a blood-red long dao. The blade buzzed with a low hum. Qi Bao, after this is over, you have to give me a reward. Shu Mingji licked her lips, clenched her fist, and her knuckles cracked. The 3 of us hurried out beyond the wall and stood on the frontmost slope. What a bunch of lunatics. Sophia, should we run? Kaya was scared. Where could we run to, Kaya? Sophia said resolutely. If you want to leave, then leave. I'm staying. Her desire to become a member of the tribe had never been stronger. Kaya hesitated for a moment and ultimately stayed behind. On the horizon, the black mass of the zombie tide surged like a breached flood, roaring as it charged forward. The snarling faces were enough to make anyone turn and run. On the watchtower, the girls gripped their weapons tightly, palms sweating. But the 3 people in front gave them confidence. Come on. Xia Jin let out a low roar, her red eyes flaring wide, and Berserker activated. With a sweep of the blood-red blade, the first 5 or 6 zombies were instantly sliced in half at the waist. She did not stop, transforming into a crimson whirlwind as she charged into the horde, severed limbs flying everywhere in her wake. Shu Mingji gave a sharp cry, dark red energy coiling around both fists as she charged in like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Boom, boom, boom. Her fists were battering rams. One zombie was struck head-on, its chest caving in as it was sent flying, knocking over 7 or 8 others with it. She even grabbed one zombie by the ankle and swung it around like a mace. A sweeping blow that mowed down everything in its path. The zombies around them were like fallen leaves caught in a hurricane. My figure was ghost-like. Dozens of throwing knives traced deadly arcs, precisely slipping through necks and temples. Spatial mark kept flashing, and every time I appeared, blade of space cut precisely through the most vulnerable spots. smooth as flowing clouds and water. On the watchtower, Bai Zhen directed 10 crossbows into a crossfire formation, picking off the ones that slipped through. The girl's shouts rang out like thunder. My god, this is a rare class. Xiajin is so cool. Zombies are dropping like grass. Shimingzi's strength is insane. She's tossing zombies around like toys. Ji Bao is the fiercest of all. The zombies can't even touch the hem of his clothes. Morale kept rising as the battle went on. On the other side, Sophia gripped the railing tightly. The 01 tribe, at least 3 rare combat classes. Anna's voice trembled. No wonder the other tribes don't even dare mention their name. Kaya took a deep breath, too shocked to speak. They didn't know that the true intimidation of the 01 tribe was held up by me alone. My mind kept racing. This had only just begun, and the 3 of them couldn't hold out for 2 hours. The situation was still grim. The bloody slaughter felt as if an entire century had passed. In reality, it had only been an hour. The sloped ground before the cliff had long been soaked through with black. My spatial awareness engulfed the entire battlefield. Xiajin and Xu Mingji's stamina were dwindling. Their breathing grew heavy, their movements slowed. Xiajin's blade no longer danced in seamless strikes, and Xu Mingji's punches lost their destructive force. Most critically, their dodge speed had dropped by nearly 50%. More zombies began bypassing them, charging straight for the wooden wall. This can't go on. My eyes sharpened as I locked onto the spatial markers. Whoosh! I flashed to Xiajin's side. Fall back. To the wooden wall. I can still fight. Xiajin shattered a zombie's skull with a slash, her red eyes brimming with defiance. Telling her to retreat was more painful for her than death itself. I had no time to argue. Stepping forward, I grabbed her by the waist and slung her over my shoulder like a human sandbag. In the next second, I flashed over to Xu Mingji. My fight's not done. She sent a zombie flying with a punch, but her footing had already become unstable. Stop overdoing it. That's an order. Following the same process, I hoisted her up onto the other shoulder. Ji Xiao, put me down now. Xiajin growled in rage and shock. Ji Bao, get me off this instant. Xu Mingji shrieked. Smack, smack. 2 crisp slaps. My palm, neither too heavy nor too light, landed on the tightly tensed curves of their buttocks. Sit still. Behave. Xiajin's struggle froze instantly. Those unruly red eyes were filled with shock and humiliation. He actually dared to hit there? Xu Mingji also froze, her face flushing bright red. She obediently stopped moving and buried her face behind my back, muttering in a muffled voice, You wait. The spatial mark activated again, and I hoisted the 2 generals on my shoulders, flashing back behind the wooden wall in a few bursts. Ku Yun immediately came over. I put them down. As soon as Xiajin's feet touched the ground, she turned around at once, her chest rising and falling violently. I couldn't tell whether from exhaustion or anger. Xu Mingji bared her teeth and rubbed her butt, her eyes resentful. The wooden door? Hold it. I had no time to deal with them. The fighters immediately moved up, bracing the wooden door with their bodies as they held it shut. Bang, bang, bang. The entire wooden wall shook violently. Bai Zhen, the condition of the wooden wall. Durability 17%, at most 15 minutes. Her voice was calm to the point of being ruthless. Everyone's hearts sank. 15 minutes. But the tide of corpses still had 60 minutes to go. The cracks in the wooden wall were spreading, and the zombies' hands had already reached through the gaps. All units, listen up. Abandon the wooden wall. Fall back to the top of the slope. I made the decision at once. The defensive boundary stone was taken out. A few dozen seconds later, the wooden wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Luckily, the order came in time. The girls retreated to the top of the slope, with rolling stones and logs behind them. The final line of defense. Release. Bai Zhen gave the order. Massive boulders and logs rumbled downhill, and the zombies at the front were smashed so hard their sinews were torn and their bones broken. Xiajin and Xu Mingji were nearly drained of all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Ku Yun knelt beside them, pressing both hands down as green light flared. Life praise was slowly infused. Time seemed stretched into infinity. The rolling stones and logs were quickly used up. The zombies, stepping over the corpses of their companions, were still surging forward. The girls huddled together, their hands gripping weapons as they trembled. Despair began to spread. There was still a full half-hour left until the zombie tide ended. Bai Zhen, Chen Xiaolin, get me up. Under cover of the last wave of rolling stones, send me to the bottom of the slope. Cover with crossbow fire. My voice was calm, leaving no room for doubt. I can still use it, /. What? Xia Jin looked up sharply. Qi Xiao, what are you going to do? Bai Zhen's voice trembled. No, it's too dangerous. Ku Yin cried out. Do as I say. My gaze was deep. Just trust me. Chun Xiaolin and Bai Zhen exchanged a look, then supported me from the left and right. Under the cover of the final wave of rolling stones, the three of us rushed toward the bottom of the slope. Crossbow bolts kept providing cover. The moment the rolling stones stopped, the zombies surged toward us like mad. Their ferocious, decayed faces were right before our eyes. The first few were about to pounce on us. The girls' hearts leapt into their throats, and some couldn't bear it and closed their eyes. At this critical moment, I slowly raised my right hand. My face was as pale as paper, veins bulging at my temples. Slash. With a swift motion resembling a blade, I slashed forward. No sound. A ripple fluttered in the space 100 meters ahead. In the next instant, hundreds of zombies within the fan-shaped area froze simultaneously. Then, like crops scythed by an invisible giant sickle, they collapsed in heaps. Their body skeletal frames were cut cleanly at the same precise height. Foul blood splattered as their dismembered remains toppled like a row of dominoes. One strike cleared the field. A vast expanse of emptiness stretched before me. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Bai Zhen's pupils shrank sharply. Xia Jin's crimson eyes brimmed with shock. Xu Mingji stood with her mouth agape, forgetting to close it. So this is my true power? Still 20 minutes left. Bai Zhen was the first to recover, her voice quivering. Fall back to the cabin. Hurry, I said weakly. That attack nearly drained every ounce of my energy. The girls snapped out of their daze and rushed into the cabin. Xiaolin and Bai Zhen supported me as we retreated inside. The wooden door slammed shut, locked tightly. Outside, there is a brief lull. In a few minutes, the horde of corpses will return. The final countdown begins. The atmosphere inside the room is heavy. The exhausted people lie collapsed on the floor. The faint glow of the fireplace illuminates a row of deathly pale faces. Ku Yin pulled me into her arms and let me rest my head on her lap. I closed my eyes and fully activated life praise. My wounds were healing slowly, but this piece was all too fragile. Countdown, 19 minutes remaining. It felt as long as a century. The girls kept staring at the panel over and over. 18 minutes, 57 seconds. 18 minutes, 56 seconds. Every tick lashed at our nerves. Just 2 minutes later. Ho roar. The chilling roars drew near from far away. Bang. Boom. Violent impacts erupted from all directions. The log cabin upgraded under the blessing of the boundary stone. But even with hundreds or thousands of zombies crashing against it without rest, its durability was still dropping. Durability, 99%. Bai Zhen said coldly. At this rate, the log cabin can last at most another 12 minutes. 12 minutes. But the zombie tide still had 17 minutes to go. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Once the log cabin is breached, how long can we exhausted survivors hold out? Maybe I, Xia Jin, and Xu Mingji can last a little longer. What about the other girls? 4 non-combat occupations, they wouldn't survive even a minute in a melee. Casualties are inevitable. If things go badly, we could be wiped out entirely. What do we do? Leaning against Ku Yun's arms, I racked my brain. Space / consumes too much energy. There was no way to use it again in the short term. Xia Jin and Xu Mingji's combat power had dropped sharply, and the ordinary soldiers were at the end of their rope. All means had been exhausted. This was a dead end. Fuck it. Let's fight them to the death. Xu Mingji slammed a fist into the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Xia Jin took a deep breath and spoke hoarsely. Those who can still fight, form a circle. Protect the unarmed in the center. Maybe everyone can survive. But everyone understood that was far too idealistic. With the zombie horde surging in, the circular formation collapsed in an instant. Clan leader, Sister Xia Jin. A quiet girl stood up trembling, her face covered in tears. Run. You can make it out alive. Leave us alone. Don't ever say that again. I shouted sharply, weak but resolute. I struggled to sit up straight and looked over the crowd. I said it before. As long as I, Qi Xiao, still have one breath left, I will never abandon any one of you. That promise will always count. The girls looked at me. Even at the end of the road, I still hadn't given up on them. That resolve became their last pillar of support. But reality would not change because of faith. The wooden cabin swayed precariously, its durability dropping crazily. Despair shrouded everyone. Just then, Bai Zhen spoke calmly. There's still one more way. Those 5 words struck everyone's hearts like lightning. What method? Bai Zhen, tell us quickly. All the girls instantly crowded around. Bai Zhen looked at me. Trigger the clan leader's blessing one more time. Within 10 minutes, connect once and create a new rare profession. Use this new profession to make it through the remaining time. My body stiffened. Last time, it was only announced. This time, it was connecting in front of everyone. The room fell deathly silent. Only the howls of the zombies outside and the system's cold ticking remained. Remaining, 1533. I'm willing. Sophia bit her lip and stepped forward, her gaze resolute. I want to get stronger. I want to protect everyone. Baijin shook her head. No, you haven't formally joined the clan yet, so whether it can be triggered is unknown. Besides, we've only known each other for less than 24 hours. That's not enough trust. Sophia opened her mouth, but no words came out. Remaining, 1501. I'll do it. Xiaolin stepped out from the crowd. The usually carefree sporty girl was now blushing deeply, her eyes shining with a frightening intensity. She looked me straight in the eye and took a deep breath. It's not that big a deal, right? Everyone just treat it like watching a movie. Besides, it's Qi Bao. Our clan leader is so handsome. I made out like a bandit. Her deliberately casual words hid the courage of someone who had decided to risk it all. My heart skipped a beat. Xiaolin, are you sure? Once you start, there's no turning back. Sure. Stop dawdling. If we keep wasting time, everyone's going to die. I tried to prop myself up. A fair, slender foot gently stepped on my chest. Xiaolin leaned down to look at me, her chestnut short hair falling forward. Lie still, Qi Bao. Your stamina matters. I'll do it myself. She paused, then curled her lips into a smile. Of course, if you want to take the initiative, you can find someone to push you. I had black lines hanging over my forehead. What time was it? And this girl was still like this. But I understand. She was using a joke to relieve the pressure. Stop messing around. Hurry up. I helplessly relaxed. I glanced around, and all the girls were watching. My ears burned. Everyone. Could you turn around first? I'll be a little nervous. The solemn atmosphere instantly turned a bit awkward. A few girls snickered, but all turned their backs. Lin Lu tried to sneak a look, but her sister, blushing, turned her back around. I'll make it quick for you. Remember to make it up to me afterward. Xiaolin left with her final words. Clan leader ends, begin. Inside the quiet room, the sound of rapid inhalation was especially clear. The girls facing away stiffened, the tips of their ears quietly turning red. Lin Lu was the first to be unable to hold back, secretly turning a little to sneak a glance. Once there was a first, there was a second. Xiaolin paid it no mind at all. Sweat slid down her smooth skin. Time passed by the second. Finally, it was over. System notification. Clan leader's blessing triggered. Obtained. Source flying daggers, 11. Infused with the power of wind, lightning, fire, and ice elements. Chun Xiaolin has obtained the opportunity to change classes. A. Wind Bolt Master, unique. B. War Hymn Priest, rare. I was overjoyed. 11 elemental flying daggers. My offensive power was instantly maxed out. Xiaolin had even triggered a unique class. But the pounding from outside was growing more and more frantic. Baijun. At this intensity, the wooden hut will collapse in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Xiaolin. Hurry up and choose. Xiaolin still had a flush on her face and beads of sweat on her skin, but she didn't hesitate at all. I choose Wind Bolt Master. Class change successful. Body of Wind and Thunder. Greatly increased resistance to wind and lightning, with a major boost to reaction speed. Swift Thunder Step. Lightning wraps around the body, increasing movement speed by 300%. The next moment, sparks of electricity coiled around her entire body. Xiaolin, hurry, and STA. Before I could finish, I was electrocuted unconscious. Xiaolin gave an awkward smile. First time on the road, energy overload, purely an accident. She stood up, her chestnut brown short hair fluttering without wind, a streak of lightning dancing at her fingertips. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as she looked toward the door, which had already split open. Open the door. I'm going to beat them flying. The two girls near the door exchanged a glance, then together pulled the wooden door open. A wave of putrid stench rushed in. Outside the door, zombies packed the entire hillside. Swift Thunderstep. Xiaolin's voice was very soft, yet it carried the force of thunder. Blue-purple arcs of lightning exploded from within her body. Her figure instantly blurred, transforming into a bolt of electricity that crashed into the zombie horde. Puff, puff, puff. A dense series of explosive blasts rang out one after another. The 7 or 8 zombies at the door had their heads sent flying into the air all at once. Under her terrifying dynamic vision, the zombies were as slow as stationary targets. In a semicircle 5 meters out from the door, everything was instantly cleared. Xia Jinshu and Ming Ji exchanged a glance. They couldn't put all the burden on Xiaolin alone. Those who can move, charge with me. The two of them rushed out first. Crossbowmen, fire freely. Prioritize clearing the edge of the cliff. Bai Zhen ordered coldly. Charge. For the tribe. For Qibao, all the girls who could still stand, clutching hoes, wooden spears, and kitchen knives, flooded out of the wooden cabin in a frenzy. Zombie tide remaining. 6 minutes and 1 second. The warrior thrust her long sword through a zombie's eye socket, black blood splattering across her face, and she roared on. The cook, Mo Lan, swung her kitchen knife, working with the club squad to slaughter the zombies. Ku Yun fully activated Praise of Life, and a soft green glow enveloped everyone. The crossbowmen kept clearing the cliff edge, covering the front line. The 0-1 tribe erupted with unprecedented fighting power. Zombie tide remaining. 5 minutes and 31 seconds. The front line was forcibly pushed back. Xiao Lin became the sharpest arrowhead, wildly darting through the zombie tide. She charged straight into the densest zombie hordes, cutting open one breach after another with a single slash. Xia Jin followed up with finishing blows, killing off every straggler. Xu Mingji, with her immense strength, held back the counterattack. Zombie tide remaining. 4:33. The hillside was piled thick with corpses. The wooden cabin had been cleared out, and so had the cliff. The girls pushed the front line back by more than 20 meters in one burst. Remaining in the zombie tide. 1:59. The battle entered its most brutal stage. Some were scratched and bitten, some collapsed from exhaustion and were immediately dragged back into formation by their companions. Ku Yun's hymn of life, aura, enveloped everyone. Xia Jinshu and Mingji had added new wounds, but they did not retreat even half a step. Remaining in the zombie tide. 1:22. The final 82 seconds. Every second felt as long as a century. The girls' cries were already hoarse, sustained only by sheer willpower. Remaining in the zombie tide. 47 seconds. Xiaolin panted heavily, sweat streaming like a river. The wind and thunder power was almost depleted, every breath burned with pain. But she could not stop. Remaining in the zombie tide. 19 seconds. On the far right of the defense line, 2 girls collapsed from exhaustion. 3 zombies howled as they lunged at them. Watch out! Xu Mingji's eyes were about to split open as she was entangled to death by the horde of corpses. Xia Jin roared and swung his blade, but it was too far away. Too late. At the critical moment, 3 throwing knives struck with pinpoint accuracy, each one a headshot. It was me. He had awakened at some unknown time and joined the battle at the most perilous moment. The 2 girls were dragged back into formation by the crossbowmen. The chief is awake. The chief is awake. Morale exploded instantly. Zombie tide remaining. 10 seconds. Hold the line. The last 10 seconds. I used up every last bit of strength and roared hoarsely. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The countdown hit 0. Time seemed to have been pressed into pause. All the crazed, howling zombies suddenly went rigid. The crimson light in their eyes instantly went out. The densely packed zombies collapsed soundlessly in unison. One moment it was blood-soaked and earth-shaking. The next, deathly silence. Only the girls' ragged breathing remained, along with the clang of weapons hitting the ground and suppressed sobs. It was over. The terrifying 2-hour zombie tide had finally come to an end. The light of dusk illuminated this hellscape. We survived. No one died. Xiaolin steadied herself as she swayed, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, a tired yet radiant smile on her face. She turned to look at me. Qibao, we won. Scoreboard. 0-1 tribe, 16,000 points. 0-3 tribe, 800 points. 29 tribe, 530 points. 0-1 is leading by a landslide. The second wave of the tide of corpses has ended. The final wave will begin in 7 days. Given that half of the tribes have perished, the tribe recruitment system has been unlocked. The entire island channel exploded. Our chief is dead. Who can take me in? Our tribe only has 3 people left. Who are the top 10? Golden text slowly scrolled by. 10th place, Steel Fortress, 10/30ths, 210 points. 9th place, Blood Dawn, 1530, 355 points. When it came to the top 3, everyone held their breath. 3rd place, Arc Tribe, 27-30, 530 points. Only 27 survived. 2nd place, Divine Descendants Tribe, 27/30, 800 points. 800 points. My God. Then the font became bold and enlarged. 1st place, Tribe 01, 30/30th survivors, 16,000 points. Dead silence. A deathly silence stretched on for more than 10 seconds. 16,000 points. That was a full 20 times the 2nd place score. Survivors, 30/30? Wait, what does 30/30ths mean? Literally, everyone survived. Impossible. That kind of zombie horde, and everyone survived? 16,000 points too? How the hell is that possible? Did you forget Tribe 01 wiped out 14 tribes in one night? Our tribe had 30 people, and only 8 survived. What right do they have? 0 casualties? 0 casualties from the second wave of the zombie horde? The channel completely lost its mind. They didn't know. Every tribe was hiding, and only us 01 fought to the end. That 01, who wiped out 14 tribes in one night, once again appeared in a crushing display of force. The clan leader seems to be called Qi Xiao. Please introduce me. I can do anything. Boss, please take me in. I'm a rare class trap master. Is 01 still recruiting? I'm pretty, and I can warm your bed. And at this moment, it was eerily quiet in front of the 01 wooden hut. The girls gathered around the campfire. We came first. Lin Lu muttered. 16,000 points. Xia Jin leaned against a wooden stake. Xu Mingji plopped down on the ground and suddenly let out a ha of laughter, laughing harder and harder. I laughed too, looking at the familiar faces beside me. Ku Yun, Bai Zhen, Lin Lu, Xiao Lin. Everyone was alive. I raised my voice. Bai Zhen, what luxury items are there in the point shop? All eyes immediately turned to her. Bai Zhen spoke calmly. Premium cake 20 points. A5 Wagyu 50 points. Seafood platter 200 points. Collector's red wine 50 points a bottle. Moonlight silk dress 20 points. Designer shoes. Premium stockings. Advanced skincare set. Phantom perfume. Fireworks set. Gramophone. With every item she announced, the girl's eyes lit up a little more. These things, once nothing out of the ordinary, were luxury goods beyond reach on the island. And now, 16,000 points sat before them like a mountain of gold. Looking at those pairs of eager eyes, I smiled. What are we waiting for? If you want to eat something, buy it. If you want to wear something, exchange it. Each person gets an initial 200-point spending limit. Use it however you want. Tonight, let's celebrate that we're alive. Let's celebrate that we won. Tonight there's no training, no night watch, no saving. Tonight, drink until we drop. A brief silence. Yay! The cheers nearly blew the roof off. I want collectible red wine. 2 bottles. A white dress. I haven't worn a dress in so long. Steak. Medium rare. Fireworks. Shampoo. I'm going to take 3 baths. All kinds of food, clothes, and daily necessities quickly piled up into a small mountain. Someone couldn't wait to pop open a bottle of red wine and drink straight from it, coughing over and over from choking. Someone lit the grill, and thick steaks were tossed onto it, the smell of meat instantly filling the air. As night deepened, Camp 01 was bright as day. The bonfire blazed fiercely, and meat was roasting while soup was simmering. The girls changed into new clothes, smiling brightly. Fireworks burst, lighting up their flushed faces. Xu Mingji and Xia Jin felt the stronger power surging within them. They had both gained new skills. Yishi drank the most and was the wildest. She clutched an empty wine bottle and staggered up to me. Qi Xiao, she shouted drunkenly, drawing a circle of attention. The girls giggled and gathered around to watch the fun. Yishi shoved the bottle to someone else, leaned forward, and the warm scent of alcohol brushed under my chin. Tell me, why are you so stupid? I froze. How am I stupid? You're just stupid. A super, invincible idiot. Yishi pointed vaguely at my chest, her tone aggrieved. You don't even know what I'm thinking. The laughter around us grew louder, mixed with whistles. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. She shook off my hand and stepped closer, lifting her face. Then look at me now. She spun around once, the firelight outlining her curves. Am I pretty? Pretty. I answered honestly. Yishi straightened her chest, emboldened by her drunken boldness. Then do I have a good figure? A smothered intake of breath rose all around us. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I forced myself to answer. Yes. Exactly. I'm pretty, and I have a great figure too. Yishi's voice suddenly dropped. So many people used to chase after me. Bring me flowers, write me love letters, ask me to the movies. Why can't you chase after me too? Her eyes turned red. Even if you just asked once. I was speechless. Suddenly, that first line of hers, I hate you, flashed through my mind. Was I supposed to say that? No. You can't reason with a drunk. I could only keep my mouth shut. But Yishi thought I was refusing her and got anxious, grabbing my arm and shaking it. Say something. Don't you like me? The words actually, I like you rolled around in my mouth countless times, but in the end, I never said them. Over there, Bai Zhen's questioning got no answer. Over here, the flames of war burned even hotter. Xu Mingji was drunk out of her mind, her arm around Ku Yun's shoulder, and Qin Xiaolin leaned in too. 3 women who had just gained power, excited and relaxed. Shu Mingji's cheeks were flushed red, her eyes bright. Hey, seriously, what do you think about the leader's body? Puffed. One person nearby directly spat out her juice. Kuyun's face turned beet red, forcing herself to stay calm. It's very solid. Very strong. That time he held my wrist down, I couldn't move at all. Chen Xiaolin giggled, even bolder. What a pity, it was too rushed that time. My legs were almost broken, and he didn't even gasp for breath. The implication could not have been clearer. The women exchanged glances and burst into giggles together. Shu Mingji licked her lips, a competitive glint flashing in her eyes. Just talking about it is useless. We're happy tonight, so how about trying it? Trying what? Kuyun asked stupidly. Competing, of course. Chen Xiaolin's eyes were full of allure. Let's see who can get the chief to give guidance for longer. Shu Mingji agreed at once and raised her cup. Let the loser admit defeat. The loser has to call the winner to Jeff. Deal. The three women clinked glasses, giggling as they settled this absurd wager. Their eyes all turned to me, who was being pestered by Yi Shi. Those looks were like hunters eyeing their prey. A chill ran down my back. While dealing with Yi Shi, I also felt several even hotter gazes. Tonight, there would be no sleep. Meanwhile, far away, the bonfire of the Sports Academy tribe was dying out. Xie Ergai stared fixedly at the string of glaring numbers on the system interface. The 01 tribe had 10,000 points remaining. In just 2 hours, after that frantic spending spree, they still had 10,000 left. The second wave of the corpse tide had only ended 3 hours ago. He turned his head to look at Andre and Ivan on the other side of the bonfire. See that? The 01 tribe started with 16,000. They fought the corpse tide for 2 hours. Just how many did they kill? Sergei's hands trembled. Logic told him that messing with this tribe was a terrible idea. Ivan took a swig of alcohol and sneered. Coward. The data's clearly off. Either the system's broken, or those yellow-skinned monkeys got their hands on some artifact. Andre had stayed silent all this time. He sat on a wooden stump, slowly wiping the bloodied machete, his eyes growing sharper by the moment. Sergei, you should learn from Ivan. His voice was unnervingly calm. 30 people, 2 hours, 16,000. 0 casualties. A bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys pulling that off. Not a chance. He stood up, spinning the machete in a graceful arc. Which means there's only one explanation. They're holding something valuable. Blueprints, bug exploit, doesn't matter. I'll take it. Sergei felt his stomach sink. Boss, think this through. Every tribe on the island doesn't dare speak their name. Going after them is suicide. Suicide. Andre slowly turned his head, his gaze like a predator sizing up its prey. Sergei, what did you just say? The air seemed to freeze on the spot. Sergei swallowed hard. Boss, I'm not scared. I'm just thinking of the tribe. For the horde. Andre walked closer step by step. Hide and watch yellow-skinned monkeys take what should have been ours. Sergei, you've disappointed me. You've lost the most precious thing of the warrior nation, pride. Bang. A punch slammed into Sergei's face, breaking his nasal bone on the spot. Andre grabbed his collar and yanked him up, then threw a second punch, a third punch. Look at you. Like a stray dog. You are the wolf of Siberia. Not some tail-tucked dog. With the final punch, Sergei flew 2 meters back, his face covered in blood, and passed out on the spot. Andre shook the blood off his hand and looked at Ivan. That prisoner still hasn't talked? Ivan gave a ferocious grin. Very stubborn. Been cursing all night. Come on, take me to see him. At the edge of the camp, a man in his 30s from the east was tied to a wooden stake, covered in wounds. Woke up. Andre crouched down and used his blood-stained hand to slap his face. Last chance, yellow monkey. Where is Tribe 01's camp? Old Chin spat a mouthful of blood at his face. Bah, damn Russian. I'm not telling you shit. Andre did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and slowly wiped away the blood. Tough bones. I like that. But once they're crushed, they're still crushed. He grabbed Old Chin's right hand and pressed it to the ground, the tip of the blade resting against the gap beside his fingernail. Talk, and I'll make it quick. Don't talk, and I'll do them one by one. Old Chun gritted his teeth and glared at him. You can't forget it. Good. The dagger suddenly stabbed into the gap between the fingernails and pried hard. Ah! A scream tore through the night sky. Andre pulled out the dagger, holding up half a fingernail before his eyes, gentle, as if soothing a child. This is only the first one. There are still 9 fingers, 10 toes. No rush. Kill me. If you've got the guts, kill me. Kill you? How boring. The dagger moved toward the middle finger. One more time. Where is Tribe 01? Old Chin's whole body trembled. There really was a person from Tribe 14 who had escaped here and mentioned the location of Tribe 01, near the cliffs to the northeast. I don't know. The dagger stabbed in again. The second scream. the third finger, the fourth. Just as the blade tip touched the fifth one, Old Chun completely broke down. I'll talk. Northeast. By the cliffs, upstream along the stream. Please kill me. Andre smiled in satisfaction and waved his hand. Give him a quick end. Ivan stepped forward and slit his throat with one stroke. The screams came to an abrupt halt. Get ready. Tomorrow we're going hunting at the northern cliffs. Take everyone with you. And those obedient women too, as bait. If I knew there was a tribe plotting against us, I'd probably laugh out loud. So many people in the tribe had just leveled up, they were all itching for someone to practice on. Early morning. Sunlight fell on my face. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I felt was the weight on my body. Xu Mingji lay sprawled across me without a care in the world, using me as a cushion. Ku Yun and Qin Xiaolin were on my left and right. I rubbed my temples, and a dull ache spread across my lower back. After fending off the zombie tide last night, the tribe had held a simple celebration, and then I was forcibly dragged into bed. That girl Xu Mingji, once she's drunk, doesn't care whether you're willing or not. A drunk woman is terrifying. If it weren't for the powerful kidney enhancement granted by the chieftain's blessing, I really would have been done for last night. I got up, dressed, and went out of the wooden hut while working out the soreness in my lower back. Just as I took a breath of fresh air, Sophia came walking straight toward me. Chi Xiao, the tribe has recruitment slots now. Her voice was clear, without the slightest hesitation. I ask you to formally accept me, Anna, and Katia into the 01 tribe. I stopped and looked at her. I thought of the way she had stood with everyone on the front line in the final moments of the zombie tide yesterday. I felt a bit more approval in my heart. Why do you want to join so badly? This tribe is strong, lacks neither food nor water, and women aren't treated like goods. Besides, being here can turn me into a rare class. I nodded, believing that this was her honest answer. She paused for a moment, then looked straight at me with her ice blue eyes. Also, I have feelings for you, Chi Xiao. If you're willing, after I become a member, you can immediately trigger the clan chief's blessing with me. I froze. No build-up. No hinting. She went straight in with an unabashedly direct attack. I like you, so you can bless me. I was a little stunned and subconsciously touched my nose. You girls from Europe? Are all this casual? Falling in love after just a few meetings. Her expression changed instantly. Please don't insult me. Her voice turned cold. I'm not like those people. I come from an ancient, conservative family that values tradition, honor, and fidelity. For 18 years, I have never said something like this to anyone. You're the first. I won't dress it up with sweet talk. I like you, so I'm willing. That's all. Her gaze was too earnest, with not a trace of a joke in it. I was moved. That feeling of being chosen without reservation was a little unfamiliar, but not bad. Just as I was about to speak, Chi Xiao, Xia Jin suddenly pushed the door open and rushed out, the auspicious and inauspicious compass in her hand vibrating. An omen of danger. The needle is pointing south. The warm atmosphere vanished in an instant. My eyes sharpened. Got it. Xia Jin, notify everyone. Get ready for battle. Yes. At the foot of the slope, Andre appeared swaggeringly with more than 20 men. Their clothes were disheveled, but each one was big and burly. They had no intention of hiding at all, as if they were out on a picnic. The moment Ivan spotted the figure on the hillside, his eyes lit up instantly. Ha! Andre, so many top-quality ones. Sophia is here too. She won't be able to escape this time. That pale skin just like snow. Behind, a group of men burst into laughter, eyes vile, already dividing the spoils with their gaze. Andre licked his lips, his glare fixed on me at the front. Take care of that yellow-skinned monkey first, he ordered. But don't kill him, leave him breathing. I want to have some fun. Yes, boss. 3 of the biggest guys stepped forward. Mikhail, nearly 2 meters tall, a pro wrestler. Beside him, 2 champions in boxing and powerlifting. The trio strolled confidently up the hill, the crowd of dozens behind them dismissed as insignificant. Up on the slope, Sophia's face turned pale. It's Andre, Ivan, and Mikhail, they're here. I swept a glance at them, emotionless, as if looking at a pile of trash. Perfect. A bunch of folks in my tribe just leveled up and needed practice dummies. I turned, casually addressing the gathered girls behind me. There are a few punching bags coming up. Who wants to warm up? Xu Mingji's hand shot up. Me? Chi Bao told me to. Just hit level 7, dying to test out my fists. Go ahead. She grinned, showing her tiny tiger teeth, and walked down the hill alone, calm, unhurried, towards the 3 hulking figures. The crowd below froze for a moment before roaring with laughter. Huh, that guy's letting a girl go die for him. Look at that body, though. Mikhail, go easy. Don't mess her up too badly. Mikhail, Seeing Xu Mingji approach, his eyes lit up instantly. He puffed out his exaggerated chest muscles, shouting in my direction with a mockery-filled tone. A yellow skin hiding under a woman's skirt. You let her die for you. I'm ashamed for you. Behind him, the other two laughed uproariously. I scratched my ear and yawned. Would anyone feel insulted by the mockery of ants? Nope. Xu Mingji stopped 5 meters from Mikhail, tilting her head slightly, sizing up the towering, bear-like man. Suddenly, she smiled. Done talking. Mikhail froze. The next second, she moved. No frills. With a twist of her waist and a lifted leg, it was all over. Mikhail sensed the danger, hastily raising both arms to block. Bang! A dull, resounding thud. He was sent flying backward like he'd been hit by a truck, his 200-plus-pound body hurtling through the air. He flew over the heads of his two companions and was sent more than 100 meters away. In the end, he crashed violently into a big tree. His body slid down like rotten mud, collapsing onto the ground, life or death unknown. The entire hillside fell deathly silent. All the laughter and whistles from the Andre tribe came to an abrupt stop. Everyone gaped, eyes wide. The pretty girl who had kicked him slowly withdrew her leg. She curled her lip, looking disgusted. So weak. Can't even block one kick. Her voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a slap across everyone's face. I suddenly looked at Sophia, an idea flashing through my mind. Sophia, are you really popular in the tribe? She nodded. Almost all the boys like me. After they seized power, they hadn't even had time to lay a hand on me before I ran. I flashed a wicked grin. Sophia, come here. Give me a kiss. She froze for a moment. You accept me now? I didn't answer. I pulled her waist into my arms and lowered my head to kiss her. A deep kiss full of possessiveness. She stiffened at first, then immediately melted completely. She rose onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around my neck, and responded eagerly. Her silver hair poured down like a waterfall. At the foot of the slope, the Andre tribe instantly exploded into chaos. That was Sophia, the Ice Queen, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. The ultimate prize Andre had long since set his sights on, and now, in front of everyone, she was actively yielding to a yellow-skinned monkey. No, Sophia, push him away. Where's your pride? Kill that man. Tear him to pieces. Curses and roars erupted all at once. Yet I was enjoying it more and more. My hand slid down from her waist, slipped into the fur, and rested on the smooth curve of her side. MHM. She trembled and let out a soft moan. That sound became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I'll kill you. Andre's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. That woman should have been his. He was going mad with regret. Idiots. You're all useless idiots. He shot a furious glare at the two subordinates still frozen in shock on the hillside. Go. Tear that bitch apart. Drag that man down the goddamn hill. A flash of fear crossed their faces. They'd seen with their own eyes how Mikhail had been sent flying earlier. But Andre's piercing glare left them no choice. Screw it. It's just one woman. The two drew short knives and charged at Xu Mingji from opposite sides. She saw them coming and laughed. With that, she didn't move a muscle. The moment the blade struck her, clink, clink, the knives broke. The tips fell to the ground. Her clothes weren't so much as scratched. The two men stared, eyes wide in disbelief. A monster? Her smile vanished. Done playing? Her hands shot out, gripping their necks with precision. A light squeeze. Crack, crack. Two lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. She clapped her hands together, as if brushing off dust. Trash. Below the hill, silence reigned. First, it had been shock. Now, sheer, bone-deep terror. This woman, she was invulnerable? Inhumanly strong? How the hell are they supposed to fight that? Meanwhile, atop the hill, Sophia and I hadn't stopped. Not even close. I figured Andre's crew had gone quiet. Boring. Time to turn things up a notch. I broke off our kiss, letting my lips slide down along Sophia's neck. I reached her collarbone and sucked down hard. Ah! Her body shivered as a sharp gasp escaped her lips. Her voice rang clear as a bell, reaching every pair of ears down the hill. A fresh, red, unmistakable hickey marked her pale skin below her collarbone, claiming her. The ultimate mark of ownership. Son of a bitch. Boss, let me go up there and slaughter him. Kill him. Kill. Kill. Andre's veins bulged, but his fear of Xu Mingji kept him rooted. He turned, looking toward a burly, bald giant near the back. Valerie, smash that bastard into pulp. The guy was a former shot-put champion and a warrior-class awakener, renowned for his overwhelming strength. His grin stretched wide with excitement as he strode over to a boulder almost as tall as him. With a roar, rah! He lifted the several hundred-pound rock, spun in place a few times, and hurled it in my direction. The boulder hurtled through the air like a cannonball, aimed straight for my head. Crushed that yellow-skinned monkey. I didn't even look up. Still had time to plant one more kiss on her collarbone for good measure. The boulder drew closer. 50 meters. 30. 10. 5. And just 10 centimeters away. A fair, slender hand reached out. It firmly supported the base of the giant rock. And paused. Suspended in midair out of nowhere, motionless. Baijan had somehow already appeared beside me. She held a rock several times larger than herself above her head with one hand. Her expression was calm, as if she were holding a feather. Time stood still. I muttered in dissatisfaction. Tisk, you're blocking my light. Baijan gave a faint, oh. Then I'll throw it back. With a slight flick of her wrist. Who? That giant rock, weighing several hundred jin, flew back the way it came at even greater speed. Take cover. A few people reacted quickly and moved aside. But Valerie remained still. He was a shot-put champion, an awakened warrior. If he dodged a stone thrown back by a woman, wouldn't he be admitting his inferiority? He planned to catch it. Come on. He planted his feet firmly, taking a stable stance. Baijan's red lips parted slightly. Foolish creature. As soon as the massive stone touched Valerie's palms, a silvery gleam flashed in her eyes. Mass manipulation. Boom. Valerie felt like he wasn't catching a stone. He was catching the entire earth. The force exceeded his limit by tenfold. Crack. Every bone in his body shattered simultaneously. Before he could even scream, his entire form burst apart like a smashed tomato. A splatter of blood, chunks of flesh, and splinters of bone exploded outward. All that remained in the spot was a gory puddle. The massive stone lay quietly at the center of the blood-soaked ground. Andre and the remaining group finally realized what kind of monster they had provoked. Someone bent over and dry-heaved, vomiting up bile. On the hillside, Sophia looked up at me. Qi Xiao. Her voice was very soft, yet utterly resolute. I want to kill Andre myself. Right now. Can you make me a rare class profession right now? I want to use the power you give me to finish him with my own hands. I looked down at her and smiled. Sure. Then I changed the subject. But are you sure you want to do it now? Here. Her face instantly flushed red to the roots of her ears. She bit her lower lip. At least, for the first time. Her voice carried a rare trace of shyness. Could you make it a little more private? My smile deepened. I put an arm around her waist and turned to walk toward the wooden cabin. With a thought, the system interface popped up. Do you want to invite Sophia to join the tribe? I chose yes. Her icy blue eyes sparkled impressively, accepting in an instant. The two embraced, walking toward the cabin. They're going in. Sophia? Stop right there. You slut. You're willingly walking inside with that yellow-skinned monkey. Arg. Kill them. The hillside erupted into chaos. Just now, it was an audacious, face-to-face cuckold. Now, as this pair walked into the cabin, arm in arm, their retreating silhouettes tore away the last shred of dignity left for the others. Everyone knew exactly what that meant. That once proud, ice-cold goddess, at this very moment, was surrendering everything to me. And it was happening right before their very eyes. In that cabin, it meant only one thing. Utter humiliation. The vision of their goddess being ravished played vividly in their minds. Oh. Andre roared like a beast. Everyone. Charge. Flatten that cabin. Chop that bastard into ground meat. Drag Sophia out of there. I'll flay them alive. Right in front of everyone. Kill them. Behind us, the cabin door gently closed. The spring inside, the madness outside, completely cut off. Inside the cabin, it was dim, with nothing but our heated breaths filling the air. Outside, the air boiled with tension, teetering on the edge of a vicious bloodbath. Andre had completely lost it. The remaining dozen men were red-eyed, howling as they charged toward the cabin. Dirt flew, their shouts shaking the heavens. Phew, phew, phew. A piercing sound sliced through the air. A cluster of crossbow bolts struck the ground directly in the path of the onrushing men. The bolts buried halfway into the earth, forming a neat, straight warning line. The closest one landed less than 3 centimeters from a man's shoe. The man's face drained of color, his legs buckling as he fell face first into the dirt. Everyone froze, their eyes fixated on those alloy bolts, their hearts gripped with fear. On the slope, in front of the cabin, Baijan stood silently beside the crossbowman, though no one had noticed her arrival. Her breathtaking face was calm, devoid of expression. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Our chieftain is currently preoccupied. He's unavailable to receive guests. Not convenient for receiving guests? This fucking isn't convenient for receiving guests. This is clearly, in front of everyone, consummating things with their goddess. Modric completely broke down. This battle can't be won. Surviving is what matters most. He turned and ran downhill. Bai Zhen raised a hand and waved. Whoosh! An arrow pierced his calf. Ah! Modric clutched his leg and screamed. Bai Zhen said calmly. Our chief said that guests from afar are still guests. Since you're already here, don't be in such a rush to leave. Andre and the others looked as if they'd eaten shit. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Neither allowed to charge and nor allowed to leave. Were they being toyed with like monkeys? That bastard. He wants to force us to stand outside, helplessly watching Sophia being toyed with by him. Someone had seen through my thoughts. Damn it, is he even human? Everyone's vision darkened. It was as if they could see everything inside through the wooden planks. As if they'd already heard her moaning. Don't think about it. Stop thinking. Vladimir's eyes were bloodshot as he slapped himself repeatedly. He couldn't accept it, his goddess willingly being toyed with by some yellow-skinned monkey. Vladimir, calm down. Two others nearby held him back with all their strength. Boss, what do we do? Andrei's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly. Shut up. Let me think. There had to be a way. Inside the cabin, Sophia leaned against the wooden door, her ice-blue eyes shining with a shocking brilliance. Without a trace of hesitation, she untied the straps of her fur garment, letting it fall to her feet. The morning light outlined her perfect figure, a masterpiece sculpted by years of rigorous training as a queen of figure skating. My Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Before I could make a move, she lunged toward me. She wrapped her arms around my neck, her lips pressing in with an irresistible force. It was not passive submission, but active pursuit. The kiss was urgent, deep, even carrying a touch of clumsy fierceness. As if she were the hunter who had plotted this long ago. I was even slightly stunned. After the kiss briefly paused, she panted softly and asked seriously, Clan leader's blessing, is there anything that needs special attention? How should I do it, for the best effect? A smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth as I began making things up. As for precautions, there's only one. It has to do with my comfort level. The more I enjoy it, the higher the chance of triggering a rare class. I had made it up on the spot. But as soon as Sophia heard it, her eyes lit up at once. She took half a step back and did a stretch that was enough to set one's blood racing. Then I'm sure it can awaken an incredible class. My body was trained for the most beautiful posture. My flexibility is very high, and my endurance is excellent. We're definitely going to be very, very happy. The wooden cabin was anything but soundproof. Sophia's fragmented moans in her native tongue grew increasingly unrestrained. The sounds pierced straight through the wooden planks. Down the slope, Andre paced like a caged beast. Suddenly, a noise emerged from the cabin. This time, it wasn't imagination, it was real. At first faint, it quickly became distinct. The sounds grew louder, faster, more rhythmic. Each noise struck their fraying nerves like hammer blows. Shut up, just shut up. Vladimir pressed his hands firmly over his ears. His fingers dug in so hard that his ears began to bleed. Finally, I can't hear it anymore. The others wore looks of disbelief and shame. The goddess they admired, the most beautiful flower of the Bear Nation, was being freely plucked by the enemy they considered beneath them, and by the sound of it, she was enjoying herself. Rage swelled inside them, ready to explode like an overfilled balloon. Andrei's head snapped up, his gaze murderous. Ivan, no more waiting. This time, we're going all in. In Ivan's blood-red eyes, the last trace of hesitation was swallowed. Boss, I understand. This time, he would stake everything. Rare class, demon pack-bearer. Passive skill, use lifespan as currency to gain power. The more he sacrificed, the stronger his power. Normally, he could only offer up a few months at most. But now, I offer up 10 years of my life. In exchange for power, he pressed both hands against his chest and growled under his breath. The whites of his eyes were eroded by darkness, and dark purple lines surfaced beneath his skin. Two curved jet-black bone horns pushed out from his temples. At the same moment, Andre also roared. Dark armor covered his entire body, and chains coiled around his fists. Rare class, tyrant. The more subjects who submitted to him, the stronger he became. If his subordinates died or betrayed him, his power would drain away. That was why he protected his men with all his might. They were his power source. Kill her. Ivan. Andre pointed at Xu Mingji, who was at the very front. Get the hell out of my way. The dirt beneath Ivan's feet exploded, turning into a black and red afterimage. Wherever he passed, even the air was scorched and warped by the evil power. Xu Mingji's expression finally turned serious. She raised her right hand and swung it down hard. Bang! A dull thud. A ring of shockwaves burst out beneath Xu Mingji's feet, whipping up her long hair. She didn't retreat, even half a step. Ivan only felt as if an invisible hammer had smashed into his forehead, and his vision went black. His entire body staggered back 7 or 8 steps uncontrollably. Every step left a deep footprint in the mud. He clutched his numb forehead and looked up in horror. What? 10 years of life, a full-force strike, and it still couldn't shake her even slightly? Offer me another 10 years of your life. The ancient, obscure syllables sounded once more. A trace of satisfaction finally appeared on Xu Mingji's face. Now this is a little interesting. Finally, I can stretch my limbs. On the other side, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Andrei's eyes as he was about to step forward and flank her. Trying to gang up 2-on-1, Xia Jin snorted coldly, drawing her blood-red longsword. Electric sparks crackled all over Chun Xiaolan's body. The two of them stood ready to intercept at any moment. My cool voice rang out first. Not obedient. My gaze swept past Andrei's subordinates, who had just barely mustered their courage. Ming, just stay put like a good child. I raised my hand and gave a soft wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbowmen immediately pulled their triggers. This time, a rain of arrows descended upon the tribe members. You bastard. Andrei's eyes burned with fury, his charge screeching to a halt. In a shocking display of speed, he turned back, rushing towards his men. Using his armor, he shielded them from the onslaught of arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of impact was as relentless as a storm. You can't die. Not a single one of you can die. With each subordinate that fell, Andrei could feel the power of the tyrant weaken ever so slightly. These people, they were the foundation of his strength. Oh, I watched him frantically defend his men, darting between them with reckless determination. A faint curve appeared on my red lips, a trace of a smile. Interesting. Then, let's see how you handle this. I raised my hand again. The crossbowmen adjusted their aim, pointing diagonally up at the sky. Arc shot, fire. Whoosh. The bolts flew in parabolic arcs, falling from the sky like a rain of death. What? Andrei's expression changed drastically. Spread out now, he roared, picking up speed even more. To block arrows coming from different angles in the sky, he had to keep moving and jumping at high speed. His stamina was being drained furiously. Fight me 1-on-1. If you've got the guts, fight me 1-on-1. What kind of dirty trick is this? Andrei bellowed hoarsely, his voice full of humiliation. I watched quietly as he ran himself ragged in that ridiculous display. My gaze was like I was looking at a struggling ant. 1-on-1. My voice reached his ears clearly. The whining of a defeated dog sounds awful. Keep firing. You. Andrei almost spat a mouthful of blood in fury, his hope pinned on the other side. Ivan, take her down. But the situation on that side chilled him to the core as well. Roar. Die. Just die already. Ivan had gone utterly berserk, pushing his devil-forged power, bought at the price of 20 years of his lifespan, to its very limits. Yet Xu Mingji appeared utterly at ease. With sheer, overwhelming base stats, she nullified every single one of Ivan's attacks. Bam! A direct punch clash. Ivan stumbled back 3 steps, while Xu Mingji didn't budge an inch. SHHHK. Claws tore at her, leaving only faint white marks on her arm that healed in an instant. Boom. A dark energy orb? She casually swatted it to shreds. Too weak. Way too slow. Strength? That's it. She even had the nerve to critique, each of her taunts cutting into Ivan like a stabbing blade. After this wave of the undead horde, she'd already ascended to LV9. Nobody interfere. She even shouted to Xia Jin and Chun Xiaolan, who were eager to jump in. Ivan's despair only grew the longer he fought. 20 years of his life, nearly half of his entire lifespan, and yet he couldn't even make this woman flinch. The devil's power began to falter, his aura slipping from its peak, his movements slowing. This is bad. If this continued, death was certain. Ivan. Andrei's desperate scream rang out, like a tolling death knell. It's time. Offer yourself up. For me. For our pride. Ivan's body trembled violently, fierce internal conflict surging in his eyes. Yes, there was no winning. Either way, he'd die. So why not make his death meaningful? At least let these yellow-skinned monkeys pay the price. Arg! Ivan let out a blood-curdling roar. Dark violet patterns writhed madly, coiling together toward his heart. Demon pact, sacrifice. He would convert all his remaining lifespan into the purest form of demonic grace, bestowed upon a designated target. Andrei, a streak of black light, condensed to the extreme, burst out from Ivan's heart. It instantly sank into Andrei's back. Huh. Andrei's body shook violently, letting out a cry that mixed pain and ecstasy. An aura far more overbearing and destructive than before swept outward. Thud. Ivan dropped to his knees stiffly. His jet-black hair turned gray-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, he went from a burly man in his 20s to an old man on the brink of death. He had less than a year left to live. Andrei felt the surging power within his body. Power. He still needed more power. He slowly turned back, his gaze sweeping over the men behind him. These people were power when alive, and so were they when dead. He could no longer be held back by these burdens. Red lights surfaced on the chains. Brutal extraction. Both damage and slaughter can be transformed into his. He raised his fist, aiming it at the brother he had once risked his life to protect. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, he was no longer human. In my cabin, the symphony had reached its crescendo. The chieftain's blessing was on the verge of completion. Outside, Xu Mingji's expression darkened. Be careful, this guy isn't the same anymore. Xia Jin stood next to her, gripping the blood-red longsword. Chen Xiaolan's whole body crackled with electric serpents. The three of them stared fixedly at Andrei. Attack! Xu Mingji threw a straight punch, landing squarely on Andrei's face. Good. Andrei laughed wildly and met it with a punch of his own. Boom! The shockwave scattered in all directions. Xu Mingji took half a step back, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. She was an LV9 who excelled in strength, and yet she hadn't gained the upper hand? Andrei's arm also went numb with soreness. This woman was a monster of strength. Xia Jin's blood blade slashed toward his neck. Andrei swung his left arm, and the chain sprang up like a living creature. Clang! Sparks flew. The chains were far harder than steel. Xia Jin was forced back half a step. A flash of lightning struck. Chen Xiaolan blinked to his side and brought down a thunderous punch. Sizzle! The black-red energy on the armor was blasted apart. It worked. The acceleration of lightning could break through his defenses. Pin him down. Xia Jin lunged again, blade light slashing like a blood rain. Xu Mingji attacked with both fists and feet, the three of them surrounding him. Andrei was driven back step by step, able only to grit his teeth and block. Damn lightning woman. His gaze swept toward the group of unarmed girls on the hillside. A dark thought rose in his mind. This move, you taught me. He bared his teeth in a ferocious laugh. He took Xu Mingji's punch straight to the chest. He took Xia Jin's slash head-on with his shoulder armor. That instant was exactly what he wanted. The two chains on his fists suddenly came undone, transforming into two black pythons of death. They swept horizontally toward the girls on the hillside. Not good. Xiaolan. Too far away, too late to help. The girls' faces turned deathly pale. Dream on. Lightning burst from Chen Xiaolan's pupils. Lightning dash. Her entire body turned into a bolt of lightning as she lunged toward the chain on the left. With thunder coiling around both hands, she forcefully grabbed it. Boom. Her feet gouged deep trenches into the ground, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. But she blocked one of them. The one on the right was still sweeping toward the girls. Ku Yun shielded Lin Lu and Lin Wan. It was over. At this critical moment, a white figure silently appeared in front of the chain. It was Bai Zhen. She raised her hand, fingers spread wide. Quality manipulation activate. The chain's weight was instantly reduced several times over. Snap. A soft sound. That chain, powerful enough to split mountains, fell limply to the ground, kicking up only a little dust. Andrei froze. No, impossible, Bai Zhen said calmly. It consumes a lot of energy, and the duration is very short. Xia Jin immediately gave the order. Shaolin, stay here and protect everyone. Mingji, come with me. The two of them once again surrounded Andrei. But without Chen Xiaolan, the battle had become deadlocked, and they had even fallen slightly into the disadvantage. Meanwhile, in my wooden hut, the symphony came to an end. Sophia's silver hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to her cheeks. A lazy, wild smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Thank you for the hospitality, my chieftain. Her voice was hoarse, unbearably seductive. I'm very, very happy. The next second, light flared brilliantly before my eyes. Chieftain's blessing triggered. Class change opportunity unlocked. A. Ice Queen unique. B. Holy Healing Angel rare. Sophia didn't hesitate for even half a second. I choose Ice Queen. That is the posture I'm meant to have. The sounds of battle came from outside, and her eyes turned sharp. My chieftain, I've had my fill. It's time to make that mad dog outside shut up forever. Creak. The wooden door opened. Sophia stood barefoot, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Wherever she stepped, frost instantly formed. Even the air crackled. Eso. Sophia. Everyone froze. Anna and Katia had complicated expressions. Just a few hours ago they had still been companions, and now they seemed utterly out of reach. Andrei's pair of blood-red eyes were fixed on her. He saw the flush that had not yet faded from her face. He saw the allure on her body after being nurtured. SSOPHI. His voice was full of rage and the pain of betrayal. Why? You are the jewel of our people. My pride. You actually gave yourself to that yellow-skinned monkey. Sophia said indifferently. Because he's stronger than you. Because. A slow smile curved her lips. I was willing. Those 3 words stabbed into Andre's heart. And besides, Qi Zhao's body. She took a step forward. Just by looking, it piques one's interest. The tip of her tongue lightly swept across her lips, savoring the lingering taste. And you, Andre. In my eyes, from the start to the end, you're nothing more than a mere humanoid creature. Andre was shattered. The deepest humiliation one could receive, being crushed entirely, without mercy, by the woman he desired. Ark, he let out a guttural roar, feral and unrestrained. You filthy wretch. I'll kill you. Tear you to pieces. With no regard for Xia Jinshu and Ming Ji trying to stop him, he charged at Sophia with reckless abandon. Watch out. The two tried to intervene. Sophia didn't move. Not until Andre dashed within 30 meters of her. I see domain expansion. For words escaped her lips. The temperature plummeted within a 30-meter radius. Andre's movement froze as if countless icy hands had grabbed hold of him. His armor was consumed by frost. Crimson energies extinguished in an instant. Break. He frantically activated the power of the tyrant. It was useless. Sophia raised her left hand, and a shard of ice condensed at her fingertips. Go. The ice shard shot out silently. Andre's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He wanted to dodge, but his body had stiffened. He wanted to block it, but the chains had frozen solid. He could only watch helplessly as the ice shard grew larger and larger. No. Uffed. The ice shard pierced through the armor he was so proud of, straight into his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest. Your power, where did it? Sophia smiled. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet cold to the bone. She leaned forward slightly and said lazily, from the man I fell in love with, Qi Xiao. As soon as the words fell, crack, crack, crack. Andre's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. Crash. The ice sculpture shattered, breaking into powder. Deathly silence. One-hit kill. A crushing one-hit kill. Everyone was completely stunned. Island chat channel. Holy crap. Why did that tribe full of athletes lose so many people today? Stop pretending to be clueless upstairs. It was definitely combat attrition. Remember how they were asking around for the location of the 01 tribe? Case solved. They went to provoke the 01 tribe and got killed instead. In the distance, the mysterious woman, Disaster, Li, took in everything. Interesting, very interesting. She twirled a strand of jet black hair around her fingertip. What secret are you hiding exactly? A dangerous curve rose at the corner of her lips. There are still a few days until the 3rd round of mini-games. By then, how are you, this little ant, going to defeat me? After the battle, the girls cleaned up the battlefield. Baijan collected the chain fragments and armor shards. These things contained special rules and might have research value. Sophia took people to loot the camp of the Andre tribe. I turned to Baijan. How many points are needed to upgrade the house to the next stage? 4,000 points. I fell into thought. No other tribe could possibly come up with that kind of money. But we were different. After spending 4,000, we still had 6,000 left. We were ahead of second place by 5,200 points. This was what it felt like to be rich. I felt refreshed. Exchange the materials, upgrade. Material exchange successful, ready to proceed. Hearing that I was going to upgrade the house. The girls crowded around, shouting excitedly. We're upgrading the house. Yay! Their faces were full of anticipation. A confirmation window popped up on the screen. Wooden house, stone house. Confirm? Confirm. The ground trembled slightly as golden light appeared. The wooden structure broke apart and reassembled, and rocks surged up from underground. The walls thickened, the roof rose higher, and the number of rooms doubled. 10 minutes later, the golden light faded. A gray-white stone house stood there, nearly twice the size of the original. Wow, it really became a stone house. This time, even zombies won't be able to smash it down. The girls rushed into the new home to inspect it. Lin Lu pulled her sister Lin Wan and dashed into a room. There are separate rooms now, 6 of them. It was more spacious than a 4-person college dorm, far better than the old shared sleeping space. The biggest room, everyone tacitly agreed, was mine. Sai, will we still be able to see the clan chief, personally instructing us in the future? A little girl looked at my room and murmured sadly. Beside her, a tall ponytailed girl blushed and chimed in. We can only hope the soundproofing is a bit worse. A few girlfriends had complicated expressions. We can't be useless wives anymore. The thrill is gone. Teacher Kuyun, hearing the whispered conversation, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In another corner, a few girls huddled together and plotted in whispers. Should we trick him in here? What if he resists? You idiot. Once the mood's right, who's still going to care about that much? I flashed over and squeezed in. What are you talking about? So happy. And nothing. They scattered in panic, faces red and eyes wandering. It's a girl's secret topic. The clan chief can't eavesdrop, the black-haired girl explained nervously. I held back a laugh. Looks like you're cooking up something bad. Fine, go pick your rooms. I patted the stone wall. The defensive strength had indeed improved noticeably. I opened the island channel, where the discussion was centered on the third wave of the zombie tide and alliances. Survivor Old 8. I nearly died in the second wave. How are we supposed to handle the third? We have to band together. Steady big bro, we joined the Order Alliance. More people means more power. One-eyed evil dragon. The Order Alliance is full of tricks. Only the Strong Alliance is safe. Someone explained the three major factions. The Order Alliance, initiated by Tribe 03, with nearly 300 people, is the largest in scale. The Strong Alliance, centered on Tribe 09, follows an elite route, with the only professional clan chief on guard. The third faction, Tribe 01, is mysterious and isolated, ranking first on the points leaderboard, inspiring both fear and reverence. At that moment, Vitali jumped out to provoke. The strongest? What a joke. Tribe 01 doesn't dare communicate because they're afraid of exposing their strength. Our Strong Alliance is the strongest. If Tribe 01 has the guts, come out and compare notes. The channel instantly fell silent. I looked at the provocation on the screen and couldn't help laughing. Hiding your head and tail? Whether it's a horse or a mule, one test will tell. I hadn't participated in the discussion before, partly because it was unnecessary and partly because I wanted to keep a low profile. But this time the other side walked right into my trap. How could I not respond? I typed my first public message in the channel. Tribe 01. Chi Xiao. How do you want to run? Those 5 words sparked a storm. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the screen went wild with messages. Survivor Old 8. Tribe 01 is here. Darcy, that's the clan chief. Steady big bro. Vitali can't sit still this time. Vitali, who had just been so arrogant, no longer made a sound. Was he afraid of Tribe 01? Of course he was. 0 casualties through the zombie tide, and wiping out the monster nests of 2 major tribes with a wave of the hand. His arrogance only worked because I hadn't shown up. He never expected me to come down personally this time. Vitali wanted to fight back hard, but after deleting and retyping his words several times, he finally caved. The moment I appeared, the leaders from all sides couldn't sit still anymore. 03. Yujia, Clan Chief Chi Xiao, I've sent private messages many times without a reply. Today we finally meet. 07. Zhao Shana, Boss Chi Xiao, can I follow you? 12. Su Banksia, Clan Chief. Our group is mostly women and survival is difficult. Please send support. The channel had become a scene of people trying to cling to a thigh. The big shot of the Order Alliance. Yujia spoke up. 03. Yujia, the zombie tide is getting fiercer. Going it alone won't work. I'm willing to stand on equal footing with you and jointly lead the alliance. Stand on equal footing? He was only propping himself up with numbers, and his own camp was full of internal scheming. I let out a faint laugh and replied with just 3 cold words. One Chi Xiao. You're not worthy. The channel went silent. Hundreds of big shots in the alliance had been publicly slapped in the face. Yujia was silent for a long time before speaking in his usual gentle tone. 3 Yujia. I understand the arrogance of the strong. If you are willing to lead, I am willing to step down. A naked guilt trip. I was amused and slowly replied. One Chi Xiao. What do your life and death have to do with me? One Chi Xiao. I only care about the 01 tribe. The meaning was clear. Don't come bothering me with outsiders' lives or deaths. The channel erupted again. Some cursed me as selfish and cold-blooded, while others secretly admired my dominance and clarity. At that moment, the chief of the 09 tribe, Wang Chong, made a swaggering appearance. 9 Wang Chong. Huh? Yujia, look at that embarrassed face still trying to act tough. 9 Wang Chong. Chi Xiao, you've got guts. You're bossy enough. Want to join the Strong Alliance? I'll make you vice president. I stared at this newly emerged opponent, the corner of my mouth lifting into a cold smile. I replied slowly, One Chi Xiao. And what, exactly, are you? 7 icy words flooded the channel, and everyone held their breath. The private chat exploded. Survival Old 8. Holy crap. He actually dared say that. Dashi, he's crazy. He's talking back to Wang Chong. Jiang Hu know it all. This isn't just talking back. He's literally spitting in his face. Everyone was stunned by my move. Wang Chong had a fiery temper and had dominated the South thanks to his one and only class. No one dared underestimate him. The entire network held its breath, waiting for his response. I sat there leisurely, holding a bottle of cola, savoring the battle. Strong Alliance Core Camp. Boom! Wang Chong slammed his fist into the wooden table, splitting it in two. What did he say? Fury surged through Wang Chong, but the information in his mind surfaced. 0-1 tribe. First place on the leaderboard, 16,000 points. Second zombie tide, 0 casualties. 14 tribe, wiped out in a single day. Since I was being this arrogant, I must have some backing. The third wave of the zombie tide was approaching, and the Order Alliance was eyeing us hungrily. I couldn't act rashly. Wang Chong took a deep breath and finally sent a message. 9 Wang Chong. Chi Xiao, were you talking about me just now? The private channel erupted. Wang Chong was actually holding back. That didn't fit his fiery personality at all. Anyone smart could see this was a roundabout retreat, waiting for a way down from the tree. I replied with a cold smile. 1 Chi Xiao. And there's still some self-important idiot here barking? The channel burst into laughter. Those words were too ruthless. Even the face he had just managed to put on got rubbed off and flung back at him. Wang Chong finally couldn't suppress his rage and punched into the stone wall. 9 Wang Chong. Chi Xiao. Last chance. Take back your arrogance and apologize to me. Otherwise, the Strong Alliance and your 0-1 tribe will be irreconcilable enemies. This was already Wang Chong bending over backward in an unprecedented show of restraint, giving me a way out. The whole network held its breath. Back down. Apologize? Me? Back down to someone like Wang Chong, insignificant as an ant? 1 Chi Xiao. Oh duh. The private chat fell dead silent. That was cold beyond measure. Yu Jie's eyes flickered, and an even deeper chill rose in his heart. I simply wasn't a lunatic ordinary people could figure out, and I didn't care about any consequences. 3 Yu Jie. Tribe Chief Chi Xiao, Tribe Chief Wang Chong, calm down. The zombie tide is approaching, humanity can't afford internal conflict. He tried to mediate, but Wang Chong and I completely ignored him. 9 Wang Chong. Fine, Chi Xiao, you'll regret what you said today. Then he went offline. Wang Chong stormed out in fury, and the channel exploded. Survival, old 8. It's over. Wang Chong backed down. He actually backed down. Steady bro. From today on, the 0-1 tribe is my god. Dog-beating stick. So satisfying. Even better than a blockbuster. Within a single day, I had refused the Order Alliance and driven off the Strong Alliance. The faces of both alliance leaders had been trampled flat, and the news spread across the island like wildfire. At that moment, my thoughts drifted far away. Who would it be tonight? At night, I stood alone on the northern cliff. The system only gave us 7 days of breathing room, and the third wave of the zombie tide would surely be fierce and unpredictable. 7 days? What else can be done? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Continue building higher-tier classes? Qin Xiaolin's Wind Chaser and Sophia's Ice Queen both brought a qualitative leap in combat power. If we had 3 or 4 more rare classes, our Tier 0-1 combat power would be comparable to a Mythic 1. But who should be chosen? The twins Lin Lu and Lin Wan. Lin Lu is close to me, but would she be willing? Xia Jin craves power, but her acceptance is uncertain. Yi Shi, the school beauty, last night's drunken confession-like entanglement is still vivid in my mind. Was her affection real or fake? Or should we concentrate resources on building a stronger defense? This afternoon, we found a water source during our exploration, but the rewards from the big spin wheel were ordinary. Relying on randomness is not reliable. Just as I was struggling with the decision, a cool female voice rang out from behind me. Aunt, what are you thinking? I jolted violently. My spatial awareness had never failed me, yet that voice seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, a striking, tall woman stood leaning against a rock. Li, the mysterious woman from that rainy night. The difference in strength was too obvious. I suppressed my emotions and kept my voice as calm as possible. I've been thinking about how to deal with the corpse tide 7 days from now. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, let's hear it. A higher wall, a sharper spear, or hiding in a cave? Her tone was full of mockery. I fell silent, then coldly spat out 4 words. No comment. No comment. Her smile deepened, her eyes bright enough to be terrifying. With such a vast difference in strength, you can still talk to me so calmly. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Don't disappoint me, little aunt. I'm looking forward to you entertaining me a bit. My heart sank. To her, were we struggling desperately just playthings? What exactly was her identity? A supervisor? A high-level player? Or some even more terrifying existence? What do you want with me? I lowered my voice. Still thinking about that day? I took the initiative and moved closer, boldly resting one hand on her waist. Slender, yet brimming with terrifying strength. I was gambling that her twisted tastes outweighed her anger. A flash of surprise crossed her purple eyes, quickly turning into intense interest. Ah, she gave a low laugh and let me keep my hand there. Aunt, you're clearly shaking with fear, and you still dare. Before she could finish, I suddenly lowered my head and fiercely kissed those cold, perfect lips. Ice cold, yet astonishingly soft. She stiffened instantly, but did not resist. The kiss was brief, full of probing and provocation. I slowly pulled back, still standing extremely close. My heart pounded like a drum, my back was drenched in cold sweat, but my eyes were unusually bright. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed. Bold with lust, reckless, or just ignorant and fearless. My little aunt. I let go and stepped back, but my gaze remained locked on her. Maybe all of the above. The key is, what exactly are you? Under the moonlight. She looked at me and smiled faintly. What do you think? Enjoy your last 7 days of vacation properly. The stage for the third act has already been set, and this time the villain isn't some disposable extra. Her figure gradually blurred. As for who I am, take a guess. Maybe we'll meet again 7 days from now. Only I remained alone on the cliff. Meet again in 7 days? Was she one of the bosses of the third wave of the corpse tide? How was I supposed to fight that? Shijin's blood rage? Shimingzi's destructive fist? Chun Xiaolan's lightning? Sophia's ice? The difference in strength was too great. Besides running and fighting, was there a third path? One word flashed through my mind. Pursue her. If I couldn't beat her, then I tried dealing with this natural disaster the human way, using the identity of an ant to win over a god. Absurd? But when there was no way out, it was worth a try. The stone house was well soundproofed. Lin Lu and Lin Wan shared one room, the lighting soft and warm. Sis, Lin Lu suddenly said. Lin Wan smiled. What is it? Lin Lu leaned over and sat beside her. Sis, stop pretending. You like Brother Qi Xiao too, don't you? The room instantly fell silent. Lin Wan's smile froze. What are you talking about? Lin Lu interrupted with a smile. Don't deny it. I'm your twin sister. I know you best. You were the one who suggested the twin switching game, and every time it was related to Qi Xiao. Lin Wan blushed, lowered her head, and softly said, Lin Li's eyes curved like crescent moons. Then why haven't you made a move? Lin Wan lightly patted her back, her voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of resignation. Liking someone and acting on it are two different things. I won't make a move. You like Qi Xiao, and he likes you more too. That's good enough. I'm happy as long as I get to see you happy. And besides, we're sisters. We can't like the same person. Ever since they were little, their parents had taught her to yield to her younger sister, and it had already become instinct. No, it's not good at all. Lin Lu grew anxious. This is the island, not the world we used to know. Teacher Ku Yun, Shuming Ji, Sister Xiaolan, and Sophia, why can they? Just because we're sisters? She grew more and more agitated as she spoke. What's wrong with being sisters? We're close in heart, so we understand him better and can help each other too. Sis, you want it too, but you're just too afraid to say so. Why give it all to me? I don't need you to give way to me. Lin Wan was speechless, but she couldn't do it. That was her little sister, Lin Lu, who had called her big sister sweetly since they were children, the one who would fall over and cry while looking for her. The Lele who could be happy all day just because Qi Xiao praised her once. How could she bear to compete? Lele, stop talking. Lin Wan lowered her eyes. Let's just leave it like this, okay? Sister really can't. Seeing her sister like this, Lin Lu felt both angry and heartbroken. The knot in her heart was too deep. A few words couldn't untie it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Since persuasion wouldn't work, then create an opportunity and let things happen naturally. Sister was too afraid to take the initiative? Then let her pretend to be Lin Lu and feel Qi Xiao's closeness. Once the feelings break through that barrier, they'd win. Okay, sis, I won't say anything. Lin Li's tone suddenly turned light. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. With that, she jumped off the bed and slipped out of the room. I had just come back from the cliff, and my mind was still on Li's matter. As soon as the door opened, Lin Lu darted in. Qi Bao. She tilted her head up, her eyes sparkling. What's up? What do you need me for? I rubbed her head. I've decided on my wish. You want a new dress? Something tasty? Neither. She shook her head. It's about the twin swap game between me and my sister. I motioned for her to continue. She explained clearly, word by word. From now on, whenever my sister pretends to be me, you must never expose her. Treat her as the real Lin Lu, okay? I froze. I hadn't expected that to be her wish. Looking at her bright eyes, I nodded. Okay, I promise. Whoever she pretends to be, I'll treat her as Lin Lu. Lin Li's eyes instantly lit up like stars. She jumped up and hugged me. Thanks, Qi Bao. You're the best. With that, she ran off again. Lin Lu hurried back to the room, leaning against the door and gasping. Lin Wan looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Sis. Lin Li's eyes shone. Let's play the twin swap game again. This time we'll definitely fool him. Lin Wan shook her head lightly. Forget it. Qi Xiao always recognizes us. There was disappointment hidden in her tone. Lin Lu put her hands on her hips. I know how to fool him now. How? I've observed it. When Qi Xiao tells us apart, it's by the curve of the corners of our mouths when we smile, and the amount our shoulders sway when we walk. Lin Wan was stunned. She thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make a bit of sense. Lin Lu grabbed her hand and shook it. Let's practice. We'll definitely fool him. Lin Wan's heart softened. Then try once. If he notices, we stop. Deal. Starting now. When you smile, put a little more force on the left corner of your mouth, and bend your eyes like this. Under the dim yellow light, two nearly identical figures began a secret training session. Soon, the two of them arrived at my door. Knock, knock, knock. Qi Bao, are you asleep? It's me, Lin Lu. I got up and opened the door. Outside the door, Lin Lu was staring at me with her big eyes widened as hard as she could. I recognized her at a glance. Deep in her eyes was Lin Wan's gentleness. But I remembered my promise. As long as it was the sister pretending, then it was Lin Lu. Lele? So late. What do you need me for? I stepped aside to let her in, my smile gentle and indulgent. Lin Wan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Secret delight, guilt, and a huge sense of excitement surged through her entire body. He didn't recognize me. Right now I'm not the big sister who has always been yielding, but Lin Lu, enjoying his exclusive attention. She quickly lowered her head and imitated Lin Li's little habits, twisting the hem of her clothes. Nothing much. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with Qi Bao. I smiled and naturally reached out to rub the top of her head. Lin Wan's body stiffened slightly, yet she felt an unprecedented warmth. She wanted to drown in it. Come in. It's chilly outside. She bounced over and sat down beside me, rubbing her shoulder affectionately against my arm. At that moment, the real Lin Lu also came in, wearing a gentle smile on her face. Sis, you came too? Lin Wan turned around and said in a younger sister's tone. I came to see whether you were bothering the clan leader's rest. I wasn't. After a while, Lin Lu said, Lele, don't cling to the clan leader for too long. After saying that, she winked at me and turned to leave. Only Lin Wan and I were left in the room. The atmosphere turned subtle. What were she and Qi Xiao really like in private? Lele was so clingy to him. Would they be even closer? Could she be a little greedier? Qi Bao, I'm a little cold. Her voice softened. She slowly shifted her body and tentatively straddled my lap. I was shocked. This was beyond Lin Li's range. My face remained calm, but my inner commentary was exploding. Seeing that I didn't react, Lin Wan grew bolder. She relaxed, wrapping both arms around my neck. Their faces were extremely close. My Adam's apple rolled, my mouth went dry. This position was so suggestive it was suffocating. She buried her head in my neck, greedily savoring this stolen tenderness. Her body was soft, with the resilience trained by ballet. Her skin was delicate, and her waist was wonderfully springy, as expected of a dance specialty student. Her breath was faint and hot. She didn't want to stop. At least, not at this moment. Could she be a little greedier? Qi Bao, her voice trembled lightly. I want to kiss you like before. The old Lin Lu never took the initiative to kiss on the mouth. At most she'd kiss my cheek and run off. Lin Wan adjusted her posture and pressed even closer. I struggled inwardly. Bai Zhen stated her objective calmly. Before she could finish, I suddenly reached out, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and fell back onto the bed. Why? Surprise flashed across Bai Zhen's eyes. I lowered my head and kissed her slightly parted lips. Why? Data. She mumbled a few unclear syllables, then was swept into the data collection I was in charge of. Although the stone house was well soundproofed, it wasn't airtight. The sounds drifted out through the cracks. In a corner of the living room, a few girls snickered softly. The chief is starting extra training this early tonight? Judging by the noise, things are intense. Could be Bai Zhen, could be Lin Lu. So jealous. They blushed as they whispered, the atmosphere becoming ambiguous. In Lin Li's room, she was swinging her little feet while drinking a bottle of cola. Her mind wandered. Would Sis feel Qi Xiao's gentleness? A hug was probably the limit, right? Just as she was imagining random things, the door was pushed open. Chen Xiaolin, freshly out of the bath, came in. Lin Wan, you're still not asleep? Lin Lu froze, her gaze falling on her long, slender legs, filled with envy. She grinned slyly. Your little sister Lin Lu seems to have gone into the chief's room. There are workout sounds coming from inside. That casual gossip was like a bomb going off. Lin Lu spat out a mouthful of cola and coughed until her face turned red. Could it be? Sis and Qi Bao. I've already gone that far. Wait, she's using my identity. Everyone thinks Qi Bao And I, Linlu. Linwan, why are you acting so much like Linlu today? Chen Xiaolin was startled as she looked her over. Lin Li's heart raced. Should she tell the truth? Just as she was getting anxious, the door was gently pushed open again. Linwan walked in with her head lowered, her face flushed, her hair in a mess. Seeing this, Chen Xiaolin muttered, so it wasn't Lei Lei after all. I'll go take a look. After speaking, she turned and left to investigate tonight's leading lady. Linwan quickly walked to the bed and grabbed a piece of beast hide to cover her head. Only the twin sisters remained in the room. The atmosphere was subtle. Linlu walked over to the bedside and poked the beast hide roll. Sis, come on, tell me what you and Qi Xiao did. The beast hide roll wriggled, and a shy voice came from inside. And nothing much, you're lying. Linlu poked it again and sat down by the bed. Your face is red like a shrimp, and your hair's all messed up. Spit it out. The beast hide roll was silent for a few seconds, then slowly peeled away. Lin Wan's blushing face appeared, her eyes watery. Just, did the things you usually do with him. The things you usually do? Lin Lu blinked as she mentally tallied her daily routines. Pouncing hugs, hanging on his back, secretly kissing his cheek, leaning on his shoulder, and acting spoiled. Oh, so you just hugged a bit. Sis, you're way too shy. Secretly delighted, she thought the first step of the plan had succeeded. But the next thing Lin Wan said froze the expression on Lin Li's face. And we kissed. Kissed. Lin Lu was stunned. Which side? Left or right? Lin Wan looked confused. Do lips have sides? Silence. Lin Lu was stunned. Lips. They kissed on the mouth. I haven't even kissed him on the mouth yet. Sis, your progress is rocket speed. Seeing her younger sister go blank, Lin Wan panicked. Lei Lei, did I do something wrong? You don't usually kiss on the mouth, do you? Lin Lu snapped back to her senses. She couldn't discourage her sister's enthusiasm. And no, of course we kiss. We kiss all the time. Sis did great. Inside, she was screaming wildly. Your progress bar is exploding. Lin Wan was half convinced, and seeing her sister's odd smile, she felt a little reassured. Lin Lu changed the subject. How did you two kiss? Just touched once. Lin Wan's blush deepened, her voice dropping lower. When we were hugging, we just touched, and then. His tongue seemed to go in. Uffed. Lin Lu sprayed cola everywhere. To the tongue. Sis has evolved. From a paramecium to a mammal. Lei Lei, what's wrong? Lin Wan panicked and patted her back. I'm fine. I just choked. Lin Lu caught her breath, her face red. Sis wasn't just doing the things I usually do. She'd blown my progress straight up. She forced herself to stay calm. Oh, the tongue went in. Standard operation. Sis learns fast. Lin Lu was a little suspicious. How exactly were you hugging? Standing up. Lin Wan's face grew even more bashful. After a moment of hesitation, she said, It was like this. She actually started demonstrating for her sister. Lin Wan got down from the bed and approached step by step. Lin Lu was utterly baffled. Lin Wan stopped in front of her, lightly grasped her shoulder with one hand. She lifted one leg and carefully sat down on Lin Li's tightly closed legs. The two were almost cheek to cheek. Lin Lu completely short-circuited. Not only had her sister done tongue kissing, she'd even straddled someone. This was god-tier maneuvering. Jay just hugged like this, Lin Wan explained. Lin Lu petrified. Her sister was hiding a wild soul. Squeak. The door opened. Mo Lan, who had just finished bathing, saw the twins overlapped in an ambiguous pose in the room. Both of them were flushed red and hot. Lin Wan's hair and clothes were disheveled. Mo Lan paused, then gave a gentle smile. Sorry to interrupt. Twins having a good relationship and being close is normal. Go on, I'll pretend I'm not here. She tiptoed away and closed the door behind her. Only the two sisters remained in the room, stiffly staring at each other. Mo Lan. It's not what you think. Lin Lu shouted in despair. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Wan shouted urgently, but the door was already shut. On the other side, Chen Xiaolin barefooted her way to my door and pressed her ear against it to listen. Inside, gasping breaths intertwined, and Bai Zhen's cool, low moans seeped through the wooden door. Chen Xiaolin's heart itched as she recalled the shy, pounding excitement from when she awakened. Tonight the atmosphere was heated, the sounds intense. Suddenly, the noises stopped. Squeak. The door flew open. In the darkness, a hand grabbed her wrist and yanked hard. She was dragged into the room. On the bed, Bai Zhen's face was flushed red as she closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. I had sensed her long ago. Perfect timing. Eavesdropping. Chen Xiaolin's heartbeat quickened, and she raised a provocative smile. I was just passing by. I arched a brow and stepped closer. She retreated until her back hit the icy wall. My gaze swept over her wet hair to her face and her skin, pale and translucent. Looks like you didn't get enough last night. Chen Xiaolin blushed and shot back. Who didn't get enough? It's just, before she could finish, I bent down and kissed her. She made a token struggle, then quickly yielded. Baizhen is still here, she cried softly. I chuckled lowly. She's tired. You're taking over. Qin Xiaolin wanted to argue, but I showed no mercy. Why are you standing there? The next morning, sunlight poured through the window into the room. Qin Xiaolin stretched, looking full of energy. Sure enough, her state after being satisfied was different. Xiaolin. A familiar voice came. Qin Xiaolin turned and saw Xia Jin holding a blood-red longsword. Morning, Xia Jin. Xia Jin looked straight at her. Fight me. Huh. I want to know which of us is stronger. Her voice was calm, but the hand gripping the sword tightened slightly. Qin Xiaolin understood. Ever since awakening as a wind and lightning user, her strength had surged. That had left the pride-swollen Xia Jin unconvinced. You're sure? You're not my match. Qin Xiaolin raised a brow. That's pretty hurtful. Xia Jin's eyes turned fierce. Whether I'm stronger or not, we'll know after trying. Qin Xiaolin shrugged. Fine, just point sparring. I won't go easy on you, Xia Jin said in a low voice. The blood-red long sword left its sheath, glowing with a crimson light. The girls around them gathered in excitement. Xia Jin is challenging Xiaolin? Berserker versus wind and lightning user. This is worth watching. Xiaolin is the only unique class. Can Xia Jin really win? Before the discussion even ended, Xia Jin moved. Her figure was like lightning, and the blade light drew a tragic, beautiful arc fast, ruthless, accurate. However, Qin Xiaolin's body flickered. The blade light swept past, slicing only air. Xia Jin's pupils shrank, and she turned to counterattack. The blade edge brushed past Qin Xiaolin's hem, not even touching a strand of hair. Too slow, Qin Xiaolin said with a light laugh. Xia Jin gritted her teeth, and her sword style turned into a web of blades. Qin Xiaolin darted through like a fish, relying on speed to evade. Xia Jin's breathing grew rapid, and even faster slashes could no longer catch her silhouette. The more she fought, the more powerless she felt, her frustration mounting. Enough! Xia Jin leaped backward several steps, crimson light blazing fiercely along the blade. Her aura erupted wildly. It's Xia Jin's new skill, the girl exclaimed. Crimson Storm. A blood-red blade aura swept across a 10-meter radius. The ground cracked everywhere, and the blade aura gradually faded. Qin Xiaolin's figure emerged. She had already moved out of danger. She said calmly, My turn. As soon as her words fell, her figure vanished again, leaving only an afterimage. Xia Jin's hair stood on end as she instantly felt a deadly threat. The blood-red greatsword instinctively blocked behind her. No, that wasn't it. The real attack came from the side. A foot crackling with electricity lightly tapped Xia Jin's waist. Pooh! A dull thud. Numbness spread through half her body, immediately followed by a violent impact. Xia Jin fell to the ground, and the blood blade dropped with her. The training ground fell silent. The tribe's earliest berserker had been easily defeated. Xiaolin walked over and extended a hand. Are you okay? I held back. Xia Jin ignored her, gritting her teeth as she forced herself up from the ground. With her head lowered, red hair covering her face, her fists trembled slightly. Humiliation and unwillingness surged in her heart. She had trained desperately, carving out a place for herself amid the zombie tide. Yet before Xiaolin, the gap was enough to drive her to despair. A former farmer had grown stronger because of the chieftain's favor. Was the world really this unfair? Xia Jin raised her head to look at Xiaolin. The other girl's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of showing off. Then she looked toward me outside the field. If accepting the chieftain's favor could make someone this powerful. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and picked up her blade, returning it to its scabbard. I lost. She turned and left resolutely, her back straight and determined. Xiaolin looked thoughtful. Some obstacles had to be overcome by oneself. Some choices had to be made by oneself. There were still 6 days left until the third wave of zombie crisis. On the other side, Lin Lu hurried over to me. She stood with her hands behind her back, her amber eyes fixed on me. Lele. I stopped, surprised. If it were normal, she would have already pounced on me. Lin Lu tilted her head and asked, Qi Xiao yesterday, did you kiss my sister? My heart skipped a beat, though my face remained calm. Was this girl here to question me? Yeah. Lin Lu stepped forward, her gaze sharp. Then, did you use your tongue? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her eyes were exactly like her sister's, and she asked with incredible seriousness. I nodded again. Her fingers trembled slightly, her body leaning in a little, as if she had finally crossed the last barrier in her heart. I'm ready, she whispered. My heart tightened. I closed my eyes and smiled faintly. I'm ready anytime. The two of us were almost completely pressed together, our breaths mingling. Lin Lu carefully reached out and touched my face. Her movements were hesitant, yet determined. Just then, knocking sounded from outside the door. Lin Lu startled, her face flushing red to the tips of her ears. She hurriedly pushed me away. I laughed. Looks like the compensation has to be postponed. Lin Lu bit her lip and shyly said, don't laugh. I'll definitely finish it next time. I patted her shoulder. It's okay. I'll wait. A soft, slightly cool kiss gently landed on my lips. Though light and brief, it still made my heart skip a beat. I slowly opened my eyes. Lin Lu was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling. She looked at me, her lips moving, but the words wouldn't come out. I couldn't help teasing her. You didn't stick out, you. She lifted her little face with a smug look, like a tiny tyrant. Then I'm off. Like a happy little bird, she hummed a tuneless little tune, her footsteps light and quick as she drifted farther away. I watched the direction she'd gone, smiling and shaking my head. Those twin sisters, their faces were almost identical, but their personalities were worlds apart. The elder sister, Lin Wan, was gentle and reserved, yet bold and fiery between men and women. The younger sister, Lin Lu, was outgoing and lively, yet timid and fearful around men and women. I adjusted my mood and stepped out of the room. The stone house and the area outside were bustling with activity, and the girls on the training grounds were fighting hard. Everything was in good order. I took out the good and bad compass and checked the fortunes for the day. Begin today's fortune reading. A faint red glow flickered, and the pointer aimed toward the forest on the southern side of the island. That area had been explored the least, and it was Wang Chong's territory from Tribe 09. But on this island, there wasn't a single tribe worth worrying about. What was Wang Chong to me? I put away the compass and was just about to send 2 people to accompany me. Chi Bao, going on an adventure? Take me along. Chen Xiaolin suddenly popped out, her smile brimming with eagerness. Xiaolin, training's over? Feeling amazing. I think I could take on 10 people. She lowered her voice and winked at me. Yesterday's workout was off the charts. I couldn't help but laugh and didn't refuse. I patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. Xia Jin watched the 2 of us leave, her expression complicated. In the jungle, the 2 of us moved forward. Chi Bao. Chen Xiaolin suddenly turned back, her eyes suggestive. If people fight in a place like this, is that called field combat? My foot slipped, and I nearly fell. I looked at her helplessly. What are you thinking about all day? Thinking about you, she said matter-of-factly, her eyes shining. What a great environment. Quiet, no one to disturb us, and big trees to lean against. As she spoke, she even deliberately straightened her chest. The veins at my temples throbbed. This girl had way too much energy. Clearly last night. I coughed dryly. Stop fooling around. Business first. Fine, fine, she pouted, then leaned closer again. But we agreed, once we find the treasure and finish the important stuff, field combat. No backing out. I said helplessly. When did I ever agree to that? After trekking for nearly an hour, the terrain rose and the trees became sparse. I motioned for her to slow down. In a hollow below the hillside, there was a fierce struggle underway. A huge gray bear was closing in on a man and a woman. Brother Chong, save me. The woman cried in terror. The man was covered in blood, gritting his teeth. Rian, don't be afraid. I'll stop it. A massive claw was about to strike down. Swish. A flying dagger sliced through the air and struck the bear squarely. The giant bear crashed to the ground with a thud. The flying dagger flickered with light. An origin flying dagger, pretty powerful. The man and woman froze and looked toward me on the slope. I calmly lowered my hand. Brother Chong snapped out of it first, helped up the frightened Lu Ruyan, and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you both for saving our lives." He bowed to the 2 of us. When he looked up and saw Chen Xiaolin, he froze. That figure, that face, Lu Ruyan simply couldn't compare. Lu Ruyan was also staring at me, her eyes lighting up. Compared with the weak-looking Brother Chong sitting on the ground, I was the real man. She pushed aside the bewildered Brother Chong and forced out her sweetest smile. Big brother, thank you so much. You're truly my lifesaver. Brother Chong nearly stumbled. He had just fought for her life, and now she'd turned around and thrown herself at someone else. His fists clenched, his gaze complicated. I glanced at the bear's corpse, my expression calm. I had simply cleared the roadblock and tested the flying dagger's power. The result was satisfactory. As for these 2 people's thanks, I didn't care. Faced with Lu Ruyan's flattering attempt to cling to me, I sidestepped slightly and said coldly, "No need to thank me. Just passing by." Lu Ruyan's hand froze in midair, her smile stiffening. She was used to getting by on her looks. No one had ever treated her so coldly. She quickly adjusted and said in a coquettish voice, "Big brother, you're such a good person. You saved us without asking for anything in return." Brother Chong was so jealous he could hardly stand it, but he didn't dare provoke me. He forced a strained smile and turned to Chen Xiaolin. "Heroine, thank you for stepping in. My name is Wang Chong. May I know your honorable name?" Chen Xiaolin watched Lu Ruyan's performance with great interest. Then she turned back and answered coolly, "Chen Xiaolin, no need to repay me." She hooked her arm through mine and leaned her body against me. I'm his woman. Where we come from, you don't need to know. Wang Chang's face stiffened. His fantasy was shattered, and he could only trail behind us in silence. Lu Rian was calculating in her heart. This girl may be pretty, but I understand men better. She took a deep breath, exposed her neck, and said softly, I know I'm not as good as this sister, and I wouldn't dare ask for anything more. But you saved my life, and my life now belongs to you. I'm willing to follow you. I don't mind being the smaller one. As she spoke, she looked up and stared straight at me. I let out a cold laugh. Wang Chang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had worked himself to the bone for her, and still barely even touched her. And now this woman was actually saying she wanted to be the smaller one, and the target was a stranger she had just met. Chen Xiaolin couldn't help but burst into a laugh. Hooking her arm around mine, she said mischievously, Qi Bao is even willing to be the smaller one. She dragged out the last words, then turned to Lu Ruyan with a smile. Sure, I don't mind having an extra little sister. We can serve Qi Bao together. I glanced at her helplessly. This girl was deliberately stirring things up. Wang Chang's eyes were practically bloodshot. This man is strong, and he has top-tier beauties by his side. He doesn't even get jealous when other women serve him. It's basically a life of bliss. Why can't Wang Chang ever run into that? Lu Rian was stunned by his generosity, but inside she was ecstatic, thinking there was a chance. She hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly. Sister is so kind. I'll definitely be obedient from now on. Shut up. I cut her off coldly. I'll say it again, stay away from me. Don't follow me. After saying that, I walked straight in the direction indicated by the compass. Chen Xiaolin made a face at Lu Ruyan and quickly followed after me. Lu Rian bit her lip, her eyes full of grievance and unwillingness. Wang Chang's expression changed back and forth, hesitating. After walking a few steps, I stopped in front of a tree. The pointer was pointing straight at the trunk. Without hesitation, I slashed with a throwing knife. With a crack, the trunk split open, revealing a strange silver box embedded inside. Found it. My eyes lit up as I took out the box. Chen Xiaolin leaned over. So this is today's good fortune? It should be. I weighed the box and confirmed it was a treasure. The task was complete, so I turned to head back to the tribe. Lu Rian panicked and made one last desperate attempt. Brother Qi Shao? I really have fallen in love with you. I just want to follow you. Please don't drive me away. Tears streamed down her face, sincere and moving. An ordinary man would have softened long ago. But my gaze was icy, showing no reaction at all. Move. No. Unless you take me with you. She threw caution to the wind and spread her arms to block the path. Suddenly, a teasing male voice came from the woods. Well, isn't this lively? 5 burly men pushed aside the bushes and appeared, their eyes immediately locking onto the box in my hand. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with greed. Kid, that box of yours looks pretty good. We're from Tribe 09. Leave it and get lost. Tribe 09. Wang Chang and Lu Rian's expressions changed drastically, filled with terror. Tribe 09 had a notorious reputation, specializing in robbery. Everyone was terrified of them. I smiled faintly, with a hint of mockery. Tribe 09? You want it? I tossed the box up playfully. Come get it yourselves. The 5 of them were stunned. No one dared to look down on Tribe 09, and yet he was daring to toy with them like this? The scar-faced man's expression darkened with fury, killing intent showing clearly. Wang Chang and Lu Rian exchanged a glance and immediately distanced themselves. Brothers, there's been a misunderstanding. We're not close to them. Right? We don't know them. Them. Lu Rian quickly chimed in. Wang Chang rolled his eyes and loudly said, Brothers. This kid was just bragging earlier, saying Tribe 09 is nothing and not even worth mentioning. As soon as those words came out, the 5 men's faces turned cold. The scar-faced man glared at me. Kid, did you really say that? I sneered, looking at them as if they were trash. Haha, Tribe 09. You really are a bunch of trash. Didn't hear that clearly? I'll say it again. Trash not worth mentioning. Wang Chang was dumbfounded. This guy. He couldn't really be that stupid, right? He actually admitted it to their faces. The scar-faced man burned with rage. This kid, leave him to you. Make him taste the price of insulting Tribe 09. The short and stocky companion licked his lips, drew a poisoned dagger, and grinned menacingly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Before he even finished speaking, a small hole appeared in the center of the short man's forehead. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground, dead, killed in a single blow. Chen Xiaolin tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Qi Bao, you stole my prey. I swept a cold gaze over the remaining 4. Next, who else wants the box? Or, all of you together. The scar-faced man drew his weapon and shouted, Chuan Shao arrow, break the formation. He stared at the corpse on the ground, his heart turning cold. Instant kill, with no chance to even defend. He wanted to buy time and wait for reinforcements, so he gritted his teeth and roared. You little brat, don't run. Once the reinforcements arrive, just wait and see what I do to you and that woman. The moment he finished speaking, I flashed forward and was already right in front of him. Sorry, I don't wait for people. The scar-faced man's pupils shrank. He tried to dodge back, but it was too late. A silver flash passed through him, and the sharp blade pierced his abdomen. Uffed. He tried to cry out, but his voice caught in his throat, coughing blood, on the verge of death. Captain, the three companions were shocked. They hadn't even seen how I moved. Suddenly, Scarface's figure turned illusory and burst apart like foam, vanishing into thin air. More than a meter away, his intact true body appeared, pale and gasping, his eyes full of venomous hatred. A clone. I raised an eyebrow. Pretty clever. Scarface sneered. My name is the Clone User. As long as I have clones, I can't be killed. 6 figures split out from his body, fanning out around me in a semicircle. Go. Kill him. All 6 Scarfaces pounced at once. I sighed, and the flying knives in my hand flickered with the light of azure wind, purple thunder, crimson fire, and blue ice. Go. 6 flying knives shot through the air, and the clones fell one by one. What? Scarface was shocked. Your flying knives have elemental power too. Spread out, he shouted in panic, charging together with 3 companions from different directions. One of them asked in alarm, Who the hell are you? Chi Xiao, from Tribe 01. The other side's minds exploded with shock. Tribe 01? The mysterious force rumored to have 0 casualties and to have crushed the zombie tide. And the sworn enemy of the chief of Tribe 09. Wang Chong and Lu Ruyin were instantly overwhelmed by fear and regret. They had actually provoked the chief of Tribe 01. Why hasn't backup arrived yet? Scarface looked desperately toward the depths of the forest. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Clap, 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 heavy and rhythmic. Everyone turned around and saw Qin Xiaolin quietly appear at the edge of the battlefield. At her feet lay several round objects scattered about, rolling heads, their faces twisted in terror, the panic before death still vivid. Qin Xiaolin tilted her head, her voice sweet, and kicked the head at her feet. Hey, are you waiting for them? Dead silence. The reinforcements had already arrived, in the form of corpses. Scarface could no longer make clones, and the remaining 3 looked ashen. The rescue team was stronger than them, but they had still been effortlessly killed in seconds. It's over, I said coldly. For flying knives sang out together. Light and shadow flashed past, piercing the remaining 4 men. Their screams were shrill, then cut off in an instant. I turned to look at Wang Chong and Lu Ruyin, who were collapsed on the ground. Both of them were trembling all over, scrambling backward on hands and feet. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Wang Chong kept kowtowing. We won't say anything. Please spare us. Lu Ruyin cried with tears streaming down her face. I stared at them for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Get lost. The 2 of them, as if granted amnesty, fled quickly into the forest. Qin Xiaolin tilted her head. You're really letting them go? I walked toward the tribe. Let them tell Tribe 09. I want to see what Wang Chong does. Tribe 01 isn't someone just anybody can mess with. Qin Xiaolin hurried after me, her eyes darting around. Qi Bao, the important business is done, and we've got the treasure too. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and try field combat? As she spoke, she lightly traced my arm with her fingertips, her gaze seductive. I glanced at her and flicked her forehead. Talk about it when we get back. Tisk, stingy, she puffed out her lips and obediently followed. The sunset dyed the stone house red, warm as fire. Just as we reached the entrance, Xia Jin's tall figure blocked the way. Her fiery red hair swayed gently in the wind. Her gaze first swept over me, then settled on Qin Xiaolin. Got something. Her voice was calm. I nodded. A box. Xia Jin glanced at Qin Xiaolin. You weren't out there field combating, were you? Qin Xiaolin gave an awkward laugh, her eyes shifting away. We just went into the woods, for training, cardio running. Running. Xia Jin's gaze locked onto the slipping strap on Qin Xiaolin's shoulder and the fresh marks on her collarbone. Looks like it was pretty intense. Even your clothes got all messed up. Huh. I just fell. Qin Xiaolin blushed, tugging at her shoulder strap. You too, Chad. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty, and it's uncomfortable. She darted into the house in a flash, leaving only me and Xia Jin. The air froze. I looked helplessly at her retreating back, then turned to Xia Jin. What's wrong? Xia Jin was silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. Qi Xiao, I have my pride. Ever since I was little, I've relied on myself, using my fists and knives to fight for everything. This damned world has made me believe even more that only strength is the foundation. I don't want to depend on others, and I don't want to become strong by accepting handouts. Her throat tightened, unable to hide the turmoil in her voice. But I was wrong. At least in this world, I was horribly wrong. The gap in occupation is not something effort can make up for. I swung my blade with all my might, and the enemy casually threw out a bolt of lightning or a blast of frost and killed me instantly. I listened quietly. Xia Jin looked up, her gaze resolute. I swear, in the future, if I'm with a man, he has to satisfy two conditions. First, I must truly love him. Second, he has to be stronger than me, so strong that I admire him, that following him becomes an honor. The evening breeze stirred her red hair, her eyes like fire. Qi Xiao, fight me tomorrow. Don't use your spatial ability. Just compare the purest physical prowess and combat skills. Let me see exactly how strong you are, without all those external things. I looked at this girl before me, who had shed her sharp shell and revealed a rare honesty. Her pride had been shattered and rebuilt. I smiled, with neither mockery nor contempt in it, only faint appreciation. So, I already meet the first condition. I stepped forward, locking eyes with her stubborn crimson gaze. You've already fallen in love with me, haven't you? The words were blunt and abrupt, yet they struck the softest place in both our hearts. Xia Jin's face showed no shyness. Her gaze remained firm as she looked straight at me and said the two words decisively. Yes. No extra words, no pretense, only candid acknowledgement. My smile deepened, and I nodded. Fine, I agree. Tomorrow at the training ground, we'll only compare physical ability and technique. A look of relief flashed through Xia Jin's eyes, quickly turning into even stronger fighting spirit. Also, she lowered her voice, resolute and unwavering. If you beat me tomorrow, please give me the tribal chieftain's blessing. I need strength, Qi Xiao, strength to protect the tribe and to stand beside you. This was both a deal and a request, a solemn promise from a proud warrior after facing reality. I looked into her burning red eyes and saw determination, with faint traces of vulnerability and longing. Fine. If I win, I'll give it to you. Xia Jin's shoulders relaxed slightly. She nodded lightly, turned, and strode toward the training ground. Her red hair flickered like flames in the sunset. She needed to calm down, and she also needed to give it her all for tomorrow. I watched her disappearing back, then turned and entered the house. In the twin sisters' room, the atmosphere was completely different. Lei, Lin Wan put down the towel and walked over to Lin Lu, who was sitting on the bed swinging her legs and humming, her voice gentle. Can we still play the twin role-playing game tonight? Lin Li's eyes lit up, and she excitedly sat up, grabbing her sister's hand. Really? You still want to play? Lin Wan smiled and nodded. Last night was pretty fun. I want to see if we can fool the chieftain again. Lin Lu thumped her chest in assurance. Of course we can. Her eyes were sly. Her sister's total fall was just around the corner. But this time, she wouldn't stupidly wait around or find an excuse to slip away like last night. Last night was her sister's first experience, so she thoughtfully gave her some space. But tonight, maybe there would be something even more exciting? Lin Li's smile grew wider and wider. She affectionately wrapped her arms around her sister's neck. Don't worry, I'll cooperate with you tonight and make the game even more exciting. Lin Wan didn't suspect anything and smiled gently. Thank you, Lei. Outside, the night deepened, and it was one day closer to the third wave of corpse tide. In the room, I sat alone at the table, fiddling with the silver-patterned box. With a click, the lid sprang open. Inside lay a translucent candy, entirely azure blue. Above the candy, a semi-transparent blue light screen unfolded. Item name: Miracle Upgrade Candy. Quality: Gold, single use. Effect: after consumption, unconditionally upgrade by 1 level if below level 30. Note: the sweetest moment is reserved for the one who needs it most. Warning: only effective below level 30. Unconditionally upgrade by 1 level. My eyes lit up with delight. In this world, leveling up became harder and harder the later it got. The experience needed to go from level 9 to 10 far exceeded the total of levels 1 through 9. This candy could bypass experience and directly grant 1 level. A strategically valuable resource. I carefully put the candy back into the box, deciding to save it for the critical moment of pushing from level 29 to 30. Maximum benefit. Just as I was about to get up, there was a soft knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was light, with a hint of mischief. I opened the door, and a soft figure lunged into my arms, her arms skillfully wrapping around my neck, her legs around my waist, her whole body pressing close. It was Lin Wan pretending to be Lin Lu. I supported her soft waist with my hand. It felt warm and supple to the touch. Tonight, Lin Wan was even more uninhibited than last night. Though she had boldly straddled me last night, there had still been a hint of probing shyness. At this moment, she was pressed against me without a gap between us, her warm breath brushing my neck, sending a slight tingling itch. Qi Bao, I'm back again. Lin Wan tilted her face up, smiling like a flower, amber eyes flashing with a more scorching and daring light. After the brief intimacy of last night, the shackles in her heart had broken, and her longing was bursting forth. I tried to make my voice sound natural. Lin Lu, what's the matter today? Can't I come find Qi Bao if it's nothing? Lin Wan pouted and bumped my chin. I missed you, of course you can. I patted her back. But could you get down first? Hanging on my neck is getting sore. She clung even tighter, pressed even closer. No. I rubbed my forehead, speechless. Just one night. And her courage had grown this fast? Yesterday, my little sister came to claim damages, and had to cover her eyes and do some mental preparation before daring to kiss me. Yet here she was, hanging on me and wanting to be carried over. I could only cooperate while complaining inwardly. Smiling, I picked her up and walked toward the bed. Just as I bent down to set her down, her arms still didn't loosen. Lin Lu, your hand. I want a kiss. She lifted her head, her gaze burning. My heart tightened. Yesterday she was still hiding and being secretive, but today she was actually taking the initiative to ask for a kiss. Before I could react, she had already leaned in. The kiss was no longer awkward or unfamiliar. It was full of urgency and passion. She learned so fast, even inventing new tricks on her own. Her legs hooked around my waist, her hips twisted. I was caught off guard and dragged backward onto the bed. Our positions reversed. I lay there, staring in shock as she straddled my waist. Was this still the gentle, reserved older sister who blushed at every meeting? This was way too bold. Forcing it. She looked down at me like a hunter watching prey. Qi Bao. She bent over, strands of hair falling down, her voice soft and seductive. You smell so good. Like a little beast, she nuzzled my neck and collarbone. Then she took one of my hands and slowly placed it on her body. Soft warmth through the clothes, her heartbeat pounding fiercely. My body tensed, my breathing became chaotic. Lin Lu. I tried to pull my hand back, but she pressed it down firmly. Don't move. Her watery eyes stared at me. Qi Bao, do you like it? Do you like me like this? My reason evaporated quickly, just as I was about to sink into it. Bang! The door was shoved open hard. At the doorway stood Lin Lu, who at that moment was playing the role of her sister Lin Wan. She had originally come to watch the fun and tease us, but she never imagined she'd push the door open and see this scene. Her gentle and dignified older sister, clothes disheveled, sitting on my waist, and still holding my hand, placing it on. Lin Li's mind went blank with a boom. Holy crap, has big sister gone crazy? Going all the way right away? It's only the second day? Her brain spun fast. Based on her sister's personality, seeing her younger sister being wantonly indecent would absolutely warrant furious scolding. Right. She had to be angry. She sucked in a sharp breath and pointed at the two people on the bed, her voice trembling as it rose. Clan leader Qi Xiao. You, what are you doing? Lele, how could you do this? Get down now. She hurried into the room, looking heartbroken and indignant. She was acting so seriously her eyes were even turning red. I lay on the bed watching this absurd performance, the corner of my mouth twitching as I forced back laughter. This act was getting more and more jinxia. Lin Wan was acting as the younger sister, tangled up with me, while being caught red-handed by the older sister. Lin Lu was acting as the older sister catching the younger sister, putting on a desperate performance. The role reversal was incredible. I coughed and sat up, putting on an embarrassed expression. Lin Wan, this is just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Li's voice was sharp. I saw everything. You were hugging each other, and she stamped her foot. Clan leader, this is moving too fast for me. Lin Wan's mind raced. She had to keep acting as Lin Lu. Sis, it's not like that. We were just playing a game. Playing a game and ending up on the bed? Lin Li's brows shot up. Lele, you've really disappointed me. Come back with me and reflect. She stepped forward to grab my hand, and I suddenly stood up to block her. Wan, wait. My hand gently stroked Lin Li's face. Lin Wan was shocked. I called her Wana. Lin Li's entire body stiffened, her mind crashing. And the real Lin Wan, through the gap, clearly saw this scene. I was standing in front of myself, tenderly caressing her face. A storm surged in her heart. Qi Xiao likes me? Not the younger sister, but me, Lin Wan. Lin Li's CPU was completely fried. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. He was the adulterer. I was the older sister catching him cheating, and he was touching my face? Clan leader Qi Xiao, what are you doing? I am Lin Wan. Recognize who I am. My smile deepened, and I took a step closer. I know, you're Lin Wan. After a pause, he said, I like Lin Wan too. A wave of heat surged through Lin Wan's heart, and she bit her lip to hold back a sob. Lin Lu was completely stunned. He likes Lin Wan? This plot twist is way too exciting. Seeing that, I nearly laughed out loud and decided to add more fuel to the fire. I lowered my head and kissed the fake Lin Wan, Lin Lu. MMPH. Lin Lu let out a short whimper, stiffening before going soft. In her mind, she was screaming, a forced kiss. You're the older sister, push him away. But her whole body had gone weak, and the kiss threw her completely off balance. The real Lin Wan watched this scene with her own eyes, me kissing myself. A complex mix of emotions surged in her chest. There was joy. That was her love for Lin Wan. But there was also a tinge of bitterness and envy. If the one being passionately kissed right now were really her. She suddenly realized that the role-playing game she had enjoyed so much, thrilling and sweet as it was, had also been a way of avoiding the truth. She had always hidden behind the identity of Lin Lu, savoring stolen sweetness. Her sister was right. If you like someone, you should bravely go for it. I ended that kiss, stroking the dazed Lin Lu, a smug smile tugging at my lips. With a tug of my arm, I effortlessly lifted her into a horizontal carry. Ah! Lin Lu cried out, able only to let me hold her. I walked to the bed and gently set her down beside the equally shocked real Lin Wan. Straightening up, I let my gaze sweep over the pair of peerless twin beauties on the bed. Their exquisite faces were identical, yet their expressions were completely different, each with her own charm. Even I couldn't help but secretly admire them, my mouth going a little dry. Lin Wan came back to herself and asked the question she cared about most. Qi Xiao, what you just said about liking Lin Wan, was that true? I looked at her gently and firmly. It was true. Lin Wan is gentle yet resilient, cool on the outside but warm within, steadfast and adorable. Her face instantly flushed red. Biting her lip, she looked at the distracted Lin Lu and, summoning her courage, asked, then what about me? Do you like Lin Lu? I smiled and nodded. I do. Of course I like you too. I rubbed the top of Lin Wan's head. You each have your own beauty. I like both of you. My gaze fell on her complicated expression. You're both my wings. Those words exploded in Lin Wan's heart. The struggle in her eyes grew intense, until finally determination took shape. Maybe she had been too stubborn. Times were different now. The sisters depended on each other, loved the same man, and he was equally devoted to them. Why couldn't they be together? After a moment of silence, she looked up at me. Qi Bao, I need to talk it over with my younger sister. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. Oops, I slipped. She was pretending to be Lin Lu, so she should have said, talk it over with my older sister. I raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile appearing on my face. Younger sister? Her face turned bright red in an instant. And no, I mean, talk it over with my older sister. Seeing how flustered she was, I couldn't help but laugh. All right, then go discuss it properly. Lin Wan let out a relieved breath and pulled up the dazed herself. Sis, let's go. We'll talk when we get back. Half dragging, half carrying the limp Lin Lu, she fled from my room. I stood alone in the room, looking at the closed door. These twins, you really keep surprising me. Twin room. Lin Wan gently patted the dazed Lin Lu on the head. Smack. Lin Lu let out a small moan, her gaze gradually focusing, her expression slowly becoming vivid. As her brain rebooted, the first emotion that surged up was shame and grievance. She pouted, tears welling in her eyes, and sniffled in a crying voice. I wasn't ready yet. And then he stuck out his tongue. What kind of thing is that? Lin Wan was both annoyed and amused, and gave her another pat. Smack. It's just sticking out your tongue. Didn't you say yesterday that you do that all the time? That's different. Lin Lu protested, her face red. This time his tongue. Like that? Like this. The more she said, the softer her voice became, her face turning even redder, until she buried her face in her hands, too ashamed to look up. Like that? Like this. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned closer, lifting her sister's face with both hands. Is it like this? As soon as the words fell, she closed her eyes and kissed her sister's lips. Lin Li's brain completely crashed. My sister actually kissed me? And her tongue moved too. Time seemed to freeze. Creak. The door was suddenly pushed open. Mo Lan, carrying a cup of warm water, stood at the doorway. Her gaze swept over the stunning twin sisters, one holding the other's face, one kissing the other. Her smile froze for half a second, then bloomed even brighter. She quickly glanced at the sisters' panicked expressions and nodded in an I understand manner. Then she swiftly retreated and shut the door with a bang. Outside, she whispered a reminder. Shoo, you can't go in right now. There's a bit of business inside. Come on, let's go. The room was left with only the two petrified sisters. A few seconds later, wah, Lin Lu broke down in tears and coo into her sister's arms. Boo-hoo, why is everyone bullying me? Qi Xiao bullies me. And even you bully me, sister. You suddenly kissed me, and Mo Lan saw it too. I can't face anyone anymore. Lin Wan felt heartbroken and awkward at the same time, patting her back clumsily. Lei, don't cry. It's big sister's fault. I acted on instinct to demonstrate. Wasn't it like that yesterday too? How can that be the same? Yesterday, it was straddling. Today, it was a tongue kiss. And someone saw it. Boo-hoo. Mine and sister's innocence is gone. Lin Wan kept apologizing, and after a long while Lin Lu finally calmed down a little. The two sat hugging at the side of the bed. Lin Wan lifted her face and said gently, Lele, what you said is right. Lin Lu was confused. What? We can both be with him. Lin Lu immediately stopped crying and looked at her in shock. Sis, you figured it out? Lin Wan nodded, her gaze firm. This world has changed. We don't have to stick to old rules. She took her sister's hand. Qi Xiao is worth it. He said we're both his wings. But you really don't mind? I don't mind. Lin Wan said softly. We grew up together, sharing joy, sorrow, secrets, even a single piece of candy. She smiled with relief. Now sharing the man we love isn't such a hard thing either. Lin Lu broke into a tearful smile and threw herself into her arms. Sister, you're the best. Lin Wan hugged her back, then gently pushed her away, her expression serious. There's one thing I need to say first. What? I'm going to look for him as myself. I won't pretend to be Lin Lu, and I won't use her identity. Lin Lu nodded. Go for it. You should be doing that anyway. Lin Wan stood up, straightened her clothes, then turned back with a gentle smile. I'm leaving. I'll be waiting for good news. Lin Lu clenched her little fist. Lin Wan walked to my door. She stopped and raised her hand to knock. Knock, knock. Footsteps approached. Click. The door opened. Lin Wan. I said calmly. It's me. The two of them looked at each other, their heartbeats quickening. Qi Xiao, she said, her voice trembling a little. What you just said. Do you really like Lin Wan? I didn't answer. I stepped forward and swept her up in my arms. Ah. She gasped and wrapped her arms around my neck. I carried her into the room, nudging the door shut with my heel. I lowered my head and kissed her forehead, the tip of her nose, then finally pressed a soft kiss to her lips. This kiss was completely different from before. Lin Wan closed her eyes and responded fervently. My fingers slowly slid upward, brushing along her waist, bringing a slight shiver. The kisses trailed down to her neck, her collarbone. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming stimulation. Qi Xiao. She called me vaguely, her voice hoarse with a trace of sweetness. I stopped and looked at her flushed face and hazy eyes. I don't want to sneak off first. She bit her lip. Next time, let me come with Lele. Okay. Early morning. Lin Lu turned over groggily and rubbed her eyes. Lin Wan, with her back to her, was putting her clothes in order, the morning light outlining her slim waist. Sis, you came back so late last night. What were you and Qi Bao doing? Lin Wan paused, then softly said, Take a guess, silly sister. She turned back and smiled, her usual gentleness gone. Lin Lu shot upright. You guys didn't already do the tribal chief's blessing, did you? Lin Wan blushed bright red. No, Lin Lu breathed a sigh of relief. I told him I'd do it with you. Me too. Of course, if you're not ready, I can first. No way. No sneaking off first. Lin Lu blurted, blushing. Wait until I'm mentally prepared. Lin Wan ruffled her messy hair. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then what on earth did you two do last night? Lin Wan lowered her head to avoid her gaze, her earlobes tinged pink. After a few seconds of silence, she said softly, besides that, we did everything we could. Lin Li's mind exploded. Kissing, touching, hugging. Eep. Her face was practically steaming. Cheers and whistles suddenly came from outside. What's going on out there? The two exchanged a glance and ran toward the training grounds. The training grounds were packed with people. The sisters squeezed into the front row. Sister Mulan, what's going on? Mulan said excitedly. Xia Jin has challenged the chief. Pure hand-to-hand combat. The loser has to accept the tribal chief's blessing. The tribal chief's blessing? Lin Wan's eyes lit up. The two looked toward the arena. I was only wearing black shorts, bare-chested. Xia Jin had taken off her combat suit, with a fur wrap binding her chest. Her tight skin, clearly defined abs, and long, powerful legs stood out. Her short, fiery red hair whipped in the wind, both fists raised in a standard starting stance. Primitive, wild, pure power and beauty. Xu Mingji raised a hand. Rules. Pure hand-to-hand combat. If you stay down for 20 seconds or admit defeat, you lose. Ready? Xia Jin fixed her blood-red eyes on me. Don't disappoint me. 3. The arena instantly fell silent. 2. Xia Jin lowered her center of gravity, muscles taut. I slightly lowered my stance, eyes like lightning. 1. Begin. Before the words were even out, Xia Jin vanished from sight. She burst in from the side, a low side kick slicing through the air straight for my knee joint. A Muay Thai sweep kick, from a tricky angle, heavy and forceful. I didn't dodge, but met it head-on, blocking with my shin. Bang! She spun and swung her back heel up toward my jaw. Fast, vicious, and sneaky. I tilted back to avoid it, and her attack followed immediately with a back elbow toward my temple. Seamless. Nice move. I growled, meeting elbow with elbow. Crack. Flesh and bone collided, and we both jolted back. Xia Jin shook out her numb hand, battle intent flaring in her eyes, licked her lips, and lunged again. Her style changed dramatically. She wasn't just good at fighting. Her combat foundation was solid and vicious. Boxing combinations, Muay Thai elbows and knees, and jiu-jitsu locks were interwoven. Thud! A side kick struck my ribs, bringing a dull pain. Ist! My counterpunch grazed her skin, leaving a bloody mark. Bruises and injuries gradually piled up as sweat and droplets of blood flew through the air. After a fierce exchange, I caught an opening in her high kick and flashed in like lightning. I locked my arms around her waist, abdomen, and arms. "It's over," I whispered in her ear. Xia Jin didn't panic. Instead, she bared a wild grin. She suddenly snapped her head back. Bang! The back of her skull slammed into the bridge of my nose. My vision blurred and my lock weakened. She took the chance to open her mouth and viciously bite my arm. PSHK. Her sharp teeth broke the skin and sank into the flesh. Hiss! This woman was ruthless. She broke free and licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Your blood tastes pretty good." I looked at the bloody bite marks, then at her fierce yet alluring gaze. My surprise turned into excitement, and my desire to conquer only grew stronger. "Good." I shook out my numb arm. "Keep going." "Come on then," she roared and lunged again. The battle was in full fury. Fists and feet came like a tempest, the sounds of impact never stopping. Sweat and blood mingled, wounds covering them both. Xia Jin's red hair stuck to her forehead, and the corner of her mouth was split. I was covered in bruises too, yet my eyes burned brighter and brighter. Ha ha, now that's satisfying. She took a heavy punch, staggered backward, and laughed aloud. Wiping away blood, her crimson eyes mocked me wildly. Sweat soaked her entire body as she shouted at me, at the heavens and earth. "Come on, Qi Xiao. You fucking come and conquer me. If you want to be my man, Xia Jin, then beat me and win me over completely." Her voice was hoarse, yet it pierced the whole arena. The girls watching held their breath, stunned into silence. Before the roar had even faded, she turned into a streak of blood-red lightning and charged again. The purest, most savage, most desperate fight to the death. As you wish. The fighting spirit in my chest blazed. Bang! Thud! Boom! The sky suddenly darkened, and a fine rain began to fall, turning into a steady drizzle. The girls retreated back into the house, watching through the doors and windows. Rain washed away the sweat and blood, making the wounds sting. Someone shouted for them to stop. "Enough! Stop fighting. They're bleeding." Sophia sent out a hand to halt them, her eyes cold. "Let them fight. This is Xia Jin's choice. Respect this battle." The rain grew heavier, the raindrops pounding their faces like beans. Their vision blurred, breaths mixed with rain and blood, and their strength was running out. Every punch weighed 1,000 pounds. No one fell, no one admitted defeat. There was only instinct left. Punch, kick, block, fall, get back up. Xia Jin was struck by my heavy punch and went down, muddy water splashing everywhere. She struggled to rise, her arms trembling. I knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Rainwater streamed down my face, mixed with blood. In the mud, she tilted her head to look at me, then suddenly smiled. "Qi Xiao, come on, beat me down, or I'll look down on you." I let out a low roar and used all my strength to stand, swaying as I walked toward her. Xia Jin roared back and slowly forced herself up. The two of us in the torrential rain, like broken puppets, drew near again. A thunderous punch landed on the other, and we crashed into the mud, rolling and grappling, primitive and real. In the end, I held the slightest advantage. Riding on top of her, I pinned her down with all my weight. With the last of my strength, I hammered her face again and again. Rain and blood intertwined, and her consciousness blurred. In her field of vision, only my face, smeared with blood and rainwater, remained. Unwilling, unconvinced, it all burst forth in a ferocious flash of clarity. Yuga. She used all her remaining strength to jerk her head upward. Bang! Her forehead slammed into mine. My vision went black, and the world spun. The pressure instantly loosened, and I was knocked into the mud. Xia Jin saw stars before her eyes and nearly passed out. She bit the tip of her tongue hard to force herself awake. With her fierce will, she crawled up and straddled me. Her fist trembled as she punched my face again and again. Soft and weak, like raindrops tapping down. Yet she kept repeating it mechanically, tears and rain flowing together. I lay in the cold, muddy water, feeling those nearly powerless punches, looking at her still stubborn eyes. At last, she stopped, her fist hanging limp. She lowered her head, wet red hair and mud covering half her face. She stared at me for a long time, then slowly leaned down. Her cold, mud and blood-soaked lips gently touched mine. A desperate kiss, woven of blood, mud, and rain. She lifted her head slightly, her breath faint. You won. This kiss is mine. Take it. As soon as the words fell, she bent down and bit hard into my lower lip. Blood and pain mixed together, impossible to tell whose was whose. She branded into it all her pride, unwillingness, affection, and resolve. Her strength spent, she went limp and collapsed on top of me. If you still have any strength left, then do it here. I gave a bitter smile. I had won this duel. Using the last of my strength, I moved her aside and lay flat in the muddy water. Looking down at my soaked pants, I sneered inwardly. If it weren't for the clan chief's blessing of extraordinary endurance, I would have been lying flat long ago. In the stone house, the girls crowded by the door and windows. Are they still fighting? Can't see clearly. It seems like they've stopped moving. Who won? Don't know. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolin cried out. Qi Bao's hand is moving. Is he taking off his pants? The girls were shocked. Taking off pants in the rain? With so many people watching? The rain curtain blurred everything, but I could still be seen struggling with my soaked, heavy pants. Xia Jin turned weakly and asked, why? Isn't it? Getting up. My movements froze, my face burning with embarrassment. I'll try harder. I desperately tried to wake my sleeping comrade, but my body was honest. I was exhausted, the cold rain kept beating down, and my efforts were in vain. My face darkened. Humiliation and anger tangled together. I suddenly raised my hand and slapped myself hard. A faint smack, a miserable scream, painful to the soul, tore through the rain. I bent over and curled up, both hands clutching tightly at my lower body, my whole body convulsing in pain. Xia Jin saw everything clearly. She saw me struggle in vain, saw me slap myself, saw me scream and hunch over like a shrimp. 3 seconds of silence. Then, pee. She laughed. Her clear laughter spilled from her pale lips, growing louder and louder. Her shoulders shook, tears mixed with mud as they streamed down. It was the first genuine smile she had shown in a long time. I endured the pain and turned my head away, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I've really embarrassed myself this time. In the stone house, the girls were stunned by the scream. What happened? Clan leader, did he hit himself? Is Sister Xia Jin laughing? Everyone looked at one another, completely unable to understand what was going on. Teacher Kuyun shouted, stop staring. Hurry and carry them in. The girls rushed out into the rain. Xu Mingji and Qin Xiaolin helped me up. Lin Wan and Lin Lu helped Xia Jin up. Together they carried us back into the stone house. Teacher Kuyun activated healing light and treated the wounds. When she wiped around my waist, several girls blushed and hesitated. Teacher Kuyun sighed and took over the cloth. After checking that the injury below wasn't serious, she gently helped me change into clean pants. I silently turned my face toward the wall. Social death scene +1. By the fireplace, Xia Jin and I lay side by side, covered with a warm blanket, while Teacher Kuyun knelt on one knee to heal us. Don't move your hand around. She stared at the hand wandering across my leg, sighed, and tacitly allowed it. I became even more unrestrained. As time passed, both our injuries and strength improved significantly. Xia Jin stood up and walked toward me. Our eyes met, and she suddenly stepped forward, bending down, one hand slipping under my knees, the other supporting my back. A Princess Carrie. I was caught completely off guard. The room fell silent. The girls stared in shock. Xia Jin Princess carried the clan leader? What kind of move is this? I was dumbfounded. Ignoring everyone, Xia Jin turned and carried me toward the bedroom. Xia Jin, the clan leader still needs rest. Teacher Kuyun said anxiously. Xia Jin paused mid-step, not turning her head. Exercise. Then she pushed open the thick door. Inside the room, the girls were blushing and whispering. Is she going to give him her favor now? Xia Jin is way too fierce. They couldn't do it in the rain, so they're continuing in the room? Qin Xiaolin's eyes lit up. So ruthless, so exciting. I like it. Xu Mingji said softly. I just hope the clan leader can take it. Lin Lu and Lin Wan exchanged looks, their emotions complicated. Bedroom. Xia Jin went straight to the bed and loosened her grip. With a thud, I was tossed onto the bed. She stood there, looking down at me. The lamplight outlined her tall figure. Her slim waist and abs were distinct, and the lines of her long, toned legs flowed smoothly. Wild, dangerous, and utterly captivating. My Adam's apple rolled as my blood began to boil. Seen enough, Xia Jin said. Don't disappoint me, Qi Xiao. My gaze swept over every curve of her body before settling on those blood-red eyes. This time, I'll take the lead. How do you want to do it? This aggressive woman instead stirred up my most primal urge to conquer. She froze slightly, then the corner of her mouth lifted. Oh, she tilted her head, fiery red strands slipping over her shoulder, and leaned closer to the bed to look down at me. I looked at her face, so close it was almost within reach. The urge to conquer this proud, powerful woman ignited instantly. Qi Xiao suddenly pressed the back of her head and kissed her domineeringly. MMH. Xia Jin let out a soft sound, her body gradually going limp. His kiss moved from her jaw to her neck. When he looked up, he saw her red eyes brimming with tears. Xia Jin, who had always been proud, was unexpectedly so fragile at this moment. Let this remind you who conquered who. Xia Jin trembled slightly, yet she didn't feel repelled. On the contrary, she found it exciting. She closed her eyes and willingly gave up the initiative. Qi Xiao smiled, the smile of a conqueror. The battle, in another form, began again. Living room. The girls had long since stopped chatting and were all listening intently. Xia Jin can make that kind of sound too? Lin Lu covered her face. Chen Xiaolin grinned wickedly. Qi Bao went hard. A wild horse won't be tamed without some rough handling. A mechanical female voice sounded. Chief's blessing triggered. Obtained. Unrestrained domain, one-time use. I sensed someone approaching and said in a low voice, 2 groups of people. They're almost at the foot of the mountain. Xia Jin's eyes lit up. You rest. I'll go meet them. She led a few girls to wait on the slope. Wang Chong and Yu Jie arrived, both shocked. In the apocalypse, everyone was in tattered clothes. But the girls in our tribe were all rosy-cheeked and dressed quite elegantly. Yu Jie's eyes flashed, while Wang Chong's brows furrowed even tighter. The 2 groups stopped more than 10 meters away. Yu Jie stepped forward with a smile and a slight bow. Yu Jie of the Order Alliance has come to pay respects to Chief Qi Xiao. His attitude was very humble. Wang Chong said coldly. Wang Chong of the Powerful Alliance, here to see Qi Xiao. He wore an air of superiority. The girls ignored them. Chen Xiaolin suddenly spoke. Oh, 2 big shots came to see the chief, and you're empty-handed? Yu Jie and Wang Chong were both stunned. What status did they have? Showing up in person was already giving plenty of face. This girl actually dared to ask for gifts? Wang Chong's temper flared. The burly man behind him pointed at Chen Xiaolin first. Girl, watch how you talk. Chen Xiaolin dug at her ear. What? Not used to it. You dare try it? Her eyes sparkled. You're trash. What? I said you're trash. Then she looked at Wang Chong. And the boss of trash is still trash. The burly man roared and rushed over. Yu Jie wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Wang Chong watched coldly, wanting to use this chance to warn us. Chen Xiaolin stood still. When the burly man was just 1 step away, she lifted her hand lightly. Thud. The burly man fell heavily to the ground, convulsing non-stop. No one saw how she made her move. Chen Xiaolin smiled sweetly. See? Trash is trash. You don't even have the qualifications to make a move. Wang Chong's expression changed. She casually waved her hand again, and another elite also dropped. Yu Jie's pupils shrank, and he made a split-second decision. Quick, go back to the camp and bring resources over. Alliance leader, this. His confidant hesitated. Order. Move. The confidant sprinted off. Yu Jie took a deep breath and forced a smile. We were a bit presumptuous on our first visit. Gifts will be delivered right away. I hope you'll make allowances. Chen Xiaolin raised an eyebrow and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Chong sneered. Alliance leader you. The way you're wagging your tail and begging is truly eye-opening. The Order Alliance might as well change its name to the Kneel and Lick Alliance. Yu Jie replied calmly. Being humble in front of the strong isn't shameful. Bah, spineless coward. Wang Chong turned to Chen Xiaolin. Little girl, your strength isn't bad. A few days ago, a small team went missing to the south. Have you seen them? Chen Xiaolin blinked. Oh, that group of hooligans blocking the road. I killed them casually. Wang Chong's face darkened. Good. You've got guts. Ever heard of a unique class? He didn't wait for an answer and continued. Common classes are wild dogs in front of rare classes, and rare classes in front of unique classes, he grinned. Not even qualified to be dogs. Black liquid surged from his body, forming a tight battle suit. Little girl, call your chief out to talk. What happened before can be wiped clean, as long as you show some sincerity. Chen Xiaolin stifled a laugh and said softly, Xia Jin, what do we do? He's a big-shot unique class user, you know. The crowd parted, and Xia Jin walked out. Her red hair fluttered, her features were icy and sharp, and her aura erupted fully. Her blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Chong. Want to see the chief? Fine. First get past me. Let me see whether you're qualified. Wang Chong froze. This cold, stunning red-haired figure was practically his ideal type. He burst into laughter. I can't believe there's such a beauty on this lousy island. Beauty, you're mine. Xia Jin didn't even lift her eyelids. Not worthy. Not worthy. Wang Chong grew even more excited. I like taming wild horses the most. So I have to get past you before I can see Qi Xiao, right? Fine. He charged forward. Xia Jin's blood-red eyes were calm, and a killing intent erupted. Wang Chong's pupils shrank violently. This presence, could she also be a unique class? Xia Jin raised her blade and met him head-on. Clang. Wang Chong was forcibly blocked, and a cut was ripped open in the black armor on his fist. He was utterly shocked. Since awakening his unique class, no one had ever broken through this black skin's defenses. Xia Jin was knocked back half a step, but her gaze grew hotter and hotter. Your unique class is only this much. Wang Chong grinned fiercely. You can break my defense. That's indeed impressive. But that's all. Black skin churned, and the Lirko healed instantly. My Black Abyss skin not only has strong defense, it can also self-heal. Xia Jin said nothing and raised her long blade. Oh, a semi-transparent dark red phantom condensed beside her, identical to her. Wang Chong felt the threat, but he still didn't believe it, and threw a punch. Xia Jin flickered aside, and her long blade slashed toward his ribs. Wang Chong sneered, thickening the black skin in preparation to harden against it. Suddenly, the phantom moved. Its movement was perfectly synchronized with Xia Jin's from half a second earlier. Uft! Xia Jin's blade tip pierced through the black skin. The phantom's dark red blade followed closely, stabbing into the wound. Ugh! Wang Chong groaned in pain as blood seeped out. This was the first time he had been injured since awakening. Alliance Master. Chief. The elites exploded in fury, and one rushed out, trying to stand in front of Wang Chong. ZZZZT. The elite was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Xiaolin had somehow appeared in front. Hey, didn't we say this was a one-on-one fight? Trying to gang up? She tilted her head and smiled. I've got to keep order too. The elites froze completely, no one daring to move. Yu Jia watched the whole scene and was utterly stunned. Just two girls had completely suppressed the chief of the Strong Alliance and his elites. This 01 tribe was simply insane. He turned and roared, "Hurry, bring over everything in the warehouse." Wang Chong steadied himself, and the wound beneath his ribs healed rapidly. Your phantom has a 0.5-second delay. As long as I'm fast enough, I can avoid being hit at the same point. That was my mistake just now. You've already lost. Xia Jin's blood-red eyes remained calm, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Warm-up's over. Now it's my turn. Swish. A streak of afterimage flashed by, and killing intent rushed at him. Clang, 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 clang. 10 clashes of metal in less than a second. When Wang Chong opened his eyes and looked, 10 places on his black skin had been slashed open at once. The phantom followed up with more strikes, tearing the wounds wider. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Blood splattered everywhere, and Wang Chong groaned in pain again and again. He frantically pushed his self-healing, and the energy consumption surged sharply. His defense began to drop. If this continued, he would be worn to death alive. Stop! Wang Chong suddenly raised his hand and roared. Xia Jin's blade stopped 3 inches from his throat. Wang Chong panted violently, his pride shattered by reality. After taking a deep breath, he forced out with difficulty, I lost. Please allow me to apologize to Clan Chief Qi Xiao. The scene fell dead silent. The elites of the Strong Alliance all looked ashen, their faith collapsing. Their invincible chief had personally admitted defeat. Xia Jin sheathed her blade. Should have said so earlier. You're not worthy. Chen Xiaolin bounced over. You can bend and stretch when you need to. Then her tone changed. But now the price is doubled. Bring twice the resources Yu Jia brought. Wang Chong's face went from white to green, then to black. A blatant extortion. Yu Jia could barely hold back his laughter. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Now pay double. Wang Chong clenched his teeth and ordered the elites. Go. Back to the camp and bring the good stuff. Each word felt like cutting away a piece of flesh. Yu Jia said leisurely. Oh? Alliance Master Wang Chong. Your kneeling and licking is several times mine. Veins bulged on Wang Chong's forehead, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone. Humiliation. He believed in the strong ruling the weak, yet now he had become the weak one who had to respect others. But only by surviving could he grow stronger. He had no choice. Xia Jin turned and walked toward the stone house. She pushed open the door to my bedroom and paused. Teacher Kuyun was hurriedly looking for clothes to cover herself, head lowered and too embarrassed to look at Xia Jin, her ears bright red. My expression was complicated. When I saw Xia Jin come in, a trace of awkwardness flashed across my face, and I quickly pretended nothing had happened. Xia Jin stood coldly at the door, her blood-red eyes sweeping over me, and Kuyun before she raised an eyebrow. Qi Xiao, you're that desperate? Kuyun was so frightened that she trembled. Xia Jin, it's not like that. It's the teacher who wanted to. I coughed lightly and put on an innocent face. Xia Jin, you misunderstood. The teacher made the first move. As an injured person, I couldn't resist. The corners of Xia Jin's mouth twitched. Oh, the injured man's teammate looks pretty energetic, though. I rubbed my nose and laughed awkwardly. My willpower is weak, especially when facing a gentle teacher who's shy, blushing, and speaking softly. Kuyun's nape turned bright red, and she let out a low whimper. Xia Jin got straight to the point. On to business. The two alliance leaders brought gifts and are waiting. Are you going to meet them? I thought about it. Since they brought gifts, of course I have to meet them. But I need to calm down first. I can't go see them looking like this. Xiaojin nodded and turned to leave. Then hurry up. I'll wait outside. I suddenly called out to her, wearing a mischievous smile. Since you're already here, why not use Shura Phantom? It'll calm you down faster. Xiaojin froze, staring at me with obvious disdain. But in the end, she took a deep breath and reached for her clothes. I really can't do anything about you. With a click, her clothes slid off her shoulder. At the foot of the hillside, time ticked by 1 second at a time. Yu Jie sent people to carry over several heavy crates and place them where Qin Xiaolin had designated. Wang Chong's men also panted as they lugged over several crates and set them down on the other side. The items inside the crates were not cheap. Clearly, both sides had paid a real price. The two camps were clearly divided, and the atmosphere was silent and awkward. The mysterious clan leader Qi Xiao still had not appeared. Yu Jie couldn't help stepping forward and politely asking Qin Xiaolin, who was kicking at a stone, "Miss Chun, is clan leader Qi Xiao very busy?" Qin Xiaolin looked up and blinked. Xiaojin has been inside for a long time. Why hasn't she come out yet? I'll go take a look. A flash of motion, lightning streaked by, and she vanished in an instant. Everyone kept waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Qin Xiaolin still hadn't come back. The crowd exchanged looks, and the atmosphere grew stranger by the second. Bai Zhen frowned and said to Sophia beside her, "You go take a look. I'll keep watch here." Sophia's ice-blue eyes swept across the crowd before she gracefully entered the stone house and did not come out again. At the foot of the hill, only the sound of wind blowing through the grass remained. Yu Jie and Wang Chong looked at each other, both utterly confused. What in the world was this 01 tribe doing? Bai Zhen's expression was conflicted, and she hesitated over whether she should go in too. Just as she was wavering, creak. The stone house door slowly opened. The first to come out was Xiaojin, her fiery red hair neatly arranged and her expression calm. Then came Qin Xiaolin, bouncing out with a satisfied smile. Next was Sophia, whose ears were slightly red. Then teacher Ku Yun, head lowered and steps unsteady, trying hard to maintain her dignity. Finally, a figure slowly appeared. It was me. There was no arrogance or overbearing aura on my face anymore. Instead, I carried a detached calm, as if I had seen through all the disputes in the world. Wang Chong was shocked inwardly. This was Qi Xiao? The guy in the channel who'd been tearing into everyone, and everything was actually this otherworldly, refined man in front of him? Yu Jie spoke respectfully. I'm Yu Jie from the 03 Order Alliance. May I ask if you are clan leader Qi Xiao of the 01 tribe? I nodded calmly. It's me. Yu Jie gestured toward the open crates. Clan leader, this is our little token of respect for our first visit. My gaze swept over them, and I waved lightly. Xiaojin understood and signaled the girls to carry them away. Yu Jie of the Order Alliance, what brings you here? Yu Jie grew spirited. Mainly the third wave of zombie tides. We have some intelligence that we might be able to exchange and cooperate on. Oh, if it's useful, I can consider it. Yu Jie let out a breath of relief. I turned to Wang Chong. Wang Chong of the Strong Alliance, you came all this way with such force. Have you regretted those few words you said in the island channel? Wang Chong's heart tightened, and cold sweat soaked his back. Not at all. I was arrogant and ignorant before. Today I've come specifically to apologize, he said, bowing quickly and lowering himself to the dust. I smiled faintly. People like him were dangerous. In the apocalypse, those who could cast aside their dignity often lived longer. At that moment, a trembling female voice broke the silence. Cici, is that you? Everyone looked over. A woman in her 30s, with a beautiful face, pointed at Yi Shi, who was moving supplies. Yi Shi turned back in shock, their trembling eyes meeting. Tears slid down her face. Mom, Cici, my daughter, you're alive. The woman burst into tears and rushed over to hold her tightly. Mom. Mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping. I withdrew my gaze and looked at Wang Chong. Since you've come to apologize, I assume there's nothing else. Wang Chong's heart tightened, but he also felt relieved. At least we hadn't fallen out. Yes, clan leader, may the past be forgiven. I said indifferently. Yes, but don't let me down again. Wang Chong thanked me repeatedly and led his people away quickly. I turned to Yu Jie. Regarding the third wave of corpse tide, I'll personally visit your tribe tomorrow to discuss it. Yu Jie was overjoyed. Thank you, clan leader. The Order Alliance will await your honored visit. My gaze fell on Su Mu, who was still embracing her daughter. Since you've found your daughter, whether you stay or leave is up to the two of you. If you want to return to the Order Alliance, we'll send people to escort you. Yu Jie hurriedly waved his hand. No need. Mrs. Su finding her daughter is a tremendous joy. The Order Alliance has absolutely no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his people to withdraw. Only the 01 tribe and the mother and daughter remained on the scene. I nodded to the girls, signaling them to relax. Xia Jin, Chen Xiaolin, and the others dispersed, all with relieved smiles. Yishi brought her mother into a room. For Su Mu, this was the most luxurious place she had seen since arriving on the island. Mom, sit down. Have some water. Yishi helped her sit. Su Mu took the bowl tremblingly and drank in small sips, sweetness filling her heart. She stared greedily at her daughter, her eyes sweeping over Yishi's clean, rosy face. Cici, you're so good. I thought I'd never see you again. Mom, don't say that. How was it over at the Order Alliance? Did anyone bully you? Su Mu shook her head. Apart from not having enough to eat, doing heavy work, and living in damp and cold conditions, I also had to guard against bad looks. Nothing serious. I'm not stupid. I know my appearance is dangerous, so I deliberately made myself dirty and ugly. She looked up seriously at her daughter. Seeing that you're doing well, I'm relieved. Mom, Yishi's eyes filled with tears. Oh right. Su Mu seemed to remember something. So this is the legendary 01 tribe? Your clan leader is that young handsome guy just now. Being able to survive and live decently is all thanks to clan leader Qi Xiao. Then I really should thank him properly. Haha, I could even offer myself in gratitude. Even though I'm in my 30s, A8 is still A8. Otherwise, how could I have given birth to such a beautiful daughter? Su Mu joked to ease the atmosphere. Mom, stop joking. From now on, stay here with me and live in the 01 tribe, okay? Su Mu froze. I can stay. Yes, you're my mom, so you're one of us. I'll go talk to the clan leader. Knock, knock. Come in. Yishi pushed the door open and entered. I was sitting by the stone table opposite Chen Xiaolin, holding a fortune and ominousness compass. Qi Xiao, I really want to ask him. Chen Xiaolin said excitedly. Go ahead. Yes, sir. She laughed and ran out. The door closed, leaving only me and Yishi. The air grew still. Yishi stood at the doorway, putting on that cold and distant mask. Qi Xiao, I want to talk about my mother. She walked forward steadily. Go on. I request that my mother be allowed to stay and become a member of the tribe. She's a stranger. I need to confirm whether she's safe and whether she poses any threat. And also confirm her value. She must be monitored until I determine whether she can be formally accepted. Yishi looked straight into my eyes. If she's found to be unsafe after observation, will you drive her away? Yes. Yishi's voice suddenly rose. She's my mom. How could she possibly be a bad person? She's been doing the dirtiest and hardest work all this time. She's suffered enough. My gaze remains steady. Tribal safety comes first. Before there's a final conclusion, she'll stay here as a guest. Nightsea's face was pale. I hate you, Qi Xiao. She whirled around, slammed the door open, then slammed it shut with a bang. The room fell silent. Cold-blooded? Maybe. But I had to do this. Even though Nightsea's mom had deliberately made herself look dirty, I could still tell how beautiful she was. But I wasn't an animal that thought with its lower body. Outside the stone house, Nightsea leaned against the door, regret flooding her heart. Why, when facing me, did she always say the worst things and the most insincere words? This can't go on. She had to find a way. Could it be that only when she was drunk did she dare speak honestly to me? Clenching her teeth, she turned around, found the leftover alcohol, tilted her head back, and gulped down several big swallows. I had just put on my robe and was about to go out. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking sounded. I froze for a moment. Was Chen Xiaolin back so soon? The door opened, and a warm, soft body reeking. I let out a sigh of relief and secretly vowed I would never let her touch alcohol again. Su Mu saw her daughter stagger in with a flushed face and asked, Cici, you drank? Yishi leaned against her mother, her head already foggy. Mom, there's something important. Qi Xiao wants to talk to you. Behave yourself. After stammering out the instructions, she collapsed onto the beast hide and lost consciousness instantly. After Yishi fell asleep, all the tenderness on Su Mu's face vanished. Her gaze turned sharp, as if she could see through everything. The edge of a former business world power woman was fully revealed. She walked to the bathtub in the corner and carefully washed herself clean. A knock sounded from outside the door. Come in. The door opened, and a woman who had just finished bathing walked in. There was a mature charm tempered by the years in her eyes and brows. She looked about 60 to 70% like Yishi, but softer. I froze. It was not just her stunning beauty, but the complete transformation in her bearing. This was no longer the same weak mother. This was a mature woman who had weathered countless storms. Clan leader Qi Xiao, you were looking for me, Su Mu said, respectful without losing her dignity. I nodded. Ms. Su, please sit. She sat down naturally and gracefully. I got straight to the point. Take off the beast hide. I need to make sure there are no brands, contract talismans, or marks that threaten the tribe on your body. Su Mu said calmly. Of course. She removed the beast hide, revealing her mature figure without reservation. Every curve had been polished by time, something a young girl could never possess. I examined her carefully like a scanner, confirming there was nothing amiss. Then I lightly patted her on the back. Sumu trembled slightly and let out a soft hum. She turned to face me, with no fear on her face, only a smile. You're the second man to have seen my body in full. Who was the first? A mistake. She answered lightly, picking up the beast hide but not rushing to put it back on. What did you do to my back? A mark. Your life is now partly in my hands. Fair enough. Sumu nodded, admiration entering her eyes. Controlling whether someone lives or dies is the most effective bargaining chip. You use it well. She was actually praising me? This woman was far more complicated than I had imagined. You're completely different from that frightened mother from before. Sumu smiled faintly, with both insight and weariness. Yishi is my only weakness. I just want her to feel that I'm a qualified mother. I don't want her to see the ugly side of me. I could tell she was telling the truth. That deep maternal love could not be faked. But I've already decided to stay and earn your approval. So I need to show you my truest self. Her tone changed as she stepped forward, closing the distance. That includes my value, my experience. Experience? I raised an eyebrow, glancing over her still unabashed body. The corners of Sumu's lips curled, her smile carrying confidence and temptation. A lot. I'm much older than you, and I've experienced the undercurrents of the business world and the darkness and light of human nature. She leaned forward slightly, the curves of her chest rising and falling with her breath. I know what kind of posture is most attractive to a man, and how to keep the right distance while still tugging at his heart. This woman was too good at using her strengths, and too good at controlling the pace of the conversation. Outwardly candid, but in truth, every step was calculated to win. Have you always been this casual? I asked. Casual? Sumu repeated, a smile on her lips. No, clan leader, I never entrust myself lightly. My body, my heart, my loyalty, I only give them to the person I've truly chosen. The first time, I was too young and blind. I lost completely and only ended up with a daughter. But I, Sumu, will never make the same mistake twice. She looked straight at me. Jishao, this time I won't be wrong. With you, Cici, and I can truly be safe. I sighed inwardly. This woman really was a vixen. You're dangerous, Sumu, I said honestly. To enemies, yes. She was calm and moved a little closer. But if you accept me, I'll keep you in my heart, second only to Cici. You hold my life in your hands, and you protect my daughter. That is the strongest bond. Her eyes swept over me, and her red lips parted slightly. If you want to test my loyalty, or taste what experience is like, I'm available anytime. She raised her hand lightly, as if she were about to touch me. I caught my breath and took a sharp half-step back. I had already expended too much energy today. I couldn't let this married woman keep teasing me. Today, not now. My voice was dry, but I saw your honesty, and I heard your value. Wait a few days for observation and confirm that your words and actions match. As for Yeshi, make sure to comfort her. A flash of disappointment crossed Sumu's eyes. Was she not interested in my body? She nodded and stepped back. I understand what I should say and what I shouldn't say. She wrapped herself back up in the beast hide, graceful and composed. As long as you don't hurt my daughter, I will remain forever loyal to you and the 01 tribe. With that, she turned and left, and the door closed behind her. I watched her go. Dangerous, but perhaps priceless. I rarely woke up in someone else's bed. Last night, I had also politely declined Lin Lu and Lin Wan's request. Looks like Shura Phantom has to be used sparingly. My comrades finally stopped hurting. I took Chen Xiaolin, Bai Zhan, and Su Mu, gathered a group of people, and set out toward Xiao's. Miss Su Mu, what exactly is the Xiao's alliance like? Chen Xiaolin asked curiously. Su Mu had changed into a set of clothes, her figure slender and graceful. The 03 Xiao's alliance is the real tribe of survival. Her voice was steady. You'll understand when you get there. Passing through sparse woodland, a steep little mountain came into view. Following the terrain, the Xiao's alliance had built massive defensive works with rough timber, stones, and vines. Layer upon layer, surrounding more than half the mountain, it formed a primitive stronghold that was easy to defend and hard to attack. A group of people had gathered at the mountain gate, and the leader was none other than Yu Jia. Seeing me, his eyes lit up, and he immediately brought people forward to greet us. Clan Chief Qi Xiao, welcome. His attitude was even more deferential than yesterday. I felt a strange sense of unease. This whole scene felt like a leader's inspection tour. Yu Jia, lead the way. Yes, the clan chief's arrival is an honor for the Xiao's alliance. Open the stockade gates and welcome the esteemed guest. Creak. The heavy wooden gate was pushed open by burly men. On both sides of the gate stood 2 rows of young women, all with delicate features. They looked enviously at the tidy clothes worn by the girls from my tribe. Clan chief, please. Yujia bowed and led the way. Inside the stockade were nothing but crude, drafty shelters. The narrow path was packed with curious people, all sizing up the legendary 01 tribe. Most were gaunt and yellow-faced, still using leaves to cover their bodies. Many girls were seeing people of another tribe for the first time, and the sight of such backward primitiveness shocked them. Their goodwill toward me grew greatly. Plop! A biscuit in a girl's pocket behind me fell to the ground. The people of the Shao's alliance stared greedily at the dusty biscuit. If not for the guards Yujia had stationed to maintain order, someone might have rushed forward to snatch it. The girl hesitated, looking at the dirty biscuit on the ground, then gritted her teeth and threw it into an open area. Whoosh, my biscuit, get lost. The crowd instantly descended into chaos, dozens of people madly rushing toward where the biscuit had landed. Yujia looked embarrassed and forced a smile at me. Clan chief, please don't laugh. Everyone's starving crazy. I waved it off to show it was nothing. The group quickened their pace up the mountain and headed toward the stone house of Tribe 03. Along the way, the scenery made the truth of the Shao's alliance's real survival even clearer. The contrast was cruel and stark. At last, we arrived before the stone house. The moment Yujia reached the doorway, everyone immediately lined up on both sides and bowed in unison. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. The whole display was becoming more and more impressive.